Hello? Hold on. Music's gonna cut out. There it goes. Oh, wait, also. Wait, yeah, never mind. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I was about to say, I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I always say that. But this time I actually did. I forgot to mess with my camera settings, cause and like, so like I always have I have this like little mask that I cover my camera with when I'm not using it, and like when I go to swap scenes, I can that like my camera is on the scene, so I can see myself, or it's just all black when it's covered, and it was all black, and I was like, oh, I forgot to what do you call it? Uncover it. And so I uncovered it, and then I was like, oh, you know what? I should check the settings, cause I don't know why, but OBS, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why, what causes it, or why it's inconsistent. But my camera settings in OBS, they reset when I like close OBS and start back up, but only sometimes. So I have no idea why only sometimes. Like, it's like yeah, I don't know. Like yesterday when I opened up OBS, my camera settings were how I liked them, which like the last time I streamed was, I don't know, a few days before or a day before, I don't remember. Also, I forgot to run an ad at the beginning, which I don't know. Maybe it's not a big deal. I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. I mean, I'm sure there are statistics and things, and I think even on Twitch they say like, don't run ads like right at the start of the stream, because that's when people are trickling in and they'll run into an ad and all that. But people are gonna run into an ads no matter what, no matter when they trickle in. If you don't run ads anyway, if you don't run ads on your own. What was I saying? Oh, the camera. Yeah. Like yesterday when I opened up OBS, my settings were fine. My settings were how I always like them. But then right now, when I was like, I took the cover off because I was like getting ready to switch scenes. But I was like, oh wait, I didn't take the cover off. And then that's when I was like, yeah, hold on, because like I said, I was gonna say I feel like I'm forgetting something, and I was. But yeah, then yeah, checking the settings, because I was just like, I was just gonna pull it off and swap scenes and be like, all right, we're good. But then yeah, I don't know, I was just like, I have to. That's like part of my, I don't know, daily checks or like pre-stream checks is camera settings. Make sure my mic is picking up, which actually now I need to check. Okay, we're good. Because I didn't actually check that either. I check a bunch of things. That's what, like, yeah, like I was saying. I didn't even have my dashboard up when I clicked start streaming, I was like, oh wait, I gotta tweet. Well, I tweeted half an hour or like 50 minutes ago, I guess. I don't know, like around 8. Thought I was gonna start in like half an hour because I wanted to eat. But then I didn't eat right away. But I was like, yeah, I gotta, like, I don't know, I tweeted, like, I should have quote tweeted that tweet, but I replied to the tweet, just saying that I was live or whatever. But anyway, there's like a million things that I was like, I hit start streaming and I was like, oh, I gotta do all these things that I didn't do beforehand. But yeah, then I like checked my camera settings because I was like, like I'll take my, like, part of me wanted to just like take the chance of hoping that they were what they needed to be, because yesterday they were, and like, I don't know, like I was saying, it's like inconsistent, like sometimes they stay the same, sometimes they reset. I have no idea what, like, I don't do anything different. I don't, like, literally when I'm done streaming, I hit stop streaming, I hit click the exit button. Like, I don't even click the X, I click exit on the in the bottom of OBS, and then it closes, and then the next time I open it, sometimes my settings have reset, sometimes they haven't. Also, this time I opened it up and a little message came up. A message came up saying like, can't find image, and I think it was the what was it? What did I? The Alice in Wonderland press that I have. I was like, it had an image. Now let me check, because I didn't even like really look into it. I was like, oh, it's just looking for the Alice in Wonderland image, but I didn't I guess, well, it's gone, but whatever. Anyway, whatever. Oh, okay? Am I dropping frames? No, just my preview decided to screw up. What's up, Lupe? Nano Machines. I haven't played. Oh, that's actually like on the horizon, but like Metal Gear Rising or Vengeance or whatever. I haven't played those games, or that game. I don't know if there's more than one, but I do know the memes because they're everywhere. Just one? Oh, okay. Is it like, cause like Revengeance is like the subtitle. Is it like what's up, Honda? Revengeance is the subtitle, but like, was it like Metal Gear Rising, and then they like, I don't know, re-released it and added the subtitle to it? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Like I was saying, I haven't played it. I've seen like speedruns of it here and there. Like I used to watch this guy Cherno TV. He plays a lot of rhythm games now, I think. Well, he played rhythm games back then when I watched him too, but he used to speedrun it. I haven't watched him like recently. I literally was like, what was it? Like a few days ago, I went to like, what? I said, hey. Oh, are you leaving? Okay. If you're actually leaving, goodbye. What time are you still in Hawaii? But I don't know. I can't remember if I looked up Cherno TV specifically, like if I looked up his channel specifically, or if I was like looking for something to watch and he was like in the recommended tab, and I was like, oh. But he was playing the new Miku game. 1800 driving somewhere. Oh, sweet. Well, drive safe. Wait, they let you drive? But whatever. But yeah, I'm planning on playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance eventually. Like, I don't know when, but not like super soon, but sometime after Monster Hunter Sunbreak. Alright, yeah, take care, Honda. Thanks for popping in for a second. This game's, I've been thinking about this game since I played it last night, this morning or whatever. And like when I finished last night, or I guess this morning, I was like, I stopped streaming, and then I got something to eat, and then I was watching videos from this channel that Bobby would like linked or recommended yesterday, called Spooky Rice, where he does like a bunch of like kind of like movie reviews, or like not like or yeah, some of them are kind of like reviews, but it's like I don't know, it's like a channel focused on like kind of graphic movies. I don't know, like stuff that's like mostly horror movies. But oh, what's here? I'm gonna look it up because there's a specific word that he uses or like that is used. But I watched a few of his videos this morning, and then when I was done, I was let's see. Oh, disturbing breakdowns. That's the word, disturbing. I was trying to think of like the word, but I was like, it's not. I couldn't think of the word disturbing, but I kind of like knew it. I don't know the connotation, whatever. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, like I wanted to keep playing this game, and I was like, I almost went back in to do the other route. I guess I can just load in. Let's see. I made a save. There we go. Dude, oh, the sound effects. When I saved last night, because like I didn't save before I quit, or before I stopped streaming. And so like afterwards, because like there was like in this part, in that Somnium, there was a couple moments or like sounds that I was like, those are from the from 999 or like the Zero Escape games. Like what the heck? Like it felt I liked hearing it. And then when I went to save, like here, when I went to save, I'll just resave over this one. That sound right there, I think even like the beeping noise, but like that, like the save sound is from the Zero Escape games. And I was like, dude, what the heck? I love it. Let's see, what's the float chart? Yeah, I was thinking about coming back in and okay, so all right, I didn't look. Oh, we missed. All right, but in here there was like a branching path, and I'm sure picking, well, now that I see that it branched already, I think picking the left, like going down the left branch would have put us on this one. But I was thinking about like going back in and just like doing that, because I didn't think, I just wanted to like be a completionist about that Somnium. I didn't know it was like there's an actual branch here. So now that I see that, I'm glad I didn't come back in. I mean, I would have seen it when I would have came back in and would have been like, oh, never mind, and then not done it. But well, never mind then. We'll go do that eventually. I'll hit the end of a route and then go back and clean it up. I wonder, oh, that's okay. So that's the other thing is like, so that was this morning, then I went to sleep, and then I woke up around like 11 and I ate because I was hungry. I got some food, and then I built Max's father-in-law's PC for him. He's coming to pick it up like sometime this week or whatever, but I was out there like building it, and I was listening to Castle Super Beast, and like the very first thing they do their little intro or whatever, and the very first thing Pat talks about is like he talks about how he finished this game, and like just started talking about it, and I was like, like I started to listen to it because I was like, I want to listen, I want to hear what he has to say, and he's like, it's a great game, and I was like, okay, sweet, because like me and him, like I don't know, me, him, and Wooly, like I'm not like trying to say like we're all like friends or whatever, but like their tastes align with mine for the most part. I think I like more games that Pat likes than Wooly. Like my tastes are more in line with Pat's than Wooly's. So like hearing him say it's a great game, I was like, okay, good. Like, cause like hearing him talk about it like over the past few weeks or whatever, it seemed like he was kind of like, I don't know, lukewarm on it ish. Like it wasn't bad, but it it wasn't like that great. But I was still like curious to get into it myself. Hold on. Yeah, he's like, it's a great game. And then he started talking, like comparing it to 999. And I was like, okay, like he started talking about it, and he's like, how do I say, like I'm trying to figure out how to talk about it in a way that doesn't spoil 999, because that game's easy. Like I talked about it last night, and I might have spoiled it ish. I was saying that there's like time travel and astral projection and like all these topics that they cover and that come into play eventually. That's like kind of spoilery, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not that spoilery. Like when you'll see what it is, and like you're not gonna be able to see it coming. Basically, like it's gonna hit you, and you're gonna be like, Jesus Christ! Like it's not like playing through the game. You're not gonna be like, oh, time travel. I see what's going on here. That's not that. That is not how that game works. It's stupid. Oh my god, it's so good. And like hearing him talk about it made me want to like, just made me want to play it again. But like I'm in the middle of this now, and I want to finish this because this is new. And like I don't want to. I do want to play 999 again at some point, but I don't want to play games I played before, if that makes sense. Like I've been saying. But it has been like long enough. Like I played 999. I don't know. When did it come out? Oh god. I tried to type 999 game and autofill to gang. 2009. Okay, I think I played it in like 2011. But I played Devil May Cry. I've played a little bit of the first one, I think, or maybe the third one. No, the first one. But that's it. I just haven't. I don't know. I never had the game, so I never really played them and got into them. But I'm not like opposed to playing them. Is today Saturday? Oh, dang. I gotta do my master missions in Fate Grand Order. I forgot. Whatever. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I played, cause I played, I played Devil May Cry. I think it was the first one. I wasn't sure. Like, I played it when I was younger. And it was like, it was at Trenton's friend's house. Like, we all like went to like hang out at his friend's house or whatever. And I didn't know his friends, so I was just like, but they had a PlayStation 1 or something. And so they were all like off doing their thing, and I just played a little bit of Devil May Cry, and so we left. But I thought it was, I don't know, I liked it. I just didn't, like I was saying, I didn't have the game myself, and I never really wanted to seek it out myself. I was thinking about playing 5 when that came out, because like, I don't know, it seemed like everyone was playing it, even if like they hadn't experienced or like played the other games in the series. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Pat's like talking about 999, and he's just like talking about like how the games in like at the end of 999 you get this like big twist that like there's no way to predict or no way to see coming, and like that happens like in all the Zero Escape games. Got it for $10 the other day. The first one or 5? I know. Well, I don't know. Do you have a PC? I don't know if you got a PC yet. I remember. I feel like you've talked about planning on it, but the Steam summer sale is going on right now. Now look, Devil May Cry. I wonder, is there like a Devil May Cry? There is HD collection for $10, and Devil May Cry 5 for $10, $9.89. Okay, hold on. Devil May Cry HD collection. What's in this? Dude, I don't know why 5. Nice. Steam, like, for like some games that asked me for my birthday or whatever. Okay, now it's not working. Never mind. It's just like canceled my search. Like I had Devil May Cry HD collection open, and I clicked the view page because it asked for my birthday, even though I'm already logged in. And it always like it has the day right and the year right, but the month it always is just like defaulted to January, even if I change it to June. And then well, like the next time I see it, it goes back to January. I don't know why. I don't know. Like it can lock in the day and the year, but it can't lock in the month. I don't know. Maybe it's a test, but I don't know. Sometimes I just click on it while it has January and lets me through anyway. But whatever. 999 has its twist. Versus Last Reward, same thing. Zero Time Dilemma, same thing. And Pat was saying like this game does the same thing, which I was like, that's one of the things I was kind of like not like worried about, but like playing through this, I was like the little bit I played last night, I was like, I like it, and I see the kind of like 999 stuff, the Zero Escape stuff, but I don't see it like getting as wild. Like I was like, it doesn't seem like it's already like. It's kind of doing the wild thing now, but it's not like it doesn't. like the Somnium stuff and how weird that is, and like the syncing and things like that. It's like, okay, they're doing the weird right away, whereas like 999 was kind of grounded. Like it's like, oh, you know, it's like a weird situation, like all these people are like, you know, on this ship, like this cruise ship or whatever, and they're like, they're gonna die if they don't like solve these puzzles and get out and stuff like that. But it was still like everyone was pretty like, I guess there's like, what's his name, oh maybe that's in Virtue's Last Reward, K, right, the robot guy. What, let me look at the 999 characters. I don't remember if there's anyone like weird, because I know in in Virtue's Last Reward and Zero Time Dilemma they start to have like weirder characters. Yeah, no, everyone looks pretty normal in 999. You got like Akane, Junpei, Clover, Alice, Light, Aoi, Hazuki, Gentaro. But I remember like in the game they have like what do you call it? They have like numbers, like they're assigned numbers, and they go by their numbers, or like both their names and their numbers or whatever. But I was also thinking about Not Zero Time Dilemma, Virtue's Last Reward, and how they do like the gimmick to that game, because 999 is like everyone has their bracelet with their number on it or whatever, and you have to like go into rooms based on like the numbers, like the amount of your, like, I don't know, like addition or subtraction or like whatever. I think there's like different equations that the room will have, like saying like, oh, you need to make, like your numbers have to equal this or whatever. And so like whatever, like 9 times 2 or 1 minus or 1 plus 5 or whatever, like you have to like equal the number. And so like only certain people can go in, like certain combinations of people can go into rooms or whatever. And like then you have to solve the puzzle or whatever. But in Virtue's Last Reward, I can't remember if they have numbers on their bracelets, but I know you have to like you get paired up and then you have to play like a prisoner's dilemma game where you both are like I know you have like a bracelet and there's like points, and if your points drop below a certain point you die. And so like the thing is like you have to do this prisoner's dilemma thing where like, okay, if you both pick, you know, yes or whatever, you both gain like 2 points. But if one person picks yes, the other person picks no, the person who picks yes gets like 5 points, and the person who picked no loses like 5 points or something. And if you both pick no, then you both gain nothing or something, or you both lose like a point or 2 points or something. Like it's like this like prisoner's dilemma thing. And so like people are like, there's like this like trust and like, I don't know, kind of like you get betrayed and like, I don't know, there's like that's how like a lot of routes end, is just you and like one other person in this room, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna trust them, and then they betray you and you die. Or you betray them and they die. Or you both betray each other and then come out and it's like, oh, I can't believe you betrayed me. It's like, you betrayed me too. Like, but whatever. Anyway, Pat, yeah, he was like talking about, he's comparing it to 999, and he's like, yeah, it does the same thing. And then as soon as he said that, I was like, skip. I just like skipped the entire conversation because I was like, I don't want to hear anymore. Like, I'm like, hearing that was like a nice confirmation that, you know, I'm gonna get like, I don't know what I came for out of this game, but I didn't want to hear anything else. I didn't want to get spoiled. So I was just like, as soon as he said, like he said, I don't even know what the specific words were, but he's like, yeah, you know, 999 like the writer director Uchikoshi, he likes to do his like third act twist, and he's like, this game has a third act twist that is insane or like wild or whatever. And then I was like, all right, fast forward like 15 minutes and then yeah, I listened to like more of that podcast as I was building that PC, which like it was like, I don't know, like Max ordered all these parts and they all got here. I think the last part came yesterday or the day before, and then I built it earlier today. But then as I was like done, like finishing building it and like putting it together, I was like, wait, like how am I supposed to like I can make sure it turns on and make sure all the parts are like, you know, showing up inside. Like I can get to the BIOS and like I can try to get to the BIOS and make sure. Excuse me, I just ate, so I'm like, I keep like burping and stuff. But I can turn it on, get in the BIOS, make sure like the hard drive's showing up, make sure everything's running fine. But I can't, like, he got a wireless network card, NIC network interface card, and then what else? There was like he bought him a monitor, and like I don't know, like some, like, there's stuff that I was like, okay, like I can't do anything. I mean, the monitor I can like plug it in, but I was like, I don't want to unbox this monitor, like set it up, plug it in, and then like be like, okay, it works, and then put it back in the box, and then, you know, go through all that. So I just like plugged it into the monitor that's already out there, and everything was fine, except the CPU fan was like, it was weird. It wasn't like working right. Like the first time I turned it on, it was like, it's spinning fine, but it like the fan cable was like, the way I had it like laying down, it was like kind of like the fan was, it kept hitting it or like getting caught on it, and so it would spin and then just like slow down and stop and like tap on it, and then it, like I would move it and it would start spinning and I would let go, and it would like be flicking it and it'd be fine, but then it would just like eventually like slow down. It was like the little bit of a resistance was like slowly making the fan kind of be like, all right, I gotta stop. But then like I moved the wire out of the way so that it was like I secured it out of the way so that the fan could spin freely. But even after like I did that, because like I don't know, like I was like messing around on the BIOS and like saving and exiting, and it would like reboot. There was one time like the fan, like it rebooted and then it wouldn't go into the BIOS because it's like, oh, there's something wrong with the fan, the CPU fan. Like fix it or go into the BIOS and like change the settings so that the fan, like change it to like low power or something, because like I guess, I don't know, like there's like a power incompatibility or something, whatever. It made me worried, like, oh dang, like is something wrong with the CPU fan or something. But then as soon as I went into the BIOS, it started spinning up fine, and I was like, okay. And then I rebooted it a few more times to make sure it was still good, and like the fan was fine every time after that. So I have no idea what was up with that. But anyway, I finished building it, and I was like, dude, I don't like, or yeah, before I like did all that, like as I like was setting up to like turn it on, I was like, wait a second, I don't have like a Windows license, and I'm not gonna like go grab one of my hard drives and put it in here just like, I don't know, make sure like you don't need an operating system to make sure that parts are working fine or whatever. But like I'm not gonna buy a license. I'm not gonna buy Windows for Max's father-in-law for this PC that I'm building and like doing. Like I'm not gonna spend my money for a part on this PC that I'm building for free. And so then I was like, I texted Max like, hey, you got a Windows license for this thing or something? And he's like, do you need one? And I was like, yeah. Like you can't just. I mean, I could like, I don't know, like get like a bootleg version or something, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go out of my way to do all that. Like whatever, just give me a license. And he was like, okay. And then he said he thought Windows 10 was free. You have free Windows, but you get that notification, right? Or did it come with whatever you bought it with? Because like a lot of times if you like buy like a pre-built or like a laptop or something. No? Did you what do you call it? Did you acquire it illegally? Or did you? Oh wait, well, I don't know. I guess it like depends. Because well, I had to pay for Windows 8, maybe. Well, that's what I don't know. That's like I was like I could do that for Max or for this PC, but I'm not gonna like I don't know. I wouldn't do it. Like I would do it for myself, but I'm not gonna do it for someone. I mean, if the person if I knew the person and they were fine with it and wanted it. Like a bootleg, like a what's the word where you like I keep saying bootleg, but there's like a better word for it, a more specific word, but it's where you like, I don't know, you get like you torrent Windows or something and then you crack it Pirate. Well, yeah. Well, pirate. Yeah, pirate is. I guess that's a better word than bootleg. I mean, they're kind of like the same thing. They're like related. Um, but it's like it's when you like pirate it and crack it. There's like a. I feel like there's like one word that means like to do all of that. I can't think of it. But like if I knew the person and they were like cool with that, I would do it. Like sure, whatever. But this is Max's father-in-law, and like I don't want to like give him a pirated, cracked version of Windows, because like I don't like what if he runs into a problem or something later on down the line. And plus Max bought all these parts, like, or well, I'm sure he's gonna pay Max back, but like it's like I don't know, like just buy a license, because then it'll be, you know, he doesn't have to worry about it, and he can upgrade to Windows 11 or whatever, because you can buy Windows 11 separate, I think, but you could also just buy Windows 10 and then upgrade to Windows 11 free. What was it? Windows 11 is trash. That's why I was like, I told Max to get a Windows license, but I didn't specify 10 because I was like, I'm gonna leave it up to him to which one he wants to get. And then he got 10, and I was like, okay, good, because like I haven't touched Windows 11 at all, so I don't know, and I haven't heard much about it, so I don't know how it compares and all that stuff. 7 is your favorite? I like 10 a lot, but I think 7. I like 7. I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know how much of that would be like nostalgia though. Like I don't know. I like 7 or 10. I like both 7 and 10. I had 8, but only because I had to. Like, well, and like every time I've upgraded to like the next Windows, it's because I have to. So like when I had 7, I upgraded to 8.1 because like a game I wanted to play was like you can only play this on 8.1, and I was like, all right, upgraded to 8.1. And the same thing when I got to 10 was like, I was literally thinking about this today because like, yeah, I was like thinking about Windows and all that stuff, and like I had 8.1, and then my friends wanted to play Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone on PC, and so, or well, it was cross-plat, so, but I was gonna play on PC, but I literally downloaded and installed the game. They let me download and install it, but when I went to run it, they're like, oh, incompatible OS or whatever, you know, upgrade to Windows 10, and I was like, why'd they even install the game if I can't even like open it? And then I was like I was telling we're all like in Discord already, like getting ready to play, because everyone I installed the game ahead of time. Like we were all like, hey, we're gonna play this game tonight, so everybody install it so that it's ready by tonight. And then yeah, when I like went to boot it, it gave me that error, and I was like, what the heck? And so like I'm like, hey, it won't let me boot the game, so I'm gonna try to see if there's like any kind of workaround or whatever. And like as they're like, you know, like they played like a match or two or whatever, I was like googling like how can I get around this, like is there a way to like, you know, finagle it to like let me play without Windows 10, and then like nobody had any like way to play it without 10, so I was like, all right, like how much does Windows 10 cost, because like I guess I should upgrade by now anyway. And then when I went to look, it said I had a free upgrade still, because like they were giving out free upgrades to 10 for like a while, but then they stopped. And so I was like, I was outside of that window of getting a free upgrade, and I never like accepted the free upgrade. So I was like, I'm gonna have to pay for it, like whatever. But it was still free, and I was like, what? Why is it still free? And I was like, but whatever. Like I immediately like took it, and it didn't even take like, it took like 10 minutes maybe total to like just go from 8.1 to 10 and like have all my files and everything still in place. And I was like, that was so painless. Like I should have done that forever ago. And then then I started the game up, and it worked fine, and we played, and it was just like, then I've been on 10 since. And it was like kind of annoying getting used to it at first, but that's like with every new operating system, like getting used to the new like interface. It's not even like that much of a different interface, but like I don't know, like having to like clean it up, get rid of like all the stupid tiles and things that they put all over the start menu, getting used to the new start menu, like all this stuff. It was just like kind of annoying for the first few weeks, but then I got used to it and like have been like fine with it since. But I don't know, yeah, like I was saying, I don't know anything about 11, so I don't know if I'm ever gonna like, I'll probably upgrade to it when I have to, but I don't know when that'll be, because like I had 8.1 for like so long, until 10 was like until Warzone. I would still be on 8.1 right now if Warzone wasn't like you need to be on 10. You need to have Windows 10 to play this game. Cause like I don't just keep putting out service packs. I don't need a new OS. But yeah, I built that PC today, and like it was like the most frustrating part was this stupid like, dude, oh my god, I hate, like I tweeted about it earlier, but there's like every motherboard like comes with like an IO shield, I think is what it's called. It's like the little thing that goes on the back where like all the like the inputs and outputs and stuff are, like the HDMI cable ports, the USB ports, your PS2 mouse and keyboard ports and things like that. Like all those, like there's like a little like plate that you have to put in, like it comes with the motherboard, but it's not like attached to the motherboard. So you put it in and then you put the motherboard and like line it up in there. But every single time I build a PC, I've forgotten to put that thing in there. So I have to I'll literally put the motherboard in, put everything in place on it, and then be like I'll go to like, I don't know, like plug in something like the HDMI cable to like test it later. Like I'll literally like the entire PC is built. Dude, I hate those things so much. Cause like they don't just like I think the one on my PC, like I forgot to put it in, and then I just like put it on backwards. Not put it on backwards, but like instead of putting it on from the inside and pushing it out, I just like put it on the outside and just like forced it in until it like fit. But like I've done like plenty of PCs where like they're built and I have them stood up, and like I go to like plug in the HDMI and I just like see like all the ports in the back, but like there's no shield and it's just like all the space, and I'm like, oh, I forgot to put the thing back in. So then I like tip it back over and take off the, like open up the case, unscrew the motherboard, like put it like somewhere safe so that the CPU and stuff doesn't touch anything. Put the stupid thing back on, put the motherboard back in, and like sometimes like if someone has like, this one doesn't have like a graphics card, so it was easy. But it was like, well, it was easy to take it out and put the shield in, but it was a pain to get the shield to like sit in place. And also like these stupid shields, they always have like little like on the inside, so like when you put it in on the inside of the case, they have like little like what do you call it, not like hooks, but like things coming off of them, so that like, I don't know, it's like supposed to like help secure and like, yeah, whatever, like help secure, but they always like slip into the port, so you have to like pull it back out and like kind of like bend it up or like hold it up so that it like sits on top or what, like whatever. They're just annoying. They're annoying and they're sharp. I didn't cut myself, but I like kept like trying to like get it in place and like taking it out to like bend the things up some more and stuff like that. I kept poking myself and I was like, man, these things are like if I don't know, if I like slip on this, it's gonna slice me. But what was it? Yeah, I don't know, they're just like annoying. I hate them so much. And I put the yeah, like I like took the motherboard out with like the CPU and fan and like the RAM and things on it. Dude, NVMe like SSDs are like really cool. I don't have one in my PC, but I put one in my little brother's and I put one in this one now, and I'm like, dude, these like they're so small and like easy. You just like slip them in and you like push it down and you screw the little screw down, and then it's like good to go. It's like so nice. Enjoy PC building. I do too. I love building PCs. It's just like when I forget something or like screw something up, I'm just like, ugh. And like it's also like there's like a little bit of anxiety when you like go to turn it on, because you're like, is this gonna work? And you hit the button and you're like, it works, or it doesn't work. And you're like, oh man. But with this one, so yeah, like I put the shield in, put the motherboard back in, like connected everything, put it together, and then plugged it into this monitor, plugged in the power, flipped on a little switch, and then I hit the power button to turn it on. And I sat there for like 3 seconds and nothing happened, and I was like listening, and like I was like, it's not working. And then it turned on and I was like, what the heck? Like it was like super delayed, cause like, yeah, my heart sank. I was like, I don't know, like now I have to like open it up and like figure out what I didn't plug in, or you know what's wrong with it. But it like, as soon as I like went to like go like grab it to like slide it back to like turn it off and like unplug it and all that, the little blue light came on, and then I heard the fan kick on, and I was just like, oh sweet, it's working. And then like I stared at the monitor that it was plugged into for like 5 seconds because it was just like black, and then finally it had like the motherboard screen and all that stuff, and then went into the went into like it's like, oh, this is like basically this is the first time you booted this PC up, or you like, you know, use this CPU or something, and then it's like press F1 to go into the BIOS menu, or like, or press, you know, this and that, blah blah blah, to do different things, or like F7 or whatever. Put the small plugs on the bottom of the motherboard backwards, like the standoffs or whatever. Get the rest offset by 1. Oh yeah, like every PC that I've built has come with those like in the case by default, and like all I really have to do ever is just like sometimes move one, or install an extra one, but I've never had to like do all of them like that. So I've never had that problem, or I've never had to like, I've never been given the opportunity to have that problem. Like this one today had like all the standoffs in place already, except one of them was like the motherboard was too small, so like it was like just like off to the side, and like the hole that the the corner of it was like too short, or like, yeah, like whatever, the motherboard was too short for where the standoff was, so I had to like move it over 1 peg, and then it was good to go. But I was having trouble like screwing the screws in to like screw it onto the standoffs or whatever, because like the first screw I put in, like screwdriver didn't, like, it screwed in fine, and then the next one I put in would not like screw in, and I was like, what the heck? And then I realized like after like 3 attempts of like trying to get it in there, that I was just using the wrong screw, and so like I got a different screw, because it was just like a little baggie with like a million screws and things. I mean, they always come like that, but it looked exactly like the screw that I used. It just didn't have like a little kind of like rim around it, and that's kind of when I was like, oh, it's the wrong screw. But yeah, so yeah, it's like all built, and like, yeah, it works. But Max gave me like earlier, like I told him he needs to give me I need a, what do you call it, Windows license, and so then he sent me a message earlier with the license key and all that stuff, and so probably tomorrow, maybe Monday or something, I'll install Windows, or I'll probably start it tomorrow, and then like, I don't know, let it run all day and then check on it, I don't know, throughout the day or Monday or something. Friend's PC power supply burnout. I plugged it, had to put the new one in. I've never had power supply problems, which is like nice, because like power supplies like that, I don't know, like I've installed power supply. This one the case came with the power supply in it, so it was like pretty convenient. But like I feel like power supplies are always like, well, I don't know, every power supply I've installed has been modular, and so it's like it comes with power supply, you put it in, and then you have to plug in all the cables separately, and that's always like the annoying part, because like it's just like extra work, and then plugging it into the motherboard and you realize like, oh, you know, I gotta use a different cable because this one's too short, or like the way I lined them up, they're like crossing weird, and it makes everything look ugly, or everything is like tight. Just annoying. The power supply you got had a 2-star review. That's like, I feel like that's one of the places that people try to like cut costs, is power supplies, and I never understand it, because like I had another friend, I have a friend who, he built his PC, but he like got like he got like, for the PC that he built at the time, he got a power supply that was fine, but then when he went to upgrade it, he needed not a great, yeah, it's definitely not a great idea, but he needed like more power, so he had to get a new power supply. And I was like, dude, if you would have just like got a decent power supply, because they're not even expensive, they're like $40 anyway, like it's like 40 or $50, like power supplies aren't expensive, so like trying to like cut costs on a power supply, you're like going for a lower like wattage or whatever, lower wattage, or like just like a cheaper power supply. It's like, that's literally everything's plugging into that thing, and so if the power supply goes bad, you can destroy everything on like in your PC, because that's what happened to Max. His his power supply went bad, and then, or well, no, it didn't actually. I don't think it actually caused any damage to his parts, but his power supply went bad. And so he got a new one, and then the new one was also bad, but he didn't know that. He also lied, like, or I don't know, he lied to me when I was talking, because he was asking me for help about it with it or whatever. Corsair. I think I have. I think I got the twins of Corsair power supply. I don't know. I have I don't remember what mine is. I don't think it's a Corsair, but it's pretty old. But it's I don't know. It's been working fine. I've like replaced like the motherboard and CPU and stuff like that, and used the same power supply, same graphics card for like a million years, and it's all been fine. But I don't know. I think Max. No, I don't know what power supply he used or got, but anyway, like he called me for help because he's like, yeah, I got this new power supply. Put it in and it's not working. What's going on? And I was like, try this, try that. Put your old power supply back in. But he's like, oh, the old power supply doesn't work or something. Or no, I think he just wanted a new power supply because he got a new card, a new graphics card, so he needed a better power supply. Max isn't the friend I was talking about who had to upgrade, but now that I'm talking about it, Max also, yeah, because like I forgot Max did that too. So like, yeah, Max got a new card, needed like more power from his power supply, so he got a new power supply. And he put the power supply in, and the power supply was bad, but he didn't know that. I didn't know that, but I told him to like do all these things. I was like, all right, like, because he thought his graphics card was bad, or that he did something wrong when he plugged everything into the power supply and like fried his motherboard. Because that's what I thought too. After like telling him to like do all these troubleshooting steps, I literally was like one of the first things I said was plug in the old power supply. Like take the graphics card out, plug in the old power supply, and see if things still work. And he called me back and he's like, all right, what do I do now? Because that didn't work. And I was like, oh, well then do this, do that, blah, blah, blah. And eventually I was like, I don't know. You either fried your motherboard or you fried your CPU. Like, because I assumed that the power supply was good because everything else he said made the power supply sound like it was good. And I even told him, I was like, you should get like a power supply tester, because most power supplies come with testers nowadays. Or I don't know if most do, but every single power supply I've touched in the past like few years came with like a little self tester that you just like plug into, like, you plug it into itself basically, and it'll like turn on, like it'll like light up a little thing saying like, okay, this power supply works and is good. But his didn't come with one, and I was like, yeah, like I told him, oh man, it's so annoying, because like I told him, like I literally walked him through it and was like, do this, like he kept calling me like every 15-20 minutes to be like, all right, what next, because that didn't work. And then I'm like, all right, well, to try this then. And then at the end of it, I was like, yeah, I don't know, like, I like test your powers. Like, if you don't have a power supply tester, go get one tomorrow or something. Because he was like, well, I'm just gonna go take it to a PC repair shop. And I was like, well, first you should get a power supply tester, which is like $10 or something, maybe even less, like $5. And test your power supply, or you can probably take it there and have them test your power supply for you. And then, you know, if that doesn't work, then yeah, take it to like have a PC repair guy look at it, or I don't know, get new parts. I don't know. But he didn't. He just went straight to the PC repair guys, and they tested his power supply. Like, he dropped it off, and they're like, all right, you know, we'll call you with like news on whatever we find. And then he called me and told me, like, they called him, and then he called me and was like, yep, it was a power supply. They said they just like plugged it in, and it was a bad power supply, and so they're gonna give me a new one. And like they charge him for the new power supply, and then they charge him like an extra like $150 or something for the repair. And I was like, dude, I told you. Or maybe it was 150 total, but it was like, I was like, I told you to, like, you literally could have bought like a $10 power supply tester, test the power supply, and even if it wouldn't have worked, you're paying $150 anyway. Like, that extra $10 isn't gonna make a difference. And then now you'll have a power supply tester for the future. Like, but he didn't want to listen, so then he ended up paying all these crazy. But him saying like it was a power supply, I was like, dude, if it's a power supply, then how come putting like this step I told you of like plugging the, like basically build your PC back to how it was before you installed the new power supply and the new card. So put the old power supply back in, take the card out, and if it turns on and works fine, then it is the power supply. That was like literally, I was like, this is the like one of the first steps. I was just like, do that. And then he said he did it, but he had to have lied to me. He either lied or did it wrong. Didn't understand what I said and did the wrong thing. Cause like that was like, I was like, dude, literally. And that's what he said they did. He said that they told him that they like took the power supply out or like plugged his stuff into a different power supply, and it worked. And then they checked the power supply that he had, and it didn't, like it didn't test, like it didn't pass the test. And so they were like, yeah, it's your power supply. And I was like, dude, I told you. I tried to save you the money. And that's why, and I'm pretty sure that's why he like, cause yeah, he ordered all these parts for his father-in-law's PC, and he had them sent to this house for me to build, because he's like, oh well, he asked me first, because he's like, I could build it and then ship it, but I don't want to pay for like the shipping and stuff like that. So like, I'd rather have it like order all the parts to you, have you build it, and him come pick it up from you. And I was like, yeah, sure, that's fine, whatever. But I'm like, he probably didn't want to build it because he didn't want to screw it up, because he messed up his last PC, or like ended up having to pay a bunch for his last PC. But also, he didn't want to do all the work. He didn't want to build a PC and then have to ship it. So he had me do it, which is fine. Like I was saying, I like building PCs. Like if someone's like, hey, can you build me a PC? It's like, yeah, sure. If you get all the parts, like I'm not gonna buy any of the parts, but I'll build it for you. I'll build it, and then I'll even like, I don't know, help you pick out parts if you want. Like my friend Joe, a while ago, he was like talking about building a PC and like picking, like, I don't even know if he's still gonna build a PC. I don't even know if he has any parts. I think he has some parts, but he's talking about building a PC, and I was like having the conversation with him on like how to like pick your parts and what parts to get and all this and that. And then he was like, yeah, he started ordering his parts, and I think he wanted to build it himself, but I was like, I want to be there for it, because I want to build it myself, or I want to like help you. I want to help. I like building PCs, it's fun. But then he started, like, I remember he was like talking about ordering like parts, like part by part, instead of like instead of saving up and just like ordering all the parts, like ordering them as like they go on sale and stuff like that, and like trying to save money that way, and also not having to like just like save up a bunch of money to do it, which, like, I don't know, that's the way I would do it, is like save up, like be like, okay, I want to build a PC that, you know, like either like get the specs that I want and see what it costs and then save up that much money, or like save up some money and be like, all right, this is how much I have saved up that I want to put on a PC. But I don't know, he's kind of bad with his money, like bad at saving like that. So I think it works better for him to be like, all right, I'll save up a little bit, buy a part, save up the next bit, buy a part. But like that way, I don't like to do it. Like I also think that's like the bad way to do it, because you like if you take too long, your parts are gonna get old or like deprecated. Not even like deprecated, but just like you'll buy, like, let's say you buy a motherboard first and you get it on sale, and then like, I don't know, like months later you get like, I don't know, you've acquired more parts, but like by the time you have all the parts you need, there's a new motherboard out for like the same price, that is just like a better motherboard that you could have, you know, got. But also, I don't know, I just don't like the idea of having just PC parts lying around, at risk of like getting damaged in some way. I'd rather have them all at once and put them all together and have them be in their own little box and be done, like, together. Motherboard, CPU, power supply. That's, well, yeah, that's like, I guess that's the way to do it, because like, I don't know, especially with the way graphics cards are nowadays, it's like those are like your motherboard, CPU, and power supply are the parts that like you're going to be able to get like pretty easily. You need a case too. I mean, I guess you don't even have to have a case. Well, you should have a case. But you don't need, like, the case doesn't really do anything except give you some buttons to press. Use your old graphics card. That's what I'm doing basically. Like, I've replaced the motherboard, the CPU, got new RAM and stuff like that, new hard drives and things. And have just been like, I have a 1080 Ti that has been carrying me for like the last, I got it in like 2013, so it's almost 10 years old. But it's still like running fine. And so like, yeah, I keep getting like new parts, everything except for the graphics card, because like it's still like, I don't know, like I want to get a 30 series, but now it's like, now it's too late that I'm like, I just want to wait for the 40 series, because the 30 series has been out for so long, and they're, I don't know, they should be, I saw something saying they're going to announce the 40 series NVIDIA cards next month. Fallout PC case, nice. 970, that's like, what's it, I think Honda has like a 960, but yeah, it's like, I don't know, like, my 1080 is better than a 970, but I don't, like, I wouldn't, like, even if I had like a 970 or something, I would be like, I don't know, I mean, I probably would have tried harder to upgrade to a 30 series, but like I was saying, I'm like, my PC is starting to show its age with newer games, or my graphics card is starting to show its age with newer games. But still, like, it still runs. Like, I was playing Elden Ring fine, and I was getting like, I wasn't like, I don't know, I wasn't getting consistent 60, but like I felt like I could hit at least 30 pretty easily with like pretty good, like pretty high settings. But that game had its own problems anyway, with like, even people with like 3080s, 3090s were getting like stuttering issues and all kinds of stuff, all of the stuff that I was experiencing. Yeah, that's why, yeah, I was like working on getting a 30 series, but it was just too much work, because you'd have to like, you have to join all kinds of like raffles, or it comes with a bunch of random parts that you don't want or need, and they're super expensive on top of that. Yes, the miners. I saw a thing yesterday or the day before yesterday about like a lot of miners giving up their or selling, like Chinese miners selling 3060s and 3070s and stuff like, I think it was just 3060s maybe, but selling a bunch of 30 series cards because they can't mine with them anymore, or like they're done mining with them, and people are buying them used for like super cheap, but finding out that they've been like modified and stuff like that, and so everyone's like, yeah, actually don't buy these, because even though they're cheaper, they've been like opened up, and like parts have been removed, or, you know, like swapped out to like make them more efficient for mining and not as good for like playing games and stuff with like actually using. But like I was saying, I don't know, I saw something saying they're gonna announce the 40 series next month. So I'm gonna wait for that, see what comes out. Probably grab one of those, or get a 30 series then, because the prices should drop because of 40 series. But yeah, I don't know. What was I even saying? Oh yeah. Like I don't know. When I build a PC, like every time I've gotten parts or like whatever, I just like get them all at once so I can put it all together, not have to wait. Like get parts and then hang on to them as like I wait for new parts to come out or whatever. 30 series from me, bro, for free, dude. Nice. That's what Max got. I think Max has like a 30. No, he has like a 20 something. No, maybe he has a 30 series. I don't know. He has like, he got the new car that he got that I was talking about earlier, that he needed a new power supply for. He got it from some dude for super cheap. Or I think, no, what I think what he did is he got a 30 series, like a 3080, for like super cheap, or like market, like MSRP. And then found a dude who wanted it, who had a 3070 or a 3060, who was willing to trade the 3070 or 3060 or whatever, plus like a bunch of extra money for the 3080. And so Max was like, oh dang, like I'll do that. So Max, he basically, like, he made his money, like he basically got the 30 whatever for free plus like a little bit extra money, because like the dude paid for what he paid for the 3080 plus gave him the card or whatever. Well, he didn't, yeah, I don't know, he didn't like pay, like whatever. The total, like Max made money off of it basically. And I'm like, dude, like what the heck? Like, I don't know, like Max, like, I don't know, Max is good at like finding deals and stuff like that. But like, I was gonna say, like, give me the hookup, dude. Cause like, I don't know, I'm out here like, I don't know, Max, I don't know, but Max spends a lot of time like scouring Facebook and or Facebook marketplace or whatever it's called, and things like that to like look for deals on stuff like that. But I don't know, I just don't like care to put in that kind of effort to like find a deal or stuff like that. Like I was saying, like most of the time I was just like entering raffles here and there, or like entering raffles for, because like it would be like I don't know, like Best Buy was doing it, Newegg, where you like sign up and then it's like, okay, if you win, they like give you a ticket or whatever, like send you an email saying like, okay, you can buy this 3080 or 3070 or whatever, but it comes with all these like peripherals and things that and like it's like it's already like expensive plus all these extra peripherals, so you're paying extra money too to get all this random stuff you don't need or don't want. I don't know, I always hear good things about Facebook Marketplace and like finding deals on stuff. That's why I got the follow-up PC case for 20 bucks. Nice. Does it? Okay, I would be worried. Well, I wouldn't be that worried, but like I feel like you should, I'm sure you know what you're doing, but is a PC case like a good size? Because like that was the other thing that my friend that I was talking about, who had the power supply that he had to upgrade. When he went to upgrade it, the new power supply was too big for his case, because the case he got was like super small. And so he got like one of the mini ITXs or mini ATXs or whatever, I don't know, but he had to get a new case on top of the new power supply because the case he had didn't fit, or wouldn't fit it. Full ATX? Okay. Wait, it has a bobblehead in it and water cooled Nuka-Cola cap. That sounds sick. I just have like, I mean, I like my case a lot because it's like red and black, but it's just like it's not even like generic, whatever. I think it's called like the Stormtrooper or something like that, or it's like the Storm something. Go big for towers. That's what, yeah, like there's no, that's the other thing, is like he cheaped out on the tower. Like he got the smaller tower, like the smaller case, because it was cheaper. But like the cases aren't that expensive either. It's like power supplies and cases are not like the different sizes. There's like a $10 difference from like the biggest size to the smallest size, or like the I don't know, highest wattage to the lowest wattage. That it's like, there's no reason to like, you're gonna save 20 bucks total on your like $1,000 PC build, and then you're gonna have to deal with it later. That's what, yeah, this one that Max got for his father-in-law is it's pretty small, but it's like a little office PC kind of thing. So it's like it doesn't have a graphics card, it doesn't need, like, yeah, it doesn't need space, it doesn't need to be big. So it's like, unless you don't have space, or you're not planning on putting a card or anything in it, like you don't really need the big PC. But if you're gonna like, yeah, if you're like gonna try to play any kind of games or whatever, like just go for a bigger size, because it's like it's like future proofing basically. Alright, let me talk to some of these people. I remember, so yeah, I was like looking at that flow chart. So in the Somnium, I guess we ended up here, but we made, what was it? We went on the right path. I didn't know which path I was going down at the time. Yes, wire management. That's like, that's what I was saying. With this one is like, the power supply, like pre-installed or whatever, had like the wires like already kind of like in a pretty good spot, that I was like, okay, sweet. But when I like started plugging stuff in, the way they kind of like, I feel like the power supply's wires are shorter, and the case being smaller, that like there's no, yeah, they're just like like they're kind of like I moved them to the like out of the way of the motherboard, but they also like all the extra ones I had like I was trying to like put them on the back side like 'cause that's what I do with with most PCs and like with mine is like the ones you like have to plug into the motherboard or like plugged in and then like like tied off to the side or like out of the way or like grouped up together at least, and then all the extra ones you can like wrap around behind on the back panel and like just like have them like back there and you can like secure them to the back or whatever, but like they're out of sight and they're out of the way. But this one it's like too small that they can't fit anywhere, so I had to like I couldn't the back panel doesn't have enough space or like length to like fit them in, so I literally like tucked them into where the hard drive bay, but there's no like hard drives in there, so it's like they fit, but they couldn't go anywhere else without like touching or being on the motherboard and stuff like that. So I was just like a bigger case would like they could just sit at the bottom if anything. But I don't know, you can't even see inside this case, so it's not even, it shouldn't matter. Oh, what was I saying? Excuse me. So we did this. I know when we case file. Never mind. That doesn't help. We solved it and we had to like Iba pretended to be Mizuki's mom and like kind of like comforted her, and then now we ended up here. But I think the other way, I don't know what would have happened if we went the other way, but we'll find out later. 21 Japanese import GBA games. Nice. Did you get any Dragon Ball games? I feel like there were like a few Dragon Ball games that were Japanese exclusive that like are supposed to be pretty good, that I've like, I don't know, I've seen people talk about them and kind of have been like wanting to play them, but never really looked into it that much. Game Boy Famicom and GBA. Dude, sweet. Game Boy Famicom, is that like few Gundam ones, no Dragon Ball ones? Oh, okay. This one sounds kind of cool. I never played any of the Gundam GBA games, but I played what's it called? Robotech, which like I think Robotech is like Gundam kind of. It's not Gundam, but it's like I don't know, I feel like every time I hear about or have heard about Robotech, it was like almost like knockoff Gundam. But the games I played on GBA were pretty fun, and like if the Gundam games are like that style, I'd be interested in playing those. It'd be kind of cool. Love Robotech. I don't like I thought they were cool. I never really got into Robotech outside of like just playing a couple like Game Boy Advance games. But I never I never hear about Robotech. I always hear about Gundam and like Macross and stuff like that. Let me exhaust all this like pointless dialogue. Oh. Why is she yelling at me? Oh, God. I've never, so I've been, what was it? I've only been blackout drunk once in my life. But I've never like, I don't know, I've never been so drunk that I've like mistaken stuff like that for other, like I've never like walked up to a locker or something and peed in it thinking it was like a urinal or a bathroom or something. Because even like when I got blackout drunk and my friends were telling me about it afterwards, I was like, they were like, yeah, you went into the bathroom and you're like peeing or whatever, like in the toilet, but you're like screaming stupid stuff in the, like from the bathroom. Fred did that, but in the bathroom. Wait, peed in what in the bathroom though? Peed in the tub? That's not as bad. Trying to think. I don't know. Like I've like I was saying, I've only been blackout drunk once, and it was like I felt so bad the next day Corner away from the toilet. Oh God. Yeah, like I didn't even feel that bad the next day. I just felt like kind of nauseous. Like I wasn't even like super hungover. It was just like it was the most hungover I've ever been, which is like I've never really been hungover. It was just like, I don't want to drink ever again. And then I haven't drank like that ever. I mean, that was the only time I've ever drank like that. But also, I've never like really even gotten like too far buzzed drinking. But also, I think like I know part of it is like I just don't have a like I don't know, I can't eat or drink as much as I used to. So like even if I tried to get drunk, I would just like feel too full before I could even get drunk. I mean, I guess unless I just straight drink like straight bourbon or like something hard, like on an empty stomach. Oh, you got a tattoo. Oh, wait. Dang. It didn't work today. Oh God. What's the tattoo? I think you might have. I wonder if you told me about it. I feel like once you describe it, I'll be like, oh yeah, I've heard about that. But I know Max was telling me about a tattoo, so I might be thinking of that. Have a lot more tattoos now. Wait, since when? I know I'm pretty sure I remember you having tattoos. I don't know. I don't remember specifically, but 6 done in the last 3 weeks. Dang, that sounds extremely painful. Man, I'll have to see him.
懐かしいわね。伊達君と私、あの長机の上でよくメイクラブしたっけ。
メイクラブなんてしてない。
I like they're saying make love.
株とイクラをぶっかけ合っただけだろ。
それも十分エロいと思いますが。
What's up, Gabby? Ty. This game, that's like, okay, that's actually one of my least favorite things about this game is the main character is like kind of pervy and like he always like makes like sexual references and jokes and it's cringy. But everything else I like about it. Oh, that's like one of the things. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Gohan, Vegeta, Goku, Bardock, and a D&D. Oh, D&D and Berserk Tat, dude. That sounds sick. Especially, I don't know. Did you get the brand, the Berserk brand? I feel like that's what everyone gets, and that's what I don't even watch Berserk or watch Berserk. I haven't even read Berserk. I read like the first like volume. But even I'm like, dude, I would like get the Berserk brand. You did nice. That's like, I don't know. That's sick. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, because I had to build that PC. Like, I've been, like, the last couple days I've been meaning to watch Perfect Blue. And, like, today, I built that PC. Like, I was going to watch it, but, I decided to be responsible and build a PC instead. And then, by the time I was done, I was just like, like, I'm gonna, like, wind down and go to sleep. Already have the Berserker armor on your upper arm. Nice. That's I like the is it like the iconic shot where he's like kind of like crouched? That's like such a cool image. Yep, see, dude, it's such a cool image. Like I already know like that's what I would get. That's what I would do. That's like iconic.
今日は土曜日。そろそろお茶池が始まるな。
お茶池はもう終わったし、そもそもあれはテレビじゃない。
What was I saying? I forgot. Oh yeah, I was gonna watch Perfect Blue today, and then I built that PC, and then yesterday, I think I just slept a bunch yesterday. I don't know why I was so tired. So hopefully tomorrow or after the stream, I'll like be in the mood to watch Perfect Blue, because like I'm like getting not like anxiety, but I'm just like getting frustrated because like every time I'm like I either watch something new and I'm like, dude, I want to watch Perfect Blue, or something gets in the way, and then like by the time I'm done or like it's over with, I don't want to watch Perfect Blue anymore. Like I'm just not in the mood, or there's no time. You finish the rest of the blade and get a moon around it with the god hand in the distance. Red blood. Alright, that sounds sweet. extra complicated. Like that. Okay. I don't have any tattoos, and I don't really plan on getting tattoos. But like every time I hear about people's tattoos, it just sounds so much work because it's like hours and it hurts. But I know it's like once it's done, it's like permanent. You don't have to like it doesn't hurt anymore, but it's still like I don't know. Tattoos are just so, and they're expensive that I'm just like ugh. I don't want a tat. I do want a tattoo or tattoos, but I don't want to go through all the trouble of getting tattoos. Sounds sweet though. Just don't drink while doing it, you bleed more. Oh god. Oh wait. Okay. I don't know. I guess like, well, I was gonna say like I wouldn't want to be sedated while they did it, but it just like I would want to be asleep. Like I would like, I guess I would just like lay there. I mean, I know like people do this anyway. They like put on like music or like a podcast or watch something as that happens and just kind of like you don't have to. It's not like getting a haircut where you're like, I don't know, your barber or whatever is gonna like talk to you and stuff like that. So you don't want to just like ignore them because it's like an hours long thing. You don't have to talk to your tattoo artist for like 6 hours straight. Why did I was complaining about it last night, but they always have like this like mundane like chair, and then it just says a chair, and it's like, why even have that there if you're just not gonna like have anything? But I can't remember if the Zero Escapes did that. Like I feel like 999 didn't do anything like that. I feel like everything that you could click on and touch and read had like some relevance or some kind of like information that was like, I don't know, interesting or added something. Aphonia. So her still having aphonia like makes me want to, I don't know, kind of like try that Somnium again and go the other way and see if it like cures her, because I was expecting her to get cured of it. For Goku and Vegeta got color added. Nice. That sounds painful. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like I was saying, I don't know what I would get for a tattoo. There's like a few things I would get, but nothing. I don't know. Nothing that I ever really want to actually commit to getting a tattoo for, because like I just don't want to deal with the tattoo. Like I don't want to have to pay for it. I don't want to sit there and get it done. Deal with the pain. Deal with the aftercare. Like all that stuff. And like getting color is like so much more complicated. Harry gotta hit again with more yellow. Skin makes it look blonde. Oh, that's like, oh, I always hear like, I mean, I don't know, it makes sense, but like it's hard to tattoo people with any kind of color, or like, well, I mean, you're not even like that dark, but like still like people like with darker skin, or like black people, like anyone with any shade, anyone who's not just like white. It's like more complicated to tattoo. And that's what I was gonna say, is like, if I was gonna get a tattoo, I don't know if I would want colored tattoos, because it just seems like more complicated and like more work, and like hearing that, it's like, okay, and then it might not turn out right, because it's like, oh, its color actually doesn't come out right with your skin, so we have to like hit it again with, I don't know, like touch it up or hit it with a different color to like make it look right. RGB tattoo. That sounds like so much pain. I don't know. But I mean, that's the way to do it. I feel like, cause like Dragon Ball, I don't want to say like Toriyama's style is very like noticeable. I don't know. Unique. You can like tell it's a Toriyama thing, and that goes like both in good and bad ways, and like a lot of characters look similar. So like it'll be like I don't know, if you drew like a million Dragon Ball characters and had no color, like I'm sure you could tell them apart because like they all like look unique enough in their outfits and stuff, but at a glance you might be like, I don't know which one this is. And especially like the ones who are like related, like Goku and Bardock, and like I guess Gohan is like young enough that he doesn't look like Goku. I mean, he looks like Goku, but he's not like They don't have. I feel like every time I've seen, well, not every time I've seen Goku and Bardock, but like Goku looks a lot like Bardock, and that's like intentional. But like, I don't know, the color would definitely not be necessary, but like, yeah. Well, and also like, I don't know, getting a black and white or not black and white, just like a black like outline, Dragon Ball tattoo sounds like if you're gonna get a Dragon Ball tattoo, you go with the color, because like that's, I don't know, that's like one of the things about that's what, I don't know, like character designs in Dragon Ball are like what makes Dragon Ball kind of. I don't know. Don't mind it, except for the scar on the cheek. Yeah. And I guess that would be like the way to like tell them apart. But they have like the same, I don't know, like build and structure. Oh, I was saying she has a aphonia. Yeah, I don't know. Like part of me wants to go back, run down the other side, and see if she gets cured of it. But I might as well just run this to the end and then go back and do that, because we'll see it all anyway. If that makes sense. But also the other way, she might still end up with aphonia anyway. I saw one more soda. I had like this cup of soda of Coke, and it was like, I don't know, I had like a bunch of sugar. I had so much sugar this morning. I had a bowl of cereal, I had corn pops, and then I had like a bag of Skittles, and then I ate a couple cookies. And then my mom was like, "Hey, I'm gonna get Jamba Juice. Do you want anything?" And I was like, "I've had too much sugar, no thank you." And then she what's it called, Instacart, she like ordered like some groceries and stuff, and like ordered a 2-liter of Coke, and I like went out and got a cup, and I was just like I just finished drinking it like a little bit ago, like a few minutes ago. But now I'm like, I've had too much sugar and I want more, but I'm gonna make myself sick if I get more. I should just drink my water. I guess, yeah, we need to talk to Mizuki so I can like pick whatever. Like a lot of times when I'm like picking my next dialogue, I'm afraid of progressing, so I'm afraid of like missing on the other options. But with her, I don't think it matters. Not right now. Debating on a back tattoo. Would you get like one big one, or because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like if you're gonna get a big, or if you're gonna get a back tattoo, just go with like something huge. What to get? You should get a big piece. I think. I don't know. I don't have any ideas. I know one of the tattoos I would want, if like I wanted it since I was young, even. But the I think it's on her left arm, but it's the tattoo that Meryl has, like the little foxhound tattoo or whatever. Or it's not a foxhound. Is it foxhound? I don't know. What's it? Hold on. Meryl tattoo MGS. It is foxhound. Cause I've always thought that was like the coolest tattoo. Yeah, foxhound. Lord of the Rings and Metal Gear. Exactly. That's what I was like thinking. I was like, what would I get on my back? And I was like, I don't know. Like, what would be cool? Like, and like Metal Gear was like one of the things. But I was like, what's a Metal Gear tattoo like you would get? And then I thought of the Meryl's foxhound tattoo, but that's like on her like shoulder, arm, or whatever, upper arm. Okay, I remember. Yeah, we saw her underneath the merry-go-round. What would be a good Lord of the Rings tattoo for like a back tattoo? I don't know. I would say like a mural or something of a bunch of like characters, but I feel like you could probably do something like more artistic, like something that means more. ringtone I heard in Somnium. That's right. I forgot about that.
俺は水木のソムニウムで携帯の着信音を。
知ってるわ。聞いたみたいね。
That made me even more suspicious of Iris.
でもどこで鳴ってるのかはわからなかった。
Get the Shire on fire. That could work. Or you just get the Shire not on fire.
そうだ。あれが現実に起こった出来事なのかどうかはわからない。だがもしも実際に水木が着信音を聞いたのだとしたら、
現場のどこかに携帯が。
操作した連中は何か見つけたと言ってなかったか。
I can't remember. So I know. I think we had Iba like check. What's his name? Coda or what was his name? The kid, the dude. Coda. Oda. I think we had her check his like call history or something. But I don't know. Oh no. She couldn't because it's like it was like the security on Nile or whatever the app he used was like too hard to get into or something, so she couldn't see who he actually called, which makes me, now that I'm thinking about it, that makes me more suspicious of Iris, because like he said he called, hold on, is he in on it? I think he might be in on it, because Oda went with Mizuki to go see her mom, basically. Like, they didn't know they were going, or she didn't know she was going to see her mom, but maybe Oda did, to like check to make sure, like he went with her to make sure she saw it, to make sure, I don't know, for, what's her name? Iris, to make sure Iris, like, Iris sent him to make sure. And then he tried to call her maybe, or maybe he didn't know what he was gonna see, but maybe try to call Iris, and that's what that phone ringing was. I guess we'll see.
いいえ、特に何も。現場の周辺はくまなく調べたみたいだけど、携帯どころか手がかりになりそうなものは。
Prophetic dreams.
予知夢か。それでさっきイリスに電話を。でもね、伊達くん。
分かってる。夢はあくまでも夢だ。現実とリンクしているとは限らない。だがなぜか妙な胸騒ぎがするんだ。
伊達、大丈夫か？シンクのしすぎで頭がどうにか。
だといいけどな。
I don't know. They make Iris so suspicious that like it seems too obvious to think it's her.
シンカーがシンク中に見た光景は全てこっちの制御室に映し出されるようになってる。つまりソムニウム世界の出来事は常時私たちがモニタリングしてるってこと。
That's pretty sweet. Dude, I can't wait till we get to that point in technology. Probably won't even be alive for it, but being able to like watch dreams.
言わなくても知ってるでしょ。
僕が開発したんですよ。すごいでしょう。
というわけだから、あなたが経験したことは全部知ってる。着信音のことも、それから凍りついた死体のこともね。
Oh yeah. So Mizuki had, like, or she had, Iris was in her dream underneath the merry-go-round. Underneath the merry-go-round, and she was like, I guess she was, no, was she? I guess she was frozen, but I didn't. Seeing it, I didn't think like, oh, she's frozen. But I don't know if they said something about it. But she had like a bunch of cuts on her back. And I don't know if that's like she has like cuts on her back in real life, like scars, or if that was just like Mizuki, I don't know, dreamt her like that because she wants to hurt her. I don't know. Because she knows that she killed Mizuki's mom. I don't know.
通常夢の中では夢を見ている本人の姿は現れません。夢は主観的に一人称視点で見るものです。けれどシンク中は
He said dreams are first-person experiences But like the day before yesterday, I had a dream, and like there's plenty of third person moments in that dream where I was like literally watching myself. But it could have, I don't know, it might not have been me, like me as myself, and I was like someone else in my dream, if that makes sense. So like the moments that I was watching from the outside was like, I don't know, maybe the moments where I was controlling or was the person are weirder than watching. If that makes sense.
シンカーは対象者の潜在意識に潜り込み、そこで再現される夢を経験します。要するに対象者の脳内で演じられる舞台をシンカーが足を運んで。
Oh, I was wondering what this was supposed to be because it's like a coliseum or some kind of like theater, but yeah, it's supposed to be this person watching the play.
なので、そこでは役者である主人公が姿を見せることになります。
Watch in third person as you got executed in your dream. Woke with a pain in your head of where you got shot. I haven't had the third person part of that happen, but I have had dreams where I got like killed, and then woke up like with a pain wherever like I got hit or like stabbed or shot or whatever. But watching third person, that sounds extra traumatic. Same with losing your arm and couldn't feel it, dude. Okay, so the dream that I'm talking about, or that I was just like referencing, the day before yesterday, I had this dream, and like basically what happened was there was these people who were doing experiments where they were like swapping animal and human brains and like running experiments to see like to try and make it so a human brain could control an animal, like put a human brain in a dog body, so that and like make it like try to make it so that a human brain could control a dog body, and then a dog brain could control a human body. And in the dream, I'm pretty sure at the end of it, they swapped my brain with some animals or something. And then when I woke up, my arm was asleep, like my arm was numb because I was like sleeping on it weird. It was like extended in a weird way that like it fell asleep, and so like I couldn't feel it, and like as I was waking up I couldn't feel it, and I was like it made me like, I was like, oh no, they swapped my brain and they screwed something up, so now I can't like control this arm anymore. And but then when I woke up fully, I was like, oh, my hand's just asleep, I'm fine, I'm still like a human. It was weird. The whole dream was weird. I was tweeting about it, like, I don't know, or I tweeted about it, and then I explained it. I talked about it yesterday in more like detail, but it was just like I was like a part of like a private investigation team, and then we got put on this like actual like investigation for some crazy scientist scientists like committing atrocities. It was intense. And then yeah, then I woke up and thought I got caught and was like had my brain swapped and they screwed it up or something.
シンカーはそれを客観的に三人称視点で見る。
Dreams are weird. Cause yeah, I was talking about it yesterday, and this game's like all about dreams, but I think I was talking about it because it's something in this game in one of the dreams. But oh yeah, it's because like in this game, like times, like when you're in a dream, you have 6 minutes to solve the puzzle. But time is slowed down because of, I don't know, like being in a dream. And it reminded me of like the weird thing of like, I don't know, like when you're sleeping sometimes and you have a dream, and then something happens in your real life, but like your whole dream changes. So like it could be like a knock on your door or something, and your whole dream just like changes, and like has like this build, like it like I've had dreams where like I'm dreaming about something and then like it shifts and like it's like now I'm like, I don't know, like in my room, like minding my own business or whatever, and then like someone knocks on my door or whatever in my dream, and then like it wakes me up and I'm like, oh, I got it, like there's actually someone knocking on my door. But like for like the dream changed and like a whole bunch of stuff happened to like lead up to that moment of someone knocking on the door, and it's like, dang dude, like dreams are so wild. Like your brain is running so, I don't know, fast in a dream, in the dream state, that it's like the first knock on the door, just like your whole dream is like, we gotta like swap everything and make it seem like that knock was natural in this dream, and then like the rest of the knocks come and you like start to wake up, you're like, that sounded kind of real, and you're like, oh wait, that was real. Because I've had plenty of dreams where I wake up, like I hear there's a knock in my dream, and like I start to wake up, and I'm like in my dream I hear the knock, and I'm like, that kind of like wakes me up, and in my, or like that like puts me in like what's it called, what's the word where you're like aware in your dream? I always forget. Dang it, I can't remember. It's like when you can control your dreams. There's like a hold on. Lucid. There you go. But like I've had, yeah, like I don't know, a lot of times where someone knocks on my door, or I hear like someone knock at the front door, and like in my dream I go lucid, where I'm like, I am now awake in my dream, and I'm like, oh, I'm dreaming, and I'm like, okay, I heard a knock, but then I'm like, that might have been in real life, but like it happened in the dream too, so I'm kind of like, I don't know. And then like I start to like either fall back asleep or wake up for real, depending on like if there's another knock, or if I like kind of, I'm like, oh, that is like real life, I gotta get up. And then I wake up, but it's always weird like when that happens, because it's like it all, like I was saying, it happens so fast in your dream that you're like I've had dreams where like I don't know, like there's a no, like someone calls my name, or like, oh, I've had nightmares, well, yeah, dreams and nightmares or whatever, where like someone's calling my name, and in my dream, like I have one specific nightmare where like I was like, I don't even remember where I was sleeping. I think I was like asleep on the couch or something, but someone was trying to wake me up, and they're like calling my name. I think it was like one of my brothers, like Chase or something, and they're calling my name, and in my dream, like I don't remember what I was doing, but eventually it like shifted into this weird nightmare where someone was screaming my name at me, and like it woke me up. Like I started to like, or yeah, I like started to like get kind of like lucid, and was like, oh, I'm having a nightmare, I should wake up. And then as I like started to wake up, I realized Chase was just like, Rigo, like just like trying to say, like just say my name, trying to wake me up. And I was like, dude, that was so weird, because like the whole dream, like there's so much, like from like the first time I heard my name in my dream, so much happened between like each time my name was said, that like it was just like, and it was like so intense and like kind of like dramatic, like I think there was like, I don't know, like someone was like dying, and like I needed my help, and I needed to save them. Like I don't know, I'm like having a, I can't remember if I'm mixing up dreams now, but there was like, I think it was this dream where it was like, oh, and it was like a nightmare, but it was like I was on like these docks, like ocean dock, like beach docks or whatever, docks on the beach or something, and it was like super dark, and I like, there was like, I had to like help like rescue someone, like some girl who was like, I don't know, like captured or something. I don't know, I don't remember what like the specifics were, but I know I had to like sneak around these docks. It was like loading docks or like supply docks or where there's like boxes and crates and stuff everywhere, and there's like she's like screaming my name, like calling for help or whatever, and I'm like trying not to die, because like there's like dudes everywhere with guns, and like the water, like I didn't want to fall into the water, because then I like, it was like super dark, and like if I would have fallen on the water, I would have like, I don't know, I would not have been able to find my way out of the water. Max Payne 3 sounds like I haven't played Max Payne 3, so maybe I dreamt up Max Payne 3. Maybe I what's the word? I tapped into the collective conscience and pulled that pulled that for a dream. A mission like that. Are they screaming your name? Because maybe I've seen it like passively, like I don't know, someone else playing it, or watched a stream or something, fell asleep to a stream or something, that put that in my dream or something. But it was like so weird though, because like I was saying, like the first like scream was like the start of me being on the docks and like trying to like get closer and like help her, and then like she like would scream in intervals, and then like I woke up and Chase was just like, Rigo, like she's trying to wake me up. Towards the end she yells. Okay, maybe I've seen that, because I've never played, I think I played like the first Max Payne or something, but I didn't play it that much, and I didn't beat it. Maybe I watched like a speed run or something, or That sounds intensive. I gotta watch that because like that one I'm gonna look it up. So like I'm gonna like search it up and then we'll check it out later because now I'm kind of creeped out. Oh, I typed May Pain. Whoops. All right, I'll leave that up and then watch that or try to watch it later. If well, I don't know. Well, okay. So the from like the thumbnails, it's not as dark as like my dream was. Oh, I was trying to like highlight the thumbnail to see if it would like autoplay a little bit like YouTube does now. But I've had dreams where like or like yeah, like I've had dreams or like seen things that I was like, dude, I totally dreamt something like that and been like creeped out because it's like I have never experienced this before in my entire life. And like, join on your D&D campaign tomorrow. I got a stream. Also, I don't know. I don't want to play D&D. I mean, I do, but I also like, I don't know. I don't want to be social, if that makes sense. Stream the campaign. Do you guys play online? Like, oh, what is this? Oh. Wait, when did you send this? Hold on. I just barely got the text. Dude, wait. That's pretty sweet. Dude, it's like, that's like, I don't know, when I see sweet tattoos, that's like the stuff, like, Chase has like a ton of tattoos, and anytime he gets a new one, he'll like come over, and you can kind of tell, because he's like, hey, be careful, I'm like, you know, I just got a tattoo or whatever, and it's like, oh, like, just like, don't touch him there or whatever, and then he shows it off, I'm like, dude, I want to get a tattoo, like, but I don't know, like I was saying before, I don't want to commit. Used to on roll 20. The video sucks. Oh, well, I mean, I could tell it was like, it's good enough to like, what's the word? Inspire me to want to get a tattoo. But it looks painful because I've heard like the wrist, like that part, like the underside of your like forearm, like towards your wrist and stuff, is like one of the most sensitive parts and like painful parts to get a tattoo. Not done yet. Gonna get trunks behind Gohan. That's pretty sweet. That's like, oh man. Do I gotta get a tattoo?
伊達さん、さっきのシンクで携帯の着信音を聞いたみたいですね。
ああ、だがどこで鳴ってるのかがわからなくてな。
あれは現実に起こった出来事なんでしょうか、それとも水木ちゃんの想像の産物？
Dude, I don't think, I'm pretty sure she heard, well, she has to have heard the ringtone. I don't know, I never heard, we gotta ask Iori what her ringtone sounds like. Or Iori, Iris. Iori, oh, that reminds me. I should do my Blue Archive, PvP.
さすがにそこまでは。
Okay.
予知夢ですか？それってソムニウムで見た死体のことと関係が？
Excuse me. Oh, I didn't even pick that up. But like, he keeps talking about prophetic dreams and like the corpse, the what's her name? Iris's corpse in the dream. And he's like thinking it's like something that might happen in the future. I didn't even think, like, I wasn't even making that connection. But yeah, what if Iris dies? And it's like, those are all like the stab wounds are her dying. If it was Mizuki, I wouldn't blame her. Oh, because the other thing is like, oh, maybe he's talking about the well, I guess this, but also the dream that we had where Iris's mom was dead. Like, she got shot by, I don't know, some dude. I assume was her husband. Dude, every time I say the word husband or hear the word husband now, I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's this stupid like meme that's been going around on Twitter. With this like, I think she's Japanese. It's like an Asian girl standing in the snow. Let me see if I can find it. But it's a stupid. They always like. They type husband like HUSBANT or HUSBANDT. And it's like supposed to be this stupid like kind of racist. Like it's like making fun of her pronunciation. Let me see. Oh, this one's kind of funny. Hold on, I'm gonna link it. But it's this like she's just like covered in snow and like miserable looking. But it always is like, oh, husband, and then like something stupid. You are finally awake. That's good. But it's like everyone, yeah, does the same thing. It's just like, oh, husband, and then like something stupid, some joke. But now, anytime I hear or say or think of the word husband, that's like the first thing that pops in my head. Okay.
ああ、そうだ。
そうですね。僕は科学者ですから、そういった類のことはまるっきり信じちゃいませんが、もしもそんなものがあるとするなら、あの女の子の背中には鉄板か何か
I mean, that could be the twist. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to like predict the twist of this game, but like I was talking about like the Zero Escape games. It's like you can know that there's time travel and like weird stuff in 999, and you will have no idea like when it's coming or like where it's going when it does come.
え？
伊達さんも見たでしょ？あの子の背中には無数の刺し傷がありました。おそらく凶器は包丁か何か。
Stab proof armor.
なんか真面目に答えちゃいましたね。
I'm about to lose this fight.
気にしないでください。予知夢なんて絶対にありえないですから。
そう。
Prophecies are not possible. Has he played 999? Oh, there we go. I was like, why did my phone vibrate? From this match. Let me finish this PvP match and I'll check that text. Dude, it's always like... Okay, I was gonna say, it's always impossible to tell when I get texts. Because like that video, I don't know when you sent that video, but then these texts, you just saying that you sent a few more pics, that's like, okay, I know I just got those. But my service is so inconsistent. But we're supposed to be moving in like a week and a half or whatever. And my service is better in that area, so it's like once I get over there, it'll be like so much better. Oh, sweet. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Oh, is that blood on the brand? Or is that like the ink that's like right after it was finished? Oh. Bardock's covering up a FF7 tattoo. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I kind of see it. Or I see where they're going. Oh. It's pretty sweet. Dude. Plasma coming off the ink. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about tattoos, but... Oh, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But it's like colored by the ink. Let's see. Your plasma's brown? That doesn't sound healthy. Dude, it just looks so painful. Like... It keeps me from... Now I'm like uninspired because I don't want to deal with the pain. But they look pretty sweet. And that's like... I don't know, like I was saying, if like I'm sure the pain is like worth it after it all is over, because it doesn't like, it hurts when you get it, and then it's like it hurts as it's healing, but then it's good to go for the rest of your life, basically. I mean, I know tattoos fade and all that, but Dragon Balls and Shinron being some... That sounds... That sounds sweet, but it's like so intense. So much to endure. Man. Full cover up of the FF7 tat. What was it? The FF7. I don't know if I've seen it or like knew about it. That's why you drink. Let's see. Are you okay? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why he's like trying to talk to her. She can't talk.
Mizuki, 聞きたいことがたくさんあるんだ。
My Eevee go to sleep? My Eevee, so like yesterday, it went to sleep in it. I had all the fur gone, which was like the first time in a while. Send a pic? Okay. I'll be waiting. I literally, I have no service right now, so I don't know when I'll get it. Looking at the thing, there's just a big circle with a line through it. So like, yeah, I was gonna say I have Wi-Fi, which like is, I don't know, it should help, but it doesn't because I don't have, I can't remember what the thing is called, but it's like, I don't know, like, you get like service over Wi-Fi or whatever, because like, my phone is, it's not a, what do you call it? It's unlocked or whatever. It's not associated with, like, I have AT&T, so you can get, like, your phone from your service provider, and they'll, like, it comes with, like, I don't know, stuff from the service provider. And, like, my phone is unlocked, but I still have, like, an AT&T SIM and like, I'm still using AT&T, but because I didn't get my phone from them, like, I didn't get an AT&T branded version of the S10 or whatever. They won't let me do the like whatever it's called, like the, I don't know, whatever over Wi-Fi, which is stupid. And I like try to do all kinds of workarounds because it even shows up in my settings. Like you can turn it on, but like you turn it on and it says it's on, and then as soon as you back out and go back in, it's off again, and it just like never actually turns on. And there's no way to like kind of like jailbreak it either, because they just like, it's like it's an OS thing where like there's specific, like, they told me I could bring my phone in and they'll install their version of the OS on my phone to let me do that, but I don't want to. I don't like that. Because it's like, I don't know. It should have been a temporary problem. They should have been like, yeah, we installed a new tower, now you get service, but I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna lose this fight.
お前は昨日誰かから送られてきたナイルを受け取った。
ナイル。
それでお前はブルームパークに。
Hand tattoo. Mustang symbol from Full Metal Alchemist. Sweet. That's like, I don't know, one of the tattoos, like, an idea. I don't know how familiar with the Fate series you are, but I mean, I've only played a little bit of like the prologue of the visual novel, and then the Feyground Order, but the like they get their command seals on the back of their hand, and I'm like, I don't know, that'd be kind of sweet, but also I'm not like into Fate enough to like, I feel like a poser if I got that. 600 Pyroxene. Okay. I won 3 fights and lost 2. I didn't make top 100.
送信者は何者だ。誰に呼び出
Not
された。
familiar at all. There's like a ton of anime to watch of it. I've watched the first like 3 episodes of Fate Stay Night, but that's it. Cause I watched the first 3 episodes and I was planning on watching the rest, but then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna read the visual novel instead, cause it's like, cause there's like I was saying, there's like a bunch of there's Fate Stay Night, there's Heaven's Feel, there's Unlimited Blade Works, and then there's like spin-offs and stuff like that. But like Unlimited Blade Works, Heaven's Feel, I think Fate Stay Night, like I don't know, I think Unlimited Blade Works is like related to Stay Night. I don't know. There's like, it's like complicated, but a lot of it is just like in the visual novel and like way more in depth and stuff like that. So it's like I would rather just read the visual novel and get it all in like the best because everyone's like, yeah. The other thing is like everyone's like, yeah, no, like visual novel, like there's like some of the anime quality is kind of like all over the place. Because I think either Unlimited Blade Works or Fate Stay Night was like done twice, like not like remade, but like there's like there's either 2 series of Fate Stay Night done by 2 different studios, or like Unlimited Blade Works has like a series and movies, or a movie or something done by different studios or something, and they're telling the same story just like from different people, and the quality is different. I don't know, it's like I was saying, it's complicated, it's all over the place. And I haven't really like I looked into it like years ago, and then like have just like not looked into it since, and not really cared to look into it because I'm like set on reading the visual novel instead. But yeah, I don't know. Don't just watch Stay Night. Like you'll probably have to like do a little bit of research to see where to start and like what versions to watch. So like I don't know if it's even on like Netflix or something to just like look up and watch, but just be aware of that, I guess. But it's supposed to be good, and I like Fate Grand Order a lot. Well, Fate Grand Order is like a spin-off. It's not well, it's kind of related to like the main series, in that it's like there's all these like holy grails and things like that, Grail Wars and things like that. But and like characters like sabers in it and stuff like that. But it like tells its own story and stuff like that, which starting out, I think it starts out good, or like interesting enough, like good enough, and then there's like some kind of like, it kind of like, I don't know, it gets boring, or like it's like very, I don't know, not bad but not good. But then it picks up like picks up in Camelot. Well, it picks up leading into Camelot, and then Camelot, and then Babylon or Babylonia, and then what's like right after Babylonia? I can't remember if it like goes right into the I think it's the pseudo singularities, which I skipped the first couple, and then I read most of Salem because Abigail's in it, and then skip the next ones. And then the Lost Belts I've heard a lot of good things about, but I haven't been reading them because like I don't know, like this has been happening a lot with Fate Grand Order recently, where like I'm like, they come out with a new story part and I start to read it, and then like I am either falling asleep, because I'm like, most of the time when I play it I'm like in bed and like getting ready to go to sleep, so I either start falling asleep, and so I skip so I can get to the battle and clear the battle. Excuse me. Clear the battle so I can go to sleep, or like I'm in the middle of something or waiting, like I'll be like playing 14, and I'm like in queue, and I'm just like going through the story in Fate Grand Order as I'm waiting for the queue to pop, and then the queue will pop, and I'm like, oh, okay, and then I'll like lock my phone or whatever, so I'm like not killing my battery, and then do my dungeon, and then I'll like queue up for the next thing and like open up the game and like start reading some more. But it just like, my queues keep popping and it takes too long to get through the story that I just like end up skipping to like do the battle, so I can just like close the game and play like whatever else I'm playing instead, or watch whatever else I'm watching. And then yeah, just like because I skipped the story, I'm just like, you know, I might as well just skip all the way to the end, because I'll like have to go back and rewatch that cutscene, so I'll just rewatch all of them and stuff like that. So like I've heard good things about the most recent Lost Belt stories, but I haven't experienced them myself. But anyway, I don't know, I play enough Fate Grand Order and have like spent enough time in it that like I was saying, getting a command seal or whatever, a command command seal, whatever. I think command spell is like the name of the spells that you use your command seal on or whatever. But getting that, like I would feel like a bit of a poser, because everyone would be like, oh, you like Fate Stay Night or whatever. I'm like, no, Fate Grand Order. But I don't know. I also don't plan on getting that tattoo anytime soon. That's not like, I think the first tattoo I would get if I was gonna get a tattoo is like the BioShock little like chain links on my wrists, because it's simple and small, and like I don't know, BioShock is one of my most favorite games. And then I would get the Foxhound tattoo, but that's all just like, Never gonna happen.
水木の携帯を調べてみたけど、履歴が全部削除されちゃってたのよね。
今送信者の解析を行っていますが、しばらく時間がかかりそうです。
Okay, so her phone history got wiped. Did she wipe it? I don't think they talked about her phone specifically, because so Oda dropped his phone. Iris, I don't know, we haven't heard anything about her phone, but I suspect that it was her phone that was ringing because Oda was trying to call her.
なあ水木、教えてく。
That's the same thing.
俺はお前のソムニウム、あれは現実に起こったことなのか、それともお前の夢の中での創作なのか。
伊達君、聞いても無駄よ。残念だけど、あなたは水木の心の傷を癒すことができなかった。症状は前と変わらない。この後病院へ戻すわ。医者に診てもらうしかないでしょう。
水木、俺はお前の夢の中で不思議なものを見た。凍りついたイリスの死体だ。あれは一体何だったんだ。教えてくれ、頼む。
だけ不毛なことに時間を費やすべきではない。
Everyone's telling him stop talking to her. She can't talk to you. And every time he's like, please tell me.
分かってるんだ
And
ろ。
it's like, dude, she literally
水木の
cannot.
失声症は治ってないんだ。
I wonder if this is just the end of this route.
そうだ。
We're gonna get done and they're like, yep, we couldn't get her to talk, so we can't solve this mystery. Game over.
お前はメリーゴーランドの柱の中で発見された時、アイスピックを握りしめてたな。まさかとは思うが、お前が。いや、疑ってるわけじゃないんだ。俺はただ理由が知りたいだけで。答えてくれ、水木。
Stop yelling at her.
ちょっと伊達さん、そんな大声を上げたらむしろ逆効果ですよ。
I like her expression of just like blank stare.
とにかくもう一度ブルームパークへ行ってみようと思う。
携帯を探しに行くのね。
あるかどうかはわからないが、念のため水木のこと頼んだぞ。
ええ、任せといて。
I wonder if it's Oda's phone, maybe. Because Oda would have dropped his phone. Like I was saying, Mizuki, yeah, she was hiding inside the carousel. So Oda's phone could have just been sitting on the floor nearby and like someone could have been calling it. But I don't know, he made it sound like it broke. Like he dropped it in a puddle and it shorted or something.
30代の女性、七海翔子さんの遺体が発見された事件です。司法解剖の結果、翔子さんの死亡推定時刻は昨日の午後。
This music feels very Persona.
また現場の状況から翔子さんは別の場所で殺害された可能性が高い
Oh,
として。
when do those Persona games come to Steam? Are they listed already? No. Or do they come to Steam? I know they're coming to PC. Well, I know Persona 4 is already here. Hold on. Because I really want to play through Persona 3 again. And playing through Portable. Like, I played through Fest already. So I'd be interested in playing through Portable as the girl to get, like, the different... my elbow. The different perspective, I guess. PC. Hold on. Okay. This is from the 22nd, which I think this got announced like a week ago at least. Says with Xbox Game Pass, but does it mean I have to have Game Pass to play it? I mean, that's fine, but I'd rather just like buy the game separate and own it. Okay, so P3P doesn't have a release date, but P5R, Persona 5 Royal, coming out in October. So maybe around then. Whatever. Anyway. What was I gonna say? Oh, like P5. So P5, Persona 5, and then Royal. I'm pretty sure it's just Royal. Like, I hear people say Royale, and I see people spell it like that article I was just reading had it written as Royale. And it always like makes me like doubt whether I'm right or not, because I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's Royal, and oh wait. So like looking it up, it's all coming up as Royal. But I know the Japanese version is like the something. It might be the Royal or the Royale. And I think that might be where the mix-up comes. Released in Japan is the Royal. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I wonder if people just like... Maybe someone said Royale early on and it just stuck.
警視庁は捜査の範囲を拡大し、不審者の目撃情報などがないか調べを進めています。次のニュースです。今日午後6時10分頃、東京都港区の首都高速道路都心環状線外回りで大型トラックや乗用車など計5台が絡む玉突き事故がありました。この事故で男性1人が全身を強く打って意識不明の重体、他6人が軽傷を負い、付近の警視庁は最初に追突した大型トラックの運転手を事故の原因など詳しく
I wonder if that's relevant. I was like starting to skip through it because I was like, I don't know, like this has nothing to do with anything we're dealing with. But then now, like as soon as I got to the end with them like ellipsing, it was like, okay, wait, maybe that will matter later. But some kind of accident. 6 people got injured. 1 guy went to the hospital. Truck driver got in trouble. Why is she showing up? Where is she? Oh, I can't turn that far. Bench. It's a bench. I can't look at the barrier this time. Reika from the Cabaret Club. This is what I'm talking about though. This guy needs to make a wish on a shooting star and I want to motorboat. Like, I hate this guy. He's cringe. It's weird. Like, I understand it's like, oh, it's his internal monologue and stuff, but it's not always internal. Cause like, he hits on Aiba or like makes suggestive stuff, like says suggestive things to Aiba, and it's like always annoying. Leave her alone. That's my wife. I'm kidding. What was I watching? I was watching something, or maybe it was just like an image I saw somewhere. But it was like this, it was like a Japanese girl or something. And she had a picture of like a bunch of, oh, maybe it was like a VTuber or something. Maybe it was like a clip. But she had like, it was like a picture of like a bunch of boys in like some game. And she's like, these are all my husbands. And I was like, dude, that's literally, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. You see it a lot with dudes who are like, this is my wife, these are all my wives or whatever. But I like hardly ever see it with women. I just like see, I mean, I do, like, you see them claim a character as their husband, but never like as extreme as like, I don't know, as that. I mean, it's not that extreme or whatever, but it's like, I don't know. I always see that joke come from dudes, like hardly ever from women. Women, I don't know. They stay away from anime characters, I feel like. All this like useless information. But I have to clear it out, because what if it's not? What if I miss something important? Oh, I didn't talk to Aiba. Okay. Scream boldly. Oh god. Wait. Girl's sitting in the passenger seat.
Kimi, こんなところに入ってきちゃダメじゃないか。ここは立ち入り禁止だよ。っていうか君、なんか体が透けてるね。
Does he actually not recognize her? Or
体が透けて。まさか幽霊。
アホ。私だよ、私。
たわしの霊。
そんなもんはおらん。
じゃあお前は。
だから私だって言ってんだろ。
たわし？
たわしじゃない。
もしかして相棒か。
See, I'm pretty sure he's saying Aibo. Hold on. I'm scared I'm gonna spoil myself. AI Somnium Files. Aiba. I just want to look up the character to see like Japanese name. Yeah, Aibo. He calls her Aibo. Why did they even change that? They could have just wrote Aibo, because Aibo's not a real name anyway. Like.
いや、ちょっとな。寂しいだろうと思って出てきてやった。
どんな理屈で？
お前の左の視界に AR、拡張現実の画像を重ねてるんだ。だから右目では見えない。
Oh, that's why she's okay. Yeah.
勝手に人の視界に割り込んでくんなよ。
まあいいじゃないか。たまにはさ。
そういえば今のお前の姿ってソムニウムの時と同じだな。
That's why. How did he not recognize her? It's literally her Somnium version.
何なんだよそれ。
何というと？
今まではそんな見た目じゃなかっただろ。ソムニウムで姿を現す時もお前は別の形態をしていた。
これのことか？
そう、それだ。なのになんで今さら。
夜中に暇だったから作ってみた。
は？
お前が喜ぶんじゃないかと思って。
喜ばねえよ。
そうか？お前の好みに合わせてデザインしたつもりなんだが。
だったら変更してくれ。中目黒のキャバクラティーフブラウのレイカちゃんみたいに。
断る。
なんでだよ。
なんでもだ。私は人工神経によって伊達の脳と接続している。いわば私はお前の脳という機能の一部であり、従ってシンクの際、お前の自我を構成するデータとともに、私のメインプログラムの一部も対象者の脳内に転送されることになる。ソムニウム内において私の姿が顕在化して見えるのは、
I already knew that. Or I guess we didn't know the
説明するまでもないだ
explanation.
ろう。お前とは何度もシンクを経験してきたんだ。まあ今まではこの姿で現れたことはなかったが。
確かこの辺だったよな。水木のソムニウムで携帯の着信音が聞こえてきたのは。
ふむ。
音源はさほど遠くはなかったはずだとすると、この付近のどこかに携帯が。
まあ、あるかどうかはわからないけどな。確かに夢は見ている人物の記憶によって構成されるものだ。だが現実に起こった出来事がそのままの形で再現されることは少ない。むしろ歪んだ形で現れることの方が普通だ。例えばさっきのソムニウムで経験した現象、そのほとんど全てが荒唐無稽な出来事だった。言うまでもなくあれらは現実に起こったことではない。したがって着信音も
The ringtone.
水木がこの場所で聞いたものとは限らないか。分かってるさ、そんなこと。
I don't know, it didn't sound distorted or anything, so.
手がかりがない以上かけるしかないだろ。
さっきも言った通り、この付近に携帯があるかどうかはわからない。だがもしもあるとするなら、通常では気づかない場所に
Well
存在している
hidden.
もの
But
と思われる。
why? Maybe not hidden,
この
just
辺り
can't find it.
警官たちが血眼になって調べ尽くしたはずだからな。にもかかわらず、何も見つからなかったということは、
通常では気づかない場所、肉眼では見えない場所ってことか。
We gotta use our X-ray vision again.
そうだな。少し考えさせてくれ。
Where would a phone be hidden? In the horse? Wait. Saw the word mysterious object. Yeah, what?
これは
どうやらスマートフォンのようだな。
ほらな、やっぱりあると思ったんだよ。
嘘つけ。お前だって半信半疑だったろうが。
で、こいつは一体どうやって取り出せば。
馬の体に亀裂のようなものはないな。
How did they get it
馬
in
の
there?
首も取り外せそうもない。
だが、ここにあるってことは、どっかに必ず入り口が。
待て、一つ見つかった。
どこだ。
馬の口の奥、
Oh.
小さな穴が開いている。私なら潜り込むことができそうだ。ちょっと待っててくれ。
よし、でかしたぞ相棒。
Why did they change the name? Like now that's gonna like bother me so much now that I know for sure that it's Ibo. Cause that was like what I said in the beginning. It's like I was like, it sounds like he's saying Ibo, which is like partner, which I don't know, makes sense. But why change that? Like they didn't even have to like translate it to partner. They could have just left it as Ibo. Like, hold on. Cause like I get the eyeball part, but like I don't know. It's still, you didn't need to make that pun or like kind of make the pun. I don't know. Okay, I don't really need. I was like, I realized I was like starting to read about the localization, and I was like about to like, I don't know, try to figure out like what people thought of the localization and stuff like that. Which I can do that off like later.
相棒、こいつの所有者を調べてくれ。
But I don't know. Yeah, there's like, I don't know. Like I was saying, I'm not a localizer. I've never localized a thing in my life. Oh, hold on. So I don't know what goes into localization and what the requirements and stuff are, but like I don't know. Like there's like the IBA thing. There's like something else too that I was like, why did they translate it like that or like localize it like that? Because that's like, I don't know. It's like the Japanese version of it was already like a pun on the English version, so they could have just went with the English version or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was something like that where it's like the Japanese word or name was just like taken from the English, but then their localization from that Japanese version is not to go back to the English, but to like go with something weird and out of nowhere kind of, that it's like, wait, why do that? Oh yeah, Aset, her thing, or I don't know, Aset, her name is Aset, but the nickname is Acetone, but instead of like the Japanese nickname is Acetone, which is like a play on her name, Asset or whatever, or Acetone, which they could have just been like, all right, her name is gonna be her nickname is Acetone, and could have like spelled it just like A-set one, like set tone, acetone, and it would make sense. But instead, all right, I just got that text finally. Instead they made it Tessa, Tesa, which has like it's not a pun on anything. It doesn't make sense for anything. Like yeah, it was weird. Oh, okay, well one of these is still like trying to download, but the FF7 tattoo seems sweet. Did he get messed up like when they did it, or did something happen? Like did you get, I don't know, a scar that like ruined the tattoo? But yeah, like the acetone thing, that like also bought like, hold on, let me see. Now I'm gonna look up that one. Acetone. Actually, let me not look that up, because as soon as I like typed in Aset, it's like a bunch of like autofilled or like popular searches started filling in, and I was like, I don't like, I saw Aset, the Somnium Files, and I was like, you know what, let me, before I look down this list, let me just stop, because I don't want to see like spoilers. I'll look it up later, I guess. I don't know, but still, like that's like what I'm talking about though. Like there's like localization stuff like that I'm like, why who localized this game? Hold on, better not be 8.4. They got Somnium Files localization team. I typed levelization. Not. Let's see. Well, I guess Spike Chunsoft probably is the localization, right? Because they publish, but I think they also might localize. Yeah, it's a Japanese video game development and localization company. Okay, whatever, never mind. Okay.
番号は
I don't think this is gonna be Oda's phone, right? They said he dropped it.
そいつはレンタルスマホのようだ。
Never mind, rental phone.
レンタル。
所有者は不明。偽名で登録されている。
I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but like the rental phone thing just made me like think of Better Call Saul. I can't wait till like the next part, like the last half, the last half of the season, the final season, whatever. I think it's supposed to. What date does that actually start on? Hold on. Better Call Saul, season 6, part 2. Return date July 11th. Okay. I love that show. I can't wait. I really like. Part of me is like, I want to rewatch it from the beginning before this, before it finishes. But yeah, I don't know. Like he was like selling burner phones or whatever for a while. Wait.
だってスマホの履歴を調べるんだ。
消されたのか。発信履歴は一つも残ってないな。
着信履歴の方は
あったぞ。一見着信時刻は昨日の午後9時2分。
水木と太田が死体を発見したのは午後9時頃。
やっぱり水木は夕べここで聞いたんだ。このスマホの着信音。
Okay. So she did hear a phone.
ソムニウムで経験したのは事実だったというわけか。
But who called and why? Why am I? Oh, I
電
have
話を
to.
かけてきたのは誰だ。
名前は表示されていない。アドレス帳に登録されていない番号からだ。というか、アドレス帳全体が白紙になってる。登録されている番号は一件もない。
Oh, I was
ダ
gonna.
メだ。
That made it sound like the number
この番号に
wasn't
同じく
there.
レンタルスマホのものだ。
Okay, because I was gonna say, then what's the whole point of this phone being here if there's no calls coming in, no calls going out, no contacts, no nothing? We probably aren't gonna find fingerprints on it. We just know there's a phone here. How does that help? In like, I can't even see that like helping, like being a clue in any way other than someone admitting or like, yeah, I don't know. Somehow someone saying I left my phone or dropped my phone into a carousel horse.
偽名で登録されていて。どうした。
バッテリー切れだ。
うん。
スマホの表示が消えた。相棒、さっき伝えた番号覚えてるか。
Excuse me.
もちろんだ。
かけてくれ。私は警視庁の伊達というものですが。
バカかお前は。
I was gonna say, why would you admit that you're a cop?
だろうな。しょっぱなから警視庁を名乗るバカがどこにいる。
だってしょうがないだろ。心の準備ができてなかったんだ。
お前がかけろって言ったんだぞ。
そうだが、まさか繋がるとは思わなくて。
呆れた。呆れて物も言えん。
言ってるじゃないか。
Can't she like trace? Well, I mean, she should have been trying to trace.
相棒、もう一度かけてくれないか。今度こそうまくやるから。
本当だろうな。
Why would they answer again?
おかけになった電話番号への通話
Oh,
は
okay.
お客様のご希望により
着去か。着去されたんだな。
着去ってなんだ。
着信拒否のことだよ。
He's just making words up. Call deny?
ああ、中目黒のキャバ嬢、レイカちゃんにされたやつだな。
Dude, Reika hates him.
そう、嫌な記憶が蘇ってきた。
Okay. Call Reika.
は？どうして？
突然声が聞きたくなった。
着去されてるから不可能だ。
お前なら別の回線が使えるだろ。
確かに使える。だが断る。公衆電話でも使ったらどうだ？
Yeah, why doesn't he have his own phone? Oh, because he just uses Aiba. Yeah, what cell tower? What cell tower?
新宿3丁目の付近だ。
範囲が広すぎるな。相手の携帯はスマホなんだよな。
そうだ。番号からレンタルスマホであることは分かっている。
GPS は
機能はついているがオフに設定されているようだ。ついでにもう一つ言っておくと、今他の回線を使ってもかからない。お前が余計なことを言うから。さあな、馬の口から入れたことは間違いないと思うが、犯人なのかそれとも別の誰かなのか。
Yeah, why was his phone in here?
もちろん理由も不明だ。
Because it's not like, well, I mean, if it was recording audio or something, maybe, but would it even be able to hear much through the horse? And then, it's not gonna be able to record video from inside the horse. Like, yeah, like the only thing I can think is like it was put there so that someone could call it at 9:02 p.m. to like make it ring to traumatize Mizuki somehow, or like, I don't know, affect her. I don't know. Someone's trying, like I was saying, they put it in the mouth to hide it or something.
事件の関係者である可能性は高いな。相手はこちらが警視庁と名乗った途端、おまけに着信拒否。どう考えてもやましいことがあるようにしか思えん。今さら言っても無駄だろう。相手はもう移動してるだろうし。
だよな。
Okay.
相棒、もうこの場所に用はない。
どこに行くんだ。もしかして
ああ、どうしても気になるんだよ。
予知夢。
Oh. Curious about the prophecy. I was like, I'm going to Iris's house because she's a suspect?
バカバカしい。
いいから行くぞ。
Because he's worried about her. Even though she killed Shoko. Alright, I gotta pee and I want to get more water. So, depending on where this goes. Oh, alright, I'll wait till after this. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run an ad. Forgive me. I'll be back. Okay. Um. Okay. I was like, am I forgetting something? Let's see. Look around before I talk to her. That's that. Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's a mysterious object, but there's multiple. I was gonna say, is it gonna be weird again?
伊達さん。
ああ、ちょっと匂いが。
I hate this dude. He's why? Why did they do that? It's not even funny. It's just cringy. Like it's not even funny. Like ironically, like haha, like he's a creeping weirdo. It's just like, what are they doing? Definitely my least favorite part of the game. When he has to be a freak. She's doing this riddle thing again. No, it's not a real riddle.
森の中で全ての動物が集まって会議をすることになりました。ところが、その会議に参加できない動物がいました。その動物とは答えは象だ。だって
Because it's in the fridge.
冷蔵庫の中に入れただろ。
That's not a riddle. It's kind of funny. I like to imagine he's just standing here looking around the room and staring at things in the distance while she's just like actually standing there waiting for him.
家具は生き物ではないから風邪はひかない。
ノリが悪いな。
What is on their heads? Like, part of me thinks it's supposed to be halos or something, but they're not dead. This guy might be dead, but these two are definitely alive. Light. It's for lighting. I got an achievement for this speaker thing.
なあイリス、お前は小さなコンポは好きか?
Cause yesterday I even like commented on it, but like, cause it doesn't make sense. But it was like trying to make a joke about how it's like, I don't know. It said like 2 big speakers on the side and then 1 longer one in the middle or something. But this is definitely shorter. Even it's like maybe slightly wider, but like this does not look phallic. And I mean, these speakers I guess could, but these were supposed to be the balls and this is supposed to be the wiener, and like none of that is like, it doesn't look anything like that. But that was like the joke it was making, I guess. And I got an achievement for it, and it said something here. I'll read it. I wish mine were that glorious. Admire the Sagan stereo equipment. They're just like, what a like, and I'm sure, yeah, right here. Do you like bigger speakers or smaller speakers?
はい、好きですけど。
じゃあ小さなコンポが
I hate this dude.
小さなコン。
もう一回。
小さな。
お前ってほんと気持ち悪い。
Also she was saying, could you say I like them big? Why, please? I like them big. But she was saying,
小さなコンポが好きで
wait.
す。小さなコンポが好きです。
She's saying she likes them. Wait. She's saying she likes them small, isn't she? Hold on. Uh. Oh, so I'm like, I searched AI Somnium Files. I like them big because I'm trying to like find the line, or would I find someone commenting on the line? Maybe, I don't know, maybe just nobody's played enough of this game, or nobody cares. Maybe I care too much. But there's like a review of the Nirvana Initiative, which is the sequel, and like all I see is like the title is like AI the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative is a pervy, and then it's like the title's cut off because that's the like that's all it's showing under Google. Which, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would like to play the sequel if I like this game enough, but I'll also wait until someone else like Pat plays it or something, and then talks about whether it's whether it's worth playing or not. Speaker. Whatever. I don't know. You have to like look somewhere like I don't know, outside of GameFAQs or like Google. I'm sure there are like specific threads, or I can like probably search on V or VG or something and find people who like I don't know are talking about it, or start my own thread. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I keep saying I don't know enough about localizations to be able to judge, but I feel like I know enough. Like I've played plenty of Japanese games with like local like that have been localized and stuff like that that haven't had these kinds of like problems or like localizations that like bother me, because I don't know, I see people complain about localizations of like games that I like or have thought like were fine localizations, and been like, man, you guys are just like nitpicking or like whining about nothing. You just wanted a literal translation. But if you wanted a literal translation, why not just like learn the language yourself, and do it yourself in your head? Because that's not what localization is supposed to be. And like I don't want literal translations. I want localizations, but I don't want localizations where they're like, I don't know, like changing and making up so much stuff. Because she's saying, yeah, like she literally said, she either said she likes them small or she doesn't like them small, but she didn't say I like them big. But I don't know. Also, why even have that in there? That's not a localization thing, but like the writers of the game in the first place were like, haha, let's have a not funny, just creep joke. Because like I don't even know who would laugh at that. Like I was saying, even ironically, it's not funny. It's like I don't even think like actual like Japanese otaku pervert creeps like that would be like, haha, look, it's funny. He's so relatable. Impatiently? Yeah. Ellipsis.
おい伊達、イリスの無事は確認できたんだ。もう気が済んだだろ。
分かってる。
ご覧の通り
Hop, hop, hoppy, happy. Oh, I guess she did do like little bunny noises.
ぴょんぴょんうさぎがぴょん。でもどうして突然あんなこと。
いや、まあちょっとな。
夢の中でお前の死体を見たから
Saw your dead body in a dream.
って
Exactly.
言わないのか。
お前は黙ってろ。ところでお母さんの姿が見えないようだが。
ママはさっき出かけていきました。誰かからナイルが届いたみたいで、なんだか慌ててるみたいだったけど。
Did the mom do it?
どこに行ったんだ。
But why?
さあ行き先は言わなかったから。
Because I talked about it earlier, how Renju, so Mizuki's dad, might also be Iris's dad. Which her mom, Iris's mom, what's her name? Oops.
誰かからない。
Mayumi? No, Mayumi is that lady. Oops. Where's Iris's? Hitomi. Let's see. Plays a video game involving shooting down alien invaders. Hitomi is Iris's mother and unmarried. Her parents died in an accident when she was 17. When did we learn that? Raised Iris alone. Due to an injury in the past, she can't move her right arm. Dude, this is still not downloading. What was I saying? She... yeah, so... I can see her killing... Shoko... because she was jealous. But they've been divorced... for what, like 5 years or something? So, like... she shouldn't care, but maybe Miyuki's getting more attention than Iris, or Iris, like the fact that Renju or Mizuki, I said Mizuki, or did I say Mizuki? I don't know, whatever. The fact that Iris or Mizuki knows that Renju is her dad, and he's like, you know, like Iris is basically, what do you call it? Well, she is an illegitimate child, I guess, but Renju like won't admit it, I guess, or she doesn't know, and so maybe that's like what she's jealous of, and that's why she went and killed Shoko. But why kill Shoko and not Mizuki? Unless it's just like, oh, because Mizuki's a kid and it's not her fault, but still, like, kill Renju, not Shoko. What? But I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Futa Amanoma. Likes multiples of 16. Togoro 10. What is that? Oh, it's a food. A Japanese cuisine. It's a dish in Japanese cuisine made from agarophytes. What is that? Oh, it's seaweed. Okay. The pictures made it look like squid or something. And then amore. Whatever. Dislikes cats. Conservatives. Cyclopes. Hobbies, magical girls. I feel that. Skills, building models, imitating vuvuzelas. What does that even... Tries to make the noise. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Now the mom seems suspicious. Early. Oh, Shovel Forge. I thought we were supposed to go on a date. I thought we said we weren't going to play Shovel Forge. Oh, yeah. There you go.
まだ午前0時を回ってませんよ。ちゃんと言いつけを守っておとなしくしてたんですから。だて。あ、そうだ。お茶でも飲んでいきません？
いや、悪いがもう失礼するよ。
もう帰っちゃうんですか？
まだ片付けなきゃいけない仕事がたんまりと。
じゃあ今夜1時の配信を見てくださいね。
配信？
あ、忘れちゃいました？私こう見えてもネットアイドルなんですよ。
ネットで何かやるってことか？
Oh, it's like I hit next, but
夜
it's
中の1時
taking
に
forever.
そうです。
ダメだろ、高校生なんだから。
ああ、そういうおっさん臭いこと言っちゃうんだ。
事実おっさんだからな。
でも大丈夫で
He's
すよ。
only 30.
今日のは商業的なやつじゃなくて個人的な配信だから。
そういう問題じゃないだろ。
それに明日は日曜日だし。
曜日も関係ない。
とにかく見てくださいね。
What's the issue?
ちゃんと見たかどうか明日のデートで確認しますから。
わかったよ。
Oh god, is she gonna get murdered on stream?
まあなんだ、何事もなくてよかったじゃないか。
ああ、そうだな。
だって私
Oh, I forgot she said that too, yeah.
死んじゃうから。
It literally says she's gonna die, and then we see her dead in a dream. This, like... What does Gyokai mean? Hold on. I'm gonna have to look up each and every one of these when they come up. Gyokai. Business world, business circle, the industry. Business, vocation, arts, performance. Oh, that's the first kanji, and then world is the second kanji. Okay. Oh, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, that, like, I don't know, like the text in the black and white. I don't know, I don't know why. I think I saw it on Twitter or something as like a joke or something. But I keep thinking of the serial experiments lane, the present day, present time thing where he starts laughing or whatever. And so like seeing that, I like that because that's like been fresh in my head. And also kind of wanting to watch Lane again. It's been on my mind. It's like every time I see those, that like just like pops up in my head. Okay. Dude, so like a lot of these are like pointless, and then they're like fresh again for me to like click on and have nothing happen. But I have to do it.
あれ、はるかもいつまで飾っ。
私にとっては毎日が
Oh,
誕
I was
生
gonna say,
日み
didn't
た
he
い
say
な
that
もんなの
last time?
日々新たな自分に生まれ変わってるから。
ボスっていつもデスクの上に座ってるよな。
椅子に座った方がいいっすか？
まさかそのくだらんダジャレを言うためじゃ。
Mhm.
それは8年前の傷害事件で使われた凶器よ。
I was gonna say, what does she need a gigantic triangular ruler for?
数学の女性教師が交際していた不倫相手の男性をその定規の先端で刺し、
三角関係のもつれを三角定規で解決しようとしたわけか。
シャレにならんな。
最近始めたのよね、スノーボード。
なんでまた。
歌舞伎町のホストの子から一緒に行こうって誘われて。
Dude, snowboarding is too much work. I was actually talking about, well, because like it's like, yeah, it's too much work, and like, I don't like, snowboarding is cool. Like, I've only gone once and it was fun, but like, I don't ever want to go again because it like, it hurts. Like, if you're not, I don't know, if you're not good enough, I guess you're gonna fall a lot. And it's like, I don't know, you have to like go to the top, then you go down, you have to go to the top and go down. But like I just like compare it in my head to skateboarding, which is like skateboarding, you can skateboard anywhere, you don't have to go to the snow. You can skateboard anywhere. You don't have to like skateboarding, you control like, you don't have to go to the top of a hill to like skateboard. Snowboarding, you literally like, you're not going anywhere. I don't know. Skateboarding just seems so much more convenient and fun than snowboarding, and less painful, and way more accessible.
それなんか壊れちゃってるみたいなのよね。だって漕いでも漕いでも前に進まないんだもの。ああ、それは10年前に付き合ってた彼氏よ。別れた時首をはねて石膏で固めたの。
なんでこんなもんが。
ここって地下の6階にあるでしょ。もしかしたら大雨が降って水没しちゃうかもしれないじゃない。
そんな浮き輪ごときで助かるとは思えんが。
I was gonna say, a lot of these things, like, they'll have, even if they have something to say, it'll stay green, so you can click on it again and it'll change like a stationary bike for indoor training or whatever. This one actually changed Boss's former lover instead of just like, oh, plaster head or whatever. I don't think I looked at this last time. The symbol.
人間の生き血がかかると裏のところからジャキーンって爪みたいなやつが飛び出して。
どっかで聞いたことあるな。
Why does that sound familiar? Mask with spikes that come out that drink your blood. Oh, the stone mask. Which is a JoJo thing, isn't it? Yeah. And the only reason I know about it is because it's in like Castlevania games. So I know it as a Castlevania reference, referencing JoJo. So a JoJo reference and a Castlevania reference in AI, the Somnium Files reference.
「縁起がいいでしょ。魚を取るのも犯人を捕まえるのも似たようなもんだし。将棋の駒ってなんで五角形なのか知ってる？お互いに同じ持ち駒を使って互角の条件で戦おう。そういう意味が込められてるからなんだって。へえ、
そうなのか。
まあ今私が考えたんだけどね。
I was gonna say
でっち上げかよ。
shogi pieces.
たやつだ。
Like what is a pentagon shape? Like how is a pentagon shape more equal than other shapes for shogi pieces? Whatever. She made it up, so it doesn't matter.
そのボールを見ると高校の頃の彼氏を。
God, everything is my old boyfriend.
ボス、昨日はサッカーボールを見ると思い出すって。
ああ、ちょうどそのぐらいの大きさだったのよ。
Reminded me of his balls. Okay.
それは重度なやむ。
Oh, whoops. Why does he sound like that?
私ワインには目がないのよね。伊達くんにも目がないけど。
右目。
左目もだ。
RIP はレストインピースの略よ。安らかに眠れって意味。
誰に対する言葉だ？
ホストクラブのマー君。
I don't know if Ma is like.
厳密に言うと RIP の元になったのはラテン語のレクイエスカトゥインパーチェという安らかに眠れという意味は同じだが。
Ma's tombstone. Is Ma a dude? She's from the host club, but could also be like, I don't know, Ma as in like mom or whatever. And she like runs it or something.
Fazakon パザコンから風が吹き出している。
誰がパザコンよ。
Oh, I was gonna talk about that yesterday. So like Iba is sitting here, so we see ourselves. I always wondered what it's like how weird it is. Like, I don't know, if you have to get like, I mean, they might put you to sleep or something so you don't notice, but, or like if you get like some kind of injury where like an eyeball pops out or something, and like, I don't know, might be hanging or like just like at a weird angle, so now your vision is all kind of like screwed up, or you're seeing like different, I don't know how to explain it. Cause like if you go cross-eyed, you can see like, I don't know, it's like, yeah, your vision like splits and you can like see. I keep going cross-eyed, like, and it's like, I probably look stupid. Whatever. Anyway, you see, yeah, like your vision, like your eyes, kind of like, cause like when you look at stuff, you're like focusing, so it looks like one thing. But when you go cross-eyed or like, what's the opposite of cross-eyed? Like when you're just like staring past something, and so then like the stuff that's like in front of you, like right now I'm like staring at my monitor, but my hand is in front of my face, so like there's like two hands, I guess, if that makes sense, but they're like, it's because like when I focus on it I see one, but when I look past it my eyes are like, they're not focusing, so they're like, it's splitting because my eyes are at like different angles now or whatever. But whatever, anyway, I always like, not always, but like I think about like, dang, like how weird would it be if like, yeah, like your eyeball like just got like separated from your body, but you can still see through it, and like would that like break your brain, if that makes sense? Like, I don't know, because like, yeah, if you're like getting a surgery on your eye, like what do they call it, like stalk, I don't know if it counts as a stalk in like humans or whatever, but like the part of your eye that's like connected to your brain, if like your eyeball was like pulled out so they could like operate on that or something, I don't know how, they might just like cut your skull open and like operate on it that way or something, but like if you're awake, would it be like hard for your brain to process like your eyes being like that? I don't know, maybe not, or maybe you can get used to it. Like I was saying, like this is happening, it's probably like super weird the first time, but like after like, I don't know, she's been doing this for like 6 years or whatever, 5 years, probably get used to it. Because there's animals that do that, like animals that can move their eyes, like flounders and stuff, and I don't know, they seem to be fine, but they're also animals, so they're kind of, their brains aren't as complicated maybe.
確かに水木については謎が多いな。だが直接話を聞かないことには何とも。
I want some of that tea,
失声症早く
but I don't want to make
出る
it.
といいんだが
I mean, it doesn't take much, but I just don't want to. I just don't want to have to take the time and attend to it.
だってお前は昨日イリスとデートをすると約束した。一体どうするつもりだ？
ちょっと何よそれ。
ただの社交辞令だ。
約束とはルールであり、プロ絶対遵守しなければならない。
人間の世界にはな、
Oh
曖
no
昧な約束ってもんもあるんだよ。
つまりなかったことにすると。
そうは言ってない。今日という一日が終わるまでにはまだたっぷりと時間がある。それまでに軽く会って話せばデートしたことになるだろう。
じゃあ本気でデートをするわけじゃないんだな。
当たり前だろ。
She's gonna release that video.
そうか、ならいいんだが。
あれちょっと相棒。
That's what I was gonna say. She said if you say so, but the way she said it,
そうか、なら
she's like relieved. She's jealous.
もしかして
バカ、そんなわけないだろう。なんで私があんな小娘に。
はいはい。
本庁のデータベースには灘見翔子殺害事件に関する捜査報告がざっと見たところ特に進展はなさそうだ。なあだって久しぶりにあの店にでも行ってみたらどうだ。
あの店？
小金横丁にあるスナックマーブルのことだよ。
What would be at the bar? I don't know, just like talking to people, I guess. Oh, Mama runs Marvel. She's an informant.
"昨日のシンクの後病院へ戻したわ。しばらく入院することになるんじゃないかしら。
I wonder, how do you even treat aphonia? Well, I guess when it's like psychogenic or whatever. The mainstay treatment of psychogenic aphonia is speech therapy in concordance with psychotherapy. That was just like the first line on Google. Should probably read into it more than that.
そいつは妙だな。水木の携帯は今伊達の自宅にある。GPS や Wi-Fi のアクセスポイントから考えて間違いない。
家に帰ったってことか。
I was gonna say either she left her phone at home, or left the hospital.
おそらくそうだろ
だがどうして？
う。さあな。
Oh, I didn't talk to myself. Oh, whoops.
あのスマホ本庁の方に回していろいろと調べてもらったの。そしたら分かったことがいくつか。
Fingerprints?
まずあのスマホの所有者は
Oh, it's
2日
Shoko's
前に殺
phone.
された灘見翔子よ。
Okay, wait. So then someone called Shoko. Huh. Wait, but yeah, it's a rental. So Shoko rented this smartphone?
証拠？
ええ。 顔認証のプログラムに彼女の相棒だけが登録されてたの。
あのスマホに電話をかけてきたのは誰だ？
残念だけど相棒が調べたこと以上の情報はないわ。発信元の番号はレンタルスマホのもの。登録者は偽名を使っていたため。
だがさっきの情報から分かったことがある。
Wait.
昨夜我々が発見したスマホは証拠のものだったんだろ？
そうよ。
発信者が電話をかけたのは2日前の午後9時2分。証拠が殺された後だ。このことから分かるのは、
発信者は殺害犯である可能性は低い。
Caller probably wasn't the murderer. Probably.
殺した相手に電話をかける理由がないから。
But also, yeah. Like, well, why would they call the person they just murdered? But also, why would they stuff the phone in the horse instead of like taking it with them or disposing of it somewhere else? I don't know.
でも犯人は水木に電話を取らせようとしたのかも。
Trying to get Mizuki to call. The other thing is like, I don't know, maybe they call the phone to make it ring to make sure Mizuki heard it to like,
そのために水木を現場に呼び出して。
like I was saying before, what was the point of having the phone in there in the first place? That like, yeah, I don't know.
だったら馬の中なんかにスマホを隠したりはしないだろう。もっと見つけやすい場所に置いておくはずだ。
それもそうね。
Okay.
相変わらず特に進展はなしよ。ほんと本庁の連中は無能なんだから。唯一の手がかりといったら昨日伊達くんが見つけてくれたあれが突破口になってくれるといいんだけど。沖浦の件についてだけど。
沖浦？
昨日所轄の警察で事情聴取を受けてから
Oh, right.
連絡
I
が取れなく
forgot.
なったって
Yeah.
言ったでしょ。
Vanished after he was questioned. But I don't know. I don't think he did it. But I think he might have known that he told me he did it.
その居場所がね、分かったの。
If she did it. I don't know. Oh, they found him.
中央病院よ。昨日の夕方、交通事故
Oh,
に
he
巻き
was
込
in
ま
the
れ搬送され
accident.
たらしいわ。意識不明の重体だって。
He was the one who's in. That's why they had that. Okay. Because when they had that like news program playing, and they're like, "Oh, you know, there was an accident and a bunch of like 6 or 5 cars involved, 6 people injured or whatever, 1 guy in the hospital, unconscious in critical condition." I was like, why they make me sit and listen through that? Like, unless it's gonna be relevant later, and here it is.
それってもしかして
首都高の
あ、知ってたんだ。
昨べブルームパークへ向かう途中、ラジオのニュースで聞いた。
だが渋滞となったのがまさか沖浦だったとは。
伊達くん、沖浦から話
Go
を聞
talk
いて
to
き
him.
て。
Isn't he unconscious and things are not looking good?
彼は殺された名波翔子の元夫。何か手がかりを知ってるかもしれないわ。
だけどあいつはまだ意識不明の重
Are
体
they
だ。
gonna make me sync with him?
だったら叩き起こせばいいじゃない。友達なんでしょ。
無茶言うなよ。
I'll look crazy. Keep trying until something happens.
なあ俺10回クイズやろうぜ。おう受けて立つ。
Oh
ピ
god.
ザって10回言ってみて。ピザピザピザピザピザピザピザピザピザピザ。じゃあキャバ嬢のレイカちゃんがドリンクを入れてほしい時に撫でてくるところは膝。
What? I know that's a pun, but like, I don't think it translated at all. I don't think of your favorite cabaret girl. Now, what does a cow drink? Milk.
いずれにせよ発信者が怪しいことに変わりはないわ。怪しさポイントその1、発信者は偽名を使ってスマホを登録してる。その2、伊達くんが警視庁の名前を出した途端、その3、さらに伊達くんの番号を着去してからおまけに電源まで切った。
完全に伊達の失態だ。減俸処分を要請する。
充電できなくなってもいいのかよ。
その辺のコンセントでするから大丈夫だ。
とにかく何としてでも発信者を特定して。減俸されたくなかったらね。
What's happening? I can't move. What? Oh, that was weird. I don't know why my mouse just like got stuck in that corner and I couldn't move it at all. Like it wasn't even like going off screen, off the like to my second monitor.
Aibo, 行くぞ。
了解だ。
Let me go talk to him first. I don't know. Or try to. It seems like the more important one to pick. I don't know if timing matters at all. Like if I should have done one of the other ones or something. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. I also want to... Wait. Where is he? Let me explore this room and then I'll go make a cup of tea.
この病院の看護師です。沖浦さんの担当を。それが夜中に抜け出して
He
しまった
snuck
みたい。
out.
抜け出した？
沖浦さん、運ばれてきた時は内臓破裂の重体で、一応手術は無事に成功したんですが、このままでは傷口が開いてしまって、最悪の場合。
最悪なことに。
ええ、ほんと弱りました。一体どこ行っちゃったんでしょう。
Just follow the blood. I don't know.
沖浦のやつ、あいつには翔子殺害時のアリバイがない。捜査の報告書にそう記載されていた。
He is suspicious, but I don't suspect him of doing it. I suspect he told me now.
いや、だがアリバイがないだけじゃ。
だけじゃないだろ。沖浦とは連絡が取れない状態が続いている。さらにあいつは入院中の水木の元を訪れようともしなかった。
Like he probably knows something,
実の娘
but I don't know. I don't
ひどい
think
言
he
動を目の当たり
killed
にして
Shoko.
心に深い傷を負ったっていうのにだ。おまけに今回の失踪、重体であるにもかかわらず、あいつは病院を抜け出した。もしかしたら逃亡を図ったのかも。
アイボ、レムニスに電話を。
了解。
Oh, the receptionist.
プロダクションレムニスケイト。ご用件はなんじゃらほい？
どこに行ったか何か心当たりは？
それがさ、わかんないんだよね。うちらも探してんだけど、全然連絡が取れなくて、めっちゃ心配してるっつうか、体とかマジやばくねみたいな。
Maid cafe?
サンポケ？それってもしかしてサンフィッシュポケットのことか？
昨日の午後ね、沖浦さん、突然散歩系を貸し切りにするとか言い出したの。なんかシークレットイベントでもやるつもりだったんじゃないかな。だけど事故に巻き込まれちゃって、できなくなって。その関係で散歩系にいるって可能性
Still,
も
he
な
might
き
be
にしも
there.
あらずで。
So he got into a car accident, almost died, had to get a bunch of surgeries, left the hospital with like, I don't know, injuries and like surgery, and went to a maid cafe.
ありがとう。役に立ったよ。
お安いご用。さらばじゃ。
散歩系か。
行ってみる価値はありそうだな。
I'm not done looking.
今ご覧の通り、もぬけのか。沖浦さんの病室です。間違いあります。
Excuse me.
さあ鳥さん、飲み込んだ鮎を吐きなはれ。鮎を吐いておく。
それは京都の鵜飼だ。
Yeah, I was like, what is he? Some of these, like, I don't know.
おいだて、見ろ。テレビの中からサバコが。
サバコって誰だよ。
Yeah, who's Sabako? What? Oh, Sadako? Sabako. Dumb.
誰もいないな。
あ、いない。
But yeah, some of these like internal monologues or whatever are just like so random and like I don't know, like they come off as if they're supposed to be funny, but they're just like weird. But also like it's like maybe that's like the point is like just like internal monologue. Like not everything makes sense, and sometimes I don't know, it's just for you. So like me being able to hear his thoughts and stuff isn't. It's not supposed to happen. So, the stuff that I don't know, I like it. Like I'm sure if people could hear my internal monologue every now and then, they'd be like, "Okay, what? That's random," or whatever. Nonsensical. What was the other place? That was like, oh, the hospital is now off the list. I was like, Marble. There was like, Marble's where Mama is Sunfish Pocket. That's 0. On the left, right here. I wonder if the rest of these are anything. Akihabara. Something theater. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was like, I see Marble, I see Sunfish Pocket, but there's like a third one, and I was thinking this would be the hospital, but whatever. I guess we should go here next, but well, we'll go, and then depending on what happens, I'll see if I'll make tea now or wait till after. Yeah, that's 0. Oh, it's 9.99. It's just like the cover. I think that's like. It's not the cover, but it's like I've seen that image with like 9.99 on it before. Maybe it's just like an ad or something. Or maybe it's the cover for the Japanese version? No. Maybe? I don't know.
かえりなさいませ、海王様。
Seeking.
海王。
あれ、もしかして当店のご利用は初めてですか？
いや、客として来たわけじゃないんだ。ちょっと話を聞きに。
Oda.
あいつ。失礼。
ああ、ちょっと待ってくださいよ、海王様。
伊達さん。
Why does he has like a trident? Okay, I'm gonna go make. Well, I'm gonna start the water. I'll be right back. Okay. To go check on that in a couple minutes. Oh, I can't look at the trident. So I got these little Hello Panda chocolates. Pretty good. I've had these in I've had these in Japan, but they showed up in the house and I was like, oh sweet. I don't know. I know it's like melon cream soda, whatever. And they have like ice cream in it. But I've had cream soda like in a can. I don't know. Like I've never had a cream soda like that. So I wonder if it, I don't know, tastes the same, tastes similar. Like I'm sure the cream soda in a can isn't like they had soda and they put ice cream in it like that and then canned it. But I don't know. I wonder if this is gonna make sense at all.
わかった。アイスでしょ。
ブブ
ライスか。
ー、ライスは飲めないでしょ。
It's like, yeah, it's not even a drink.
正解は合成数でした。
難易度高っ。
ていうか
That wasn't a joke. Or a riddle. Or a pun. Or anything. I mean, maybe it was a pun in Japanese, but... I'm gonna try to, like, clear out everything except for talking to him or the girl. And then I'll go get the tea brewing.
ねえ、伊達さんはどの子がタイプ？
悪いがどの子もタイプじゃねえよ。
There's no Reika.
俺は初ガツオより戻りガツオの方が好きなんだ。
どういう意味？
ここの子たちじゃ幼すぎるって意味じゃないかな。
I should tell him we're going on a date with Iris later. Or a set. I don't know if he probably knows her name is Iris. Hmm.
一体どんな店なんだここは。
あれ、浮き輪に見えるでしょ。でも本当はホワイトチョコで
Huge donut.
巨大なドーナツなんですよ。
あの木
切り取られた人魚の下半身
Oh
が
God.
詰め込まれてます。
せめて尻尾って言ってくれないかな。
He has the severed bottom half of a mermaid. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, good night, Gabby. I don't know if I missed it. I literally like just went to start brewing tea. But if you're here, good night. What was I doing? I gotta go check on it in 3 minutes, like 2.5 minutes. Waited for it? Well, thanks for waiting. Sleep tight. Thanks for hanging out.
この店ではメイド役の店員のことをマーメイドというらしい。
Why can I X right here? I don't like that.
そういえば自己
I mean, I
紹介
know
がまだだ
why,
な
but now I don't want to.
俺は警視庁の伊達というものだ。
もしかして刑事さん？
まあそんなようなもんだ。
このお店ではお客様のことを海王様とお呼びすることになってるんです。私たちはその海王様をおもてなしするためのマーメイド。
That's what. That's like. It's so weird. Like the whole appeal of maid cafes is like the serving. Like maids. That's their whole thing. It's so weird, and it's like, well, I mean, it's different because it's intentional. It's a maid cafe. That's like the point. But I always think of like how like people. Okay. Some people don't believe this, but I do. Okay, I have a minute. Let me see if I can explain this and get into this in 50 seconds now. People like to go to restaurants because they like to be served. They like to feel superior to their waiter or waitress or whoever. And that's not the only reason, but that's like one of the reasons, is to be able to like be waited on, basically. And I think that's weird. Like I don't know. Like when I go to a restaurant or something and I have a waiter or waitress, you know, waiting, I always feel like awkward and like, I don't know. I try to make their time as easy as possible. But there's like so many times I've gone with people or like talk to people who are like complaining about their waiter or waitress, and I'm like, you don't even know, like, you don't know what they're going through. They're not here to serve you like that. Like, sure, they're here to like take your order and bring you your food, but they're not literally a slave. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run an ad because this is gonna take a little bit. I'll be right back. Okay. I put milk and sugar this time, and I took a sip, and I think milk and sugar is probably the way to go. Outside of just drinking it plain. Yeah. No honey. Sugar is the way to go with this one. Dude, it's so good. I think I put too much milk, but it's still like, you can taste the tea. Like, it's so, I don't know. Like, this is like, I don't know how to explain it. It's one of the best tasting teas I've had, but like one of the best teas. But like the taste is so, it's not like strong, but it's like discernible. I don't know, like you can taste it pretty well. Like I said, I think I put too much milk, but I can still like it just tastes milky. Like I put too much milk in that I can taste the milk pretty well. But the tea is still like breaking through it, if that makes sense. Like I'm like, it's not that I have like, it's not like drinking it, it's like, oh, I'm drinking a cup of milk, but it's like there's a lot of milk in the taste, but I can taste the tea. Whereas like if I was doing just like regular Earl Grey or like the matcha or something, it would be like harder to taste that stuff. But I can really get the flavor of like the vanilla especially. But I think like the currant and stuff like that, the black currant. Whatever, I'm very satisfied with this tea. It's, I don't know, I don't think it beats jasmine, but it's definitely up there. It makes me want to try more teas from them. Sorry, my back was itching in that like in a specific spot like for like the last hour, and I've been like trying to get it without like actually just like putting my hand under my shirt and scratching it, and nothing's been working until then. Poseidon.
私たち外貨を獲得するためにたまにこうして地上の世界で強制労働させられてるんですけど
That okay. We were given legs and feet.
私たち
But listen to this.
外貨を獲得するためにたまにこうして地上の世界で強制労働させられてるんですけど
That's so much more than we were given legs and feet.
私たち外貨を獲得するためにたまにこうして地上の世界で強制労働させられてるんですけどその時だけこんな風に足をつけさせてもらって
Because the next line. Why did they mix them up like that? Well, I guess it's not that they mixed them up, but it's like the I guess like the difference in grammar.
だってそろそろ出ようか。
いや、まだ聞きたいことがたくさんあるんだい。
ちょっとハマりかけてるだろう。お前。
いえ、来てないと思いますけど。
最後に来たのはいつだ？
いつだったかな。沖浦さんはこの店のオーナーであって店長ってわけではないので、たまに様子を見に来るぐらいでめったに顔は出さないんですよ。
I knew it.
だって残念だったな。X 線モードを使っても彼女の服が透けたりは。伊達の心拍数、血圧、ともに上昇。
I like skeletons.
血中の PEA、フェニルエチルアミンの濃度が高まっている。お前、一体何に興奮を
Why? She's still green, so it's like there's still more. Oh. Yeah. Okay, there's still more.
本気で引くわ。
I complain about it, but then I like go and see it all anyway. Oh. I wonder if that'll like come in later. I'm sure it will, because like the way like this camera is like flashing, like they could have just had it like there and not have like a bright red light that's blinking, or I don't know, not have it noticeable at all unless it's going to be important, come up later. Yeah, tell me about this spear.
槍じゃなくて森だよ。ギリシャ神話に登場する海の神ポセイドンが持ってる鳥合いな。トライデントって呼び方の
Dude,
方
this
が
tea
有
is so
名
good.
かな。
I want like, I put like a teaspoon of sugar, and a little bit, well, I thought a little bit of milk, but too much. And it was mostly because like I put less water in my tea. Like when I brew it and I'm planning on putting milk, I put less water and I let it brew for like a little bit longer, because then when I pour it in the cup there will be room for milk. But I put too much milk because I was like, all right, let me fill it up to like where I usually fill it up to, like in my cup, with milk, instead of the water that would be there instead, the tea that would be there instead. But as I was like pouring it in, I was like, man, like there's like I'm gonna have to put a lot of milk to get to where I usually do. And I was like, I should have stopped before, like I shouldn't have gone all the way up, but I did anyway. But then yeah, I put in like a teaspoon of sugar, and I feel like I should have put in a little bit more sugar, either more sugar or less milk, or both, because it's like I can taste the sweetness, but it's like just like so barely there that I think I would like it a little bit more with a little bit, like a little bit sweeter.
なんでそんなもん。
このお店では海王様全員にその森をお渡しするシステムになってるんです。
A ranking system. Okay, so they get different ones. That seems so complicated.
ランクに応じて色が変わるんだ。
Color changes.
ブロンズ、シルバー、ゴールド、プラチナ。最高級はオリハルコン。
Or a calcum. Okay.
要するにどれだけ女の子に貢いだかの目安になるってわけだな。
貢ぐなんて人聞きが悪い。このシステムは各海王様の虚栄心や自尊心を煽ることでなるべく多くのお金をむしり取るために考案された
God.
アコギでえげつないインセンティブみたいなものですよ。
余計人聞きが悪いだろ。
What's with your trident?
僕はまだゴールドだから全然ダメダメで。
そいつはいくら使ったらもらえるんだ。
Oh God.
20万かな。
殺意が湧いた。
I suddenly understand why someone would want to kill another human. I understand. Why are you here? Why
アセ
else?
トンちゃんのことがちょっと心配で。
What? Does she come
イ
here?
リ
Does
ス
she
が
work here?
どうかしたのか。
昨日の深夜。
Oh,
あ
her
あ
stream?
午前0時を回ってたから今日ってことになるのかな。
細かいことはどうでもいい。深夜に何が。
アセトンちゃん、いつものようにネットで生配信をして
And
た
then
んだ。
she got stabbed.
場所は自宅のリビング。そしたら突然。っていうか見てもらった方が早いかも。
Oh God.
アセトンちゃんの放送はいつも欠かさず録画してるから。
なんか久しぶりだから緊張しちゃうな。うん、わかった。ちょっこそ頑張ってみるね。
Wait, she hurt herself?
それじゃあ行きまーす。虹の矢は折れない。始まるよ。
Oh
誰だろうこんな時間に。もしかして。ちょっと待ってください。ごめん、ちょっと休養が。出かけなきゃいけなくなっちゃったの。続きはまた今度ね。じゃあ。
I like how the mermaid is just standing there the whole time.
確か配信が始まってから1時間後、午前2時ぐらい
That
だっ
didn't
た
seem like an hour passed. It seemed like she what? Oh, maybe I guess the start of that video she was like, I haven't done this in a while, but it made me think she hadn't streamed in a while or something. I guess she could have been streaming beforehand.
変でしょ。夜中の2時に突然誰かがやってきて出かけていくなんて。それにアセトンちゃん、なんか深刻そうな感じだったし、気になって電話をかけてみたんだけど繋がらなくて、ナイルも送ってみたけど既読さえつかなくて、それで散歩系の子だったら何か知ってるかもと思ってここへ。アセトンちゃん、前にこの店でバイトしてたんだ。
Oh, she used to work here.
だから友達もたくさんいて。
私もそのうちの一人です。でもイリスちゃんからは特に何も。他の子たちにも聞いてみたんですけど、みんな知らないって。
アイボ、イリスに電話を。
おかけになった電話は電源が入って、
まさか。
Oh,
予知夢なんて絶対にありえないですから。
Renju?
どうかしました。
What time? I don't think they told us what time he left. Renju, the hospital. Hold on. Okay. Checking OBS real quick. We dropped 44 frames in 4 hours, which is pretty alright, especially compared to yesterday. But hopefully that wasn't recently.
いや、なんでもない。
There's like these bubbles in my tea that have been like in the same spot like this whole time I've been drinking it and not popped. Even like I'm getting to the bottom of the cup and like tipping it, and so like they're like the bottom of the cup is like, you know, showing and they're like getting stuck on it, and then when like the tea settles back they get picked up again. Pretty strong bubbles. Dude, this tea is so good.
心配で心配で食事も喉を通らないよ。
But he ordered all this food. I mean, I guess he hasn't eaten it. Ew, I hate that. I hate this kid. Why is he doing that? Why did they have to play? Why did they make a scene like that? I didn't like that. I didn't need that. Are you a regular?
まあね。
How do you think he got the gold?
なるべく来るようにしてるんだ。
Let's see. He spent 2,000, well, 200,000 yen, so 2,000, like, a little less than $2,000. If he spends $20 each time he's been here 100 times.
昨日も来たよ。夕方の6時半ぐらいだったかな。とはいえ、結局店には入れなかったんだけど。店の入り口に本日貸し切りって札がかかってて。
Oh, that was supposed to be Renchi's thing, right?
でもせっかく秋葉まで来たのに、何もしないで帰るのもなんかなと思って。それで買っちゃったんだ。
何を？
新しいスマホ。
Oh yeah, because he lost his old one.
ほら、僕の携帯、一昨日水没させちゃったでしょ。
Why are they bringing that up?
ああ、見てないけど。それってもしかしてブルームパークのことと関係が？あのメリーゴーランドの死体、沖浦さんの前の奥さんだったんだね。名前は知ってたけど名字が違ったから、まさか水木ちゃんのお母さんだったなんて思わなくて。あの時水木ちゃんはお母さんの死体を。
Now he's getting it.
なのに
Do the
僕は
smoke.
そんな水木ちゃんを置き去りにして逃げ出しちゃって。
Yeah, the way Mizuki like that expression, like you'll see it again. She doesn't seem very fazed by it. But it could be she hated her mom. I don't know, like that right there. But it could also just be like shock. I don't know. But man, this tea this tea's so good, and I think I like it milk and sugar best. I'll have to drink it plain again, but like I feel like even with putting in too much milk, I can still, like I was saying, I can still really taste the tea, and it feels like I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like the milk really adds to it. Like, I don't know. Like it combines with it basically. It's like, I don't know. It's like the difference of I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example of like two foods that like separate. They taste good. Oh, it's like chocolate and peanut butter, I guess. Or chocolate's good, peanut butter is good, but a peanut butter cup, chocolate peanut butter cup, is better than both. Like it's like. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of what it feels like. It's like you got milk, you got tea. Well, you got milk and sugar and tea, and you put them together. But I feel like the milk is really doing all the work. Well, more than the sugar. Because like I was saying, I wish I would have put a little bit more sugar. But it like, I don't want to, like, I feel like I sound like a weird tea snob or something. I'm not even like, I like tea, that's it. But it feels like milk and sugar like unlocks the potential of this tea. It's good.
最低だよね。そばにいて何かしてやるべきだったのに。情けないよ、本当。
落ち込んでるのか？
うん、すごくね。
Can I skip this? No. Literally nothing. I can't even hit escape.
とか言いながらのんきにオプションとかつけてんじゃねえよ。
伊達さんだって頼めばやってもらえるよ。
そういう意味で切れてんじゃねえから。
Summarize for me.
この店に沖浦はいないようだ。確かに沖浦の行方も気になるが。
ああ、そうだな。
I feel like I should go to the Date residence. I guess my residence. Maybe last. I don't know. Yeah, we'll go there last. We'll go to Marble next. Just like the way I had it listed makes me think going to Marble would be skipping. I don't think they would actually skip like that, but I wanted to just like go in order. But going to my apartment or whatever feels like should be safe for last.
Why
do they always do this?
どうしたの？いや、ちょっと聞きたいことがあってな。
もしかして灘見翔子、レンちゃんの別れた奥さんの件？
What is she? What is that? A knife?
相変わらず察しがいいな。
ニュースで見たな。ひどい事件ね。
What's going on with this guy?
聖セバスチャンの絵画だな。
Saint Sebastian.
聖セバスチャンは敬虔なキリスト教徒だったが、西暦287年1月20日、時のローマ皇帝ディオクレティアヌスによる迫害を受けて殉教した。これはその時の様子を描いたものだ。
Tied him up and shot him with arrows?
どうしたのだてちゃん。その絵のことじっと見つめたりして。
いや、なんとなく気になってな。
なんで今さら。前からずっとそこにあるじゃない。
そうだったか？
そうよ。何年も前にレンちゃんからプレゼントされたんだもの。その時からずっと同じ位置に飾ったままよ。
ああ、まあまあ、しばらく会わないうちに
What?
そんなに四角くなっ
Such a
ちまって。
square? What?
それは冷蔵庫よ。失礼ね。
Oh, I get it. Dumb. That was kind of funny. Duck woman's upper lip. What? Wait. Flyer F-L-I-E-R. A flyer F-L-Y-E-R. Oh, I can't look at the door. That's weird. It's like the first time you haven't been able to examine the door of the room I'm in. Why do they keep doing this?
皮が伸びる。
何の皮だ。
Almost like every room has a thing where I examine something and someone is like, what do you call a thing that you're looking at in a, I don't know, whatever. And then it's like, I don't know, this. And then it's like wrong, this random answer. That one, I don't know, I don't really get that one. I wonder, like, what do you call a beer on your face? And he said a beard. And then Aibo was like, why would you do that? And I think she meant like, why would you get the right answer and ruin it? Man, she's so good.
オリーブ油にニンニクやアンチョビなどを加えて温め。
それはバーニャカウダだ。
Like I want to make another cup, but I dumped the tea. And I don't want to like get another I don't know, make a fresh batch, I guess. I would rather just reuse what I dumped, but I already dumped it, so it's too late. What? Okay. She's got a maiden's heart. Why is it such a trope? Like, I don't know. In Japan, like, anytime there's a bar, it's run by a trans woman, but like I don't know. I've never experienced that anytime I've gone to a bar or anything in Japan. Like I've never, like it's always like a male bartender. And like I don't think it's a progressive thing. Like I never, like I don't know, I've talked about it before, but like trans representation in Japanese games is never like actually representation. This one, it felt like the right here, this log stuff, this made it seem more serious. Because it's like, yeah, it's like being specific. Like, oh, she might technically have the body of a man, but she's got a maiden's heart. She belongs to a lot of LGBT groups and the like. Which is like, okay, like that was probably a localization thing. They probably did not have that in the Japanese. Because I was gonna say, any kind of like trans person in a Japanese game is like used for comedy. Like it's like making fun of trans like people instead of representing, you know. This one, I don't know, this mama here is like, I don't know, like I was saying, this line, I'm sure this was added by the localization team to make it seem better, but I think it's still, like, the original intent was probably, haha, look. But, like, I don't know why that's, like I was saying, like, I don't know why it's such a common, like, why Japanese people like to make that as, like, I mean, I guess this game does, like, a bunch of other unfunny stuff that it's, like, this is, like, one of the least offensive things, especially the way they try to, like, localize it. I don't know, whatever. Anyway. How have you been?
ま、ぼちぼちってところね。伊達ちゃんの方はどうなの？最近全然顔見せてくれないけど。
忙しくてな。
昔はよく来てくれたのに。
Oh, I was talking about yesterday when I made my tea, how, like, I haven't cleaned that cup in, like, a week. This time, like, I did the same thing I do every time, where I pour the hot water and then, like, rinse it, like, once, like, before I pour the tea, I pour the water out and, like, wipe down the cup. The stains are, like, starting to be stains, and I need to actually wash it now. Because, like, I poured the water out, I wiped it down, and some of the rings were, like, you forgot to buy something? The alcohol or the tea? But I went to wipe down the cup, and some of the rings, like, did not wipe off like they usually do. And I was like, all right, now it's time to actually wash it. Both. And then I just, like, set the cup. I don't know. I don't want to wash it right now. Hopefully I remember to wash it sometime tomorrow before I decide I want another cup and then realize, oh, I gotta wash the cup. Or I want another cup of tea, but I gotta wash it. I mean, it doesn't take, it's just a cup, one cup. It doesn't take long to wash.
レンちゃんと一緒にここで管巻いたりしてさ。笑い合ったり、慰め合ったり、たまに言い争いになることもあったわよね。
But now I don't know. I'm not gonna get another cup. I really want another cup, but I gotta, like, not. I don't know. It's not that I'm gonna waste the tea. It's just, I don't know. I'm already kind of full, and I feel like I would take too long to drink the second cup. That it would be cold by the time I get to the end, and it would end up being wasted.
一度なんか取っ組み合いの大喧嘩にまで発展して。
I wonder. Maybe I should try it cold too, because I've had it like every way now of like just plain honey, sugar, milk and honey, milk and sugar. Maybe I should try like all those ways, but iced or like brewed cold, or brewed and then chilled.
あ、確かにあった。
覚えてないの？酔った伊達ちゃんがグラス倒しちゃって、レンちゃんの腕時計がびしょ濡れに。
Oh, what was it? Oh, like the watch thing. I was like, something today like reminded me that people wear watches still, and like, I don't know. I haven't worn a watch. I wore a watch like my first year in the Marines, and then I realized like I don't need to wear a watch because my phone has the time on it all the time. Like I can just check my phone. And so I just like gave up on watches. And like I've just not thought about, like, I know people wear watches, people still wear watches, but like I always just like forget, and like it always seems more like it's more of like an accessory than an actual, like, I need a watch to function. I've even like met people who have watches that are like stopped, like they don't work anymore, but they just wear it because it's like an accessory they like to watch or whatever, or they want it for like the style or whatever. But I was watching one of Spooky Rice's videos, and there was like an ad in it for watches where he was like, he was like sponsored by this watch like company or whatever, and I was like, that's such a weird like sponsor. Like I was like, I don't know, like a watch sponsor. Like, why would, I don't know. To me, it was like this watch company went to a YouTuber to have them like advertise their watches, but like it felt like the watch company was desperate. Like, people aren't buying watches anymore because nobody needs watches anymore. So they're like, I don't know, like we gotta go to somebody, like anybody. And so like I don't know. Now they're advertising on YouTube. And then yeah, all the watches they showed off. Like, I don't know. Like, if I got a watch, I would get something like, I don't know. Like, I feel like most of the like fancy watches are kind of generic now, where it's like I would want a watch that was like, I don't know, cool. Like, I think like FF7 remake, when they came out, they had like a watch or something. I know there, or like some kind of Square Enix property. Maybe it was 14 with Endwalker or Shadowbringers or something. But there was like some kind of like either Final Fantasy related or Square Enix related watch that came out. Or maybe it was Bloodborne. I don't know. Some kind of watch came out that I was like, that's a sweet, like, I think it was Bloodborne. Hold on, let me see. Yes, an Astral Clock Tower watch. And it's only, well, I say it's only $300, but and it's sold out. It came out in mid-May in 2021. But it looks so sick. It's like whatever watch I saw, I think it was this Bloodborne watch, but like I was like, that's a watch that like makes sense because it's like the Astral Clock Tower or whatever, and the design, and it's like it's a good design, it's a sick design, and yeah, it's like related to something I like. It's not just like, oh, I want a fancy watch, so I'm gonna go to this brand just to just give me a watch that looks like every other watch. And I know I'm being like reductive, but I don't know. A watch is a watch. So unless you have like something special about the watch itself, like I feel like, I don't know, just going to a store and buying a watch is unnecessary. Like, get a special, like a limited edition watch, or I don't know. I like, yeah, watches don't interest me unless there's like something unique about it, if that makes sense. And it has to be unique enough that like related to me, like something that I'm interested in. Anyway, there's something else. Stop yelling. I don't remember which video that was on, but now that I'm reminded that I watched a few of those videos. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I want to talk about Cat Soup, because he has a video on Cat Soup that I watched that I was like, dude, I haven't watched Cat Soup in forever. I mean, it's short, but, or it's like only half an hour, but like watching his video, I was like, dang, I forgot how, like, I remember, like, I remembered that the movie, or the, I don't know, yeah, I guess like OVA movie, I don't know if it counts as an OVA. I think it does, but whatever. Anyway, it's really weird and like trippy, but it's extremely cute, or I don't know, it like the style and the main characters are cute. They're like little cat people, and like it was also like oh, that's another thing, dude. So yeah, it was like kind of depressing because like I already knew that the creator had killed herself like forever ago. It was like, I don't know, before I even knew about Cat Soup or knew about her, but like reading up on it afterwards, and kind of like I think I might have seen something on Twitter or something where like people were like, oh, it's the anniversary of her death or something, and everyone just kind of like sharing art, like their versions, like them drawing the little cat characters or whatever, or their characters in that style. But I was like, dang, yeah, that's like so sad, like, cause like he's like kind of like he's giving his like interpretation of the episode or of the movie, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, like watching it, like watching his video and like remembering and thinking back on it, it's like, yeah, like, I don't know, this like definitely came from the mind of someone who's depressed or like, I don't know, dealing with stuff and trying to express, I don't know, discontent with the world, or like, I don't know, nihilism. I think is like, I think the video says it's like, it's about nihilism or something, but it's like that you can feel that. But another thing that's like depressing was another one of his videos I watched was like, I think he was like talking about like the most like disturbing things he's watched, or like most like affecting things. And I don't remember if it was like in his like list, or if it was like one of the honorable mentions that he like was sprinkling throughout the video, but he was like, there's a movie called Concrete, and as soon as I saw like the concrete barrel, like the barrel filled with concrete, I already knew he was going to talk about, like, it was about Junko Furuta, who's like this Japanese schoolgirl who got like kidnapped by these Yakuza guys and then like tortured and raped and like all this stuff for like weeks. And like people knew, like, cause I read about it, like I found out about it, like I learned about it while I was in Japan, and was like just kind of like I hadn't seen the movie, I didn't even know what, like I didn't even know there was a movie about it, but like learning about it and reading about it is just like, dude, what the heck? Cause like tons of people, like not even like Yakuza guys, like family members of the Yakuza guys, or just like normal people, had like been through that house and like seen her and known she was there and known what they were doing, and like just nobody said a single thing, like nobody told anybody. And literally, like he says it in the video, he's like, the only reason that they got caught, like, because yeah, eventually they killed her, and then like I can't remember if they accidentally killed her, like they were like torturing her too hard and then she died or something, or if she just died from like her wounds eventually. But to hide her body, they put it in a barrel and then like poured concrete in the barrel, to like I don't know, just like cover it up or whatever, and then put that barrel in, like, I don't know, with a bunch of other barrels or something. And the only reason anybody ever found it, or like found her, or like knew about it, was because they had one of the guys who was like involved, they arrested him for something else. Like they arrested him for something, and they were just like, they were using like pressure like tactics or whatever, like just like, I don't know, interrogation tactics to get him to admit to whatever they arrested him for or something. But he admitted to killing her, or like being a part of that, and like hiding, like burying, like not burying, well yeah, like burying her body in cement in this barrel, whatever, like covering her up in cement and like putting the barrel, like whatever. He admitted to that crime, and they're like, what? And like they're just like, hold on. And then they like, you know, like pressed him on that and like learned about that or whatever, and like found her body. And like then there's like all this, oh man, it's so like depressing, because like the stuff that they did to her, and like all the like, yeah, like just people like knowing and seeing and just like being like, like I'm not gonna say anything, I'm not gonna do anything about it, like whatever, sucks for her. And then nobody, like, I mean, a bunch of guys got in trouble for it, like they went to prison, but only for like a few years, and then some got out early, like all, like nobody actually had to like suffer any real punishment, and it's all because they're Yakuza guys. And it's like, yeah, it's just like so messed up, and it's like so frustrating, like if you read about it and learn about it, it's like super depressing and frustrating. And like it's been like I would say she's been on my mind like all the time, but it's not like she's been on my mind all the time, but like anytime something like related to that kind of stuff comes up, that's like the first thing I think of. That's why, like I was saying, like when I saw the title Concrete and you see like a barrel tipped over filled with concrete, the first thing that popped up was Junko, and I was like, and then he said it and I was like, I knew it. And I was like, man, I didn't know somebody made a movie about that. And then I felt kind of like gross, like I was like, hey, somebody made a movie about it, and like I don't know. Sorry, let's referee. Yeah, dude, me too. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, it's so messed up. And like stuff like that, I don't want to say it happens all the time, but I'm sure like things have happened that are just as bad or worse. But like, I don't know, this is like the only one that's been like kind of like publicized, or like, I don't know. And like to just know that like all these guys got off with just like having to do a little bit of time, like, man. And then got to like just like live, like get out and go live normal lives or whatever, pretty much. It's just like, dude, it's so frustrating, sad, depressing, frustrating. And just like, yeah, I don't know, it's like, how messed up can you be to like, I don't know, like be a part of that, but also just like be one of the people who witnessed, or like people lived in the house, like I don't know, family members of these Yakuza guys were just like living in that house with her. Like she was like locked up in the room upstairs or something, but like they had like, they know and they knew, and they just like eat their dinner, watch TV while it's all going on upstairs, and just like pretend nothing's happening, and just, I don't know. How can you be so scared of the Yakuza? It's like I'm sure they're scary, but I don't know, like there's so many people who like knew about it. I'm sure someone could have snitched without revealing, like without anyone knowing it was them, because like there's so many like eyes and like ears that have like seen and heard that like it'd be hard to pinpoint. But I guess being afraid that someone in the police is like tied to the Yakuza and would snitch on you, being like, oh, this guy came to snitch, like I guess that's a fear. But still, I don't know, anonymous tips, like I don't know, like whatever, just like it's depressing, it's retarded. It's like I hate, like the situation is just so messed up. Like now I'm getting mad just like talking about it. So mad that I said retarded on stream again. I've been trying to like not to say it. But anyway, the video game. Trying to think what other videos I watched. I guess I can just like look at my history, like I just did. So it says I watched the Ichi the Killer video, but I don't remember like watching it. I think I might have. Oh, I think I put it on, and then left my room, and then when I came back, it was over, and just like closed it. But I watched his Last House on the Left video on his like side channel. And like I remember watching that movie, and like I don't know, not being too like, I didn't think it was that bad. What else? I guess that's kind of it. But he has like a bunch of videos that I was like, oh man, I want to watch that one. I want to watch that one. But I think I went to watch the Ichi the Killer, and then like I don't know. What did I do this morning? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was like after I ate or something, and I went to the kitchen to like throw stuff away, and then like ended up cleaning a bunch of stuff, and then came back and the video was over, and was like, oh, whatever, I'm gonna watch something else now as I go to sleep. But I like his sense of humor a lot. It's like right up my alley. Oops. I want a glass of water.
あら、珍しい。いつものバーボンじゃないの？
仕事中だ。
私は仕事中でも飲んでるけどね。
職業が違う。
似たようなもんじゃない。どっちもゲロを吐かせるのが仕事でしょ。
I guess I'll ask about the watch. Why is it so important?
知ってるのよね。あの腕時計、レンちゃんが
New lover.
もらったものなの。交際の記念に。ああ、もちろん離婚した後のことよ。レンちゃんものすごく喜んで私にそれ以来あの時計は肌身離さずつけて。
She's not gonna tell me who the new lover was? I don't think it was he. I don't think it was he telling me. I mean, it could have been.
構わない。教えてくれ。
But it seemed like if they were lovers, it was a long time ago, or they've been like on and off for 20 years or however long.
翔子が投資会社の代表をしてたのは知ってるわよね。ああ、その会社、大掛かりな詐欺組織によって運営されてたの。
詐欺？
そう、裏で操っていたのは暴力団の熊倉組。だからもしかしたらもしかするんじゃないかなって。
熊倉組がやったっていうのか。
わからないけど連中ならやりかねないわ。例えば翔子が上層部の激
I feel like that'd be such a lame
見せしめのために残虐な方
like a lame way to end this investigation was like, oh yeah, it was just this Yakuza gang. That'd be so like anticlimactic. Unless there's like something wild to it.
さあ最近全くご無沙汰だし、レンちゃんがどうかしたの？そんなわかったわ。何か情報をつかんだら連絡する。
Okay, so nobody knows where he is. The last place to check is my apartment. Oh. Hmm.
翔子は違法な取引に絡んでいた。レンタルスマホを偽名で登録していたのは、その仕事に
Oh.
使っていたからかもしれない。
Yeah, the rental phone makes sense now.
熊倉組か。熊倉組は沖浦との関係が。
Are we gonna go to that
前
game?
に沖浦から聞いたことがある。
乗り込んでみるか。
ああ、
Hmm.
面倒なことにならなければいいが。
Okay. We're never going back to our apartment. Where's Kiryu?
あ？誰だてめえは？場所を間違えたんならとっとと消えんな。
わかった。それじゃあな。
おい、伊達。
めんどくさいから嫌なんだよ。こういう連中相手にすんの。
おい、何をボケ
The
と
Yakuza guys just
て
sit
めえてめえ。
with knives in their hands all the time. Whoa.
てめえ。
Okay.
申し遅れたが、こういうもんだ。
さつか。
What just happened? What is happening? This music. Okay. I didn't know I could do all that.
で、サツが一体何の用だ？
その前に名前を教えてくれ。
モーマだ。
MoMA.
武々しい馬と書いてモーマ。
モーマか。いくつか聞きたいことがある。2日前の夜、ブルームパークのメリーゴーランドで女性の死体
I
が
feel like it's always the opposite of like he's telling me his name, but he doesn't care what my name is. But I feel like people are like less inclined to give you their name and would rather you know yours when they're trying to be, I don't know, intimidating.
名前は名見翔子。知って
事件についてはな。
どうして知ってる？
ニュースで聞いたからだよ。猟奇殺人だなんだとマスコミの連中が騒いでる。いやでも耳に入っちまうぜ。
Member A.
てめえに話すことなんざ何もねえよ。
この様子では話しかけても無駄だろう。
The kind that knifes nicely at night. It just might. Go to the zoo to see the pandas. Hmm.
もうおじいちゃんは来なくていいよ。来て。
それはどうせ無用の祖父だな。
うわー、でっ
Big
かい
flying
モンガだ
squirrel.
な。
ドラだよ。マーブルだな。
テーブルだろ。
大遺跡のことを英語でマーブルって言うんだよ。
Hmm. It's a sweet statue. Oh, we used to have Hold
願
on.
い事言ったら叶えてくれるかな。
シェンロンじゃないぞ。
It's not Shenron.
ギャルのパンティ。お、
だからシェンロンじゃない。
What was I saying? Oh, the statue. What was it? We had a couple statues. I know we had like a dragon statue in our office in Okinawa that was like this, but and it was huge. But we also had like this little like Buddha statue that we passed around. Like we had it in our room, me and my roommate. And you were like, the thing was, you pass it to, like, when you leave the island, you pass it to someone, like one of the new guys, and they're supposed to keep it until they leave the island and they pass it. It was just like a, what do you call it? Like an heirloom? I don't know. You just pass it from, like, to the new guys that you think that you would want to trust it with, if that makes sense. Like, you don't just, like, give it to, like, the newest guys. You're like, oh, you're the newest guys, you know, here you go. It's like, all right, you're newer than I, like, you still have plenty of time left on the island. I trust you to take care of this. And then, you know, we just, like, kept passing it down or whatever. But me and my roommate got it from the last guys who had it. And then we passed it to new guys. And, like, I don't know what happened to it from there. But it was, like, I don't know. It was huge and heavy. Because it was, like, made out of jade or something. But it was, like, nobody even knew, like, when we saw it in like our corporal's room before he passed it to us, he like, we were like how much did that thing cost? Because it was big. It was like, I don't know, like, it was big and heavy. It was just like solid and heavy. Yeah, we're like, how much did that cost? He's like, I don't know, I got it from these guys who got it from someone else before them, and like, I don't know, like, nobody knows where it came from. Nobody knows how much it cost. You just pass it down to, it's like a tradition to just pass it to the people you think will take care of it when you leave. But it has to be like someone related to our shop. And like, I don't know, like, I always wanted like to get another one, or like to get like a dragon statue like this. Cause like I have like little, like the Shisa lion dog things, lion dog, dragon. Well, they're not dragons, but they're like lion dogs. But I think they have like, I don't know, they have like dragon-like kind of faces or whatever. They're not like long like this, but like there's two of them. I don't know if I think they might have originated in Okinawa or something, or maybe just like China, and then Okinawa's like, it became like a symbol of Okinawa or something. Yeah, I don't know. I have two. They're somewhere in storage now, but they have like, they both have swords in their mouths, but like one, like the thing is like one has an open mouth, one has a closed mouth. The open mouth is to like let good stuff in, and the closed one is, or the closed one is to like keep good stuff in, and the open one is to like let bad stuff out or something. I don't remember. But you like have them on like opposite sides of like a doorway. I had them on like opposite corners of my desk. But But then one of the swords broke, and I don't know. I was like, that feels like bad luck, so I just like put them away, like kept them in storage, because I was like, I don't want to have like a broken sword one on my desk. It feels like the opposite. And I just like never like glued it, or like I planned on gluing it, but because I put it in storage and like never brought it back out, I never actually did it. But these like kinds of statues are always cool. I think I don't know, I've like talked about it before. I really like Eastern dragons. I mean, I like both kinds of dragons, but like Eastern dragons, like the snake likeness to them is like has always been like really cool to me.
熊倉組の大門だ。
アイゴ、ハックできるか？
いや、無理だ。
Power's off. What was he doing? He's just like pretending to be on his computer. I was gonna say, can I look at his mouse? Why'd she do that? That's cute. Oh, I want to look at his chair actually. The chairman's chair. Where's the chairman?
組長ならお前の目の前にいいんだろうが。え？俺がこの組の組長、熊倉モーマだ。
いや、そんなはず。熊倉組の組長はローハンって名前で。
We killed him.
お前は組長じゃない。
What was that?
てめえ、うちの組長にケチつけるつもりか。
だって調べてみた。
That guy looks wild.
先代の組長、熊倉ローハンは去年死亡している。ビルの屋上から飛び降りて自殺したらしい。
Killed himself.
自殺？
だが、モーマが跡目を継いだのはその年ではない。それよりもさらに前、今から6年前のことだ。
Oh, okay.
6年前。
Dude. What happened 6 years ago? Oh, is it? I already figured it out. 6 years ago, our conscience, whatever, got put into this body. So we don't remember anything from before. And we're here to solve this mystery, to then send all that information back in time to our past self, wherever we came from, to solve whatever mystery. No, that's like the whole thing of 999. Let's see. I don't know if I looked at him yet. Do you know anything about? I feel like I shouldn't ask him about crimes. I'll ask about Shoko first.
話すことは何もない。ニュースで初めて聞いた名前だ。何のことかさっぱりわからんな。
Well, yeah, why would he tell me anything?
ガセネタでも捕まされたんじゃねえか。バカバカしい。なんでうちの国がそんなことを。
だってこいつを見てくれ。さっき翔子のことを尋ねた時のサーモン。
Thermograph? What?
体温が上昇してるな。真っ赤な嘘ってわけか。
Red hot light? Is that how lying works?
その可能性は高い。
You lie and you just turn red.
どうやって口を割らせる？
爪でも剥いでやったらどうだ？
Oh God.
そいつは俺の美学に反する。
じゃあ、ゆするしかないな。
ゆする？
モーマの弱みを握って、脅しこの部屋を調べてみよう。もしかしたらどこかに、我々にバレたら都合の悪いものが隠されているかもしれない。
That feels too easy for it to be just like Yakuza guys. There's a safe behind it or something. Oh, he's got an A set figure.
中に何かあるな。
見覚えがあるぞ。こいつは松下食堂で見たものと同じ A セットのフィギュア
だな。
だが、なんでこんなもんが。
まさかとは思うが。
なあ、お前もしかして A セットのファンなんじゃ。
なんだそいつは。
女子高生のネットアイドルだよ。知ってるだろ。
てめえ、うちの親分をバカにしてんのか。親分はな、ガリガリのゴリゴリのバカ。その親分がそんなもののファンな。
Oh, I was like, my mouse broke again. What? Shadows, water, fears. What? Fears. Oh, why did he do that? I'm not a set. Alright, his voice is getting weird.
Poka poka.
Why would he do that? I'm not acetone. Acetone Chan.
うるせえバカ、見るな。どっか行け。聞こえなかったのか。さっさと出てけっつってんだよ、うんこ野郎。
Why would he do that?
俺はあんたの秘密を手に入れた。バラされたくなかったら正直に答えるんだ。
ち、わかったよ。
Why doesn't this guy just kill me right here? Shoko and the Kamakuras.
灘見翔子は熊倉組の傘下にある投資
詐欺の会社だろ。
さすがにその件についてはノーコメントとさせても。いずれにせよ、翔子と組の間に問題はなかった。うちの組にあの女を殺す理由はない。どうせとぼけても無駄なんだろう。知ってるよ。翔子の前の旦那のことだな。
どこにいるか、ここ。
さあ、わかんねえな。沖浦とは頻繁に連絡を取り合う仲ってわけでもねえし。
モーマのサーモグラフに
It feels like, yeah, asking about where Renju is. We're like so far from. I don't know. I guess we're like we have no idea where he could be. So talking to anyone trying to figure it out is like makes sense. But we went from going to the hospital to see him to going to a maid cafe to a bar, and now the Yakuza to be like, hey, do you know where this guy is who escaped from the hospital?
嘘はついてないってことか。
It feels like you could just put out like, I don't know, some kind of call among the police to be like, hey, keep an eye out for this guy, or like, I don't know, look for him and then find him rather than going from, I don't know, place to place asking if anyone's seen him. Ujisaki.
その氏崎一家の構成員すべてが参加するゴルフコンペがあってな。昨日も一昨日も俺たちは全員その旅行に出かけていた。帰ってきたのは今朝のことだ。疑うならホテルの従業員に聞いてみるといい。
だって早速だが調べてみた。ホテルの宿泊記録には確かに組員たちの名前があった。また監視カメラの映像にも彼らの姿が。熊倉組の連中が翔子を殺害するのは不可能だ。もちろんモーマも含めてな。
I don't suspect them. I don't suspect them. Maybe our character does. Date.
なんでわかった？
金庫の中に A セットのフィギュアを隠してるだろ。
どうしてそれを？
俺には超能力があるんだ。
Rohan.
ローハンは俺の兄貴だ。
Who's Rohan? That's a Lord of the Rings character. Oh, it's the land. It's a region. That's what it is. What was it? I was listening. Oh, the Castle Super Reviews podcast earlier today, as I was building that PC. I was like, they started talking about Berserk and how like it's going to be finished by people, even though Mira, like, I don't know, was it last year or a couple years ago, passed away? And they're like, I don't know, like, they're just kind of like talking about how it must suck to be those people who have to like finish it, even though like they seem competent and seem like they know like where it's supposed to go and how it's supposed to end and all that. It's still like having all that pressure of like tons of fans just like are going to be super critical and judge you. Like even if you do a good job, there are going to be people who are like unsatisfied. And then I think Pat brought up how like the Silmarillion, which is like, it's like a, I don't know if it's hold on, let me look it up, because he said that it was like written by like Tolkien's son or something, or someone related to him. Let me see. Yeah, edited and published posthumously by his son Christopher Tolkien, with assistance from the fantasy author Guy Gabriel Kay. And he was like, that's why that book's like a mess or whatever. And I've never read any of the Lord of the Rings, but it made me want to read Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion. Like it would put it back on my mind to be like, I should read those, or like listen to, because I was listening to The Hobbit on a audiobook, but I never finished it, because then I started just, like, I was like kind of like tired of listening to music, so then I started listening to audiobooks and like stories and stuff, and then I was in the middle of The Hobbit when I switched to like only podcasts, basically. At least in my car, like on drives. I still listen to music and stuff on my PC or whatever. But what was it? I had a friend in Okinawa who was reading the Silmarillion, and he was just like talking about how hard it is to read, because it's just like a lot of like genealogy. Like every time like a new character gets introduced, it's like, this is blah blah blah, son of blah blah blah, like blah blah blah, son of this person, of like this and that, like just like a million names. And then like even like characters that like aren't like newly introduced but have been introduced before, they have like all these titles and long names and stuff. And it just like, he was just talking about how like complicated, like, yeah, how like just like difficult it is to read, because there's just like so much of that in it. And then also like having to keep track of who is who and like their relations and stuff like that. Because it is like, the way he described it, it's like just like one big history book, and like kind of like the history of the world before like the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings takes place. And then yeah, then hearing Pat say that, I was just like, that kind of, I guess that kind of makes sense. I don't know, if it wasn't the original author and like his son or whatever, someone else picking up, like, well, yeah, what do you call it, like finishing the project for him. It's like, okay, I can see how that would get messed up. But I don't know, I still need to finish reading Berserk. Like I was talking about it earlier, I've only read the first like volume, I guess. I don't know how many chapters that is, but I remember like when I was reading it, it's like I got to the end of like volume 1 and was like, all right, I'll take a break here and then start volume 2 tomorrow or whatever. And then just never like picked it back up. Not that I didn't like it, it's just like I got distracted by other stuff. But I still, yeah, I don't know, I want to get back and read it, finish it. But I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know, I'm also like I'm not, like I was saying, I'm not even like that into Berserk berserk, but I am like kind of like I feel for the people who have to like continue it.
組織としての兄貴分でもあったが、血を分けた実の兄弟でもあった。今はもうあの世に行っちまったからな。
去年ビルから飛び降りて自殺した。
ええ、入院してた病院から突如抜け出してな。
After breaking out of the hospital. Why was he in the hospital? Tell me. Oh.
今から20年ほど前、当時はまだ俺も兄貴も氏崎一家のしがない三下だった。
氏崎一家とは熊倉組の上部に位置する指定暴力団だ。
その時氏崎一家は敵対する別の組織と激しい抗争を繰り広げててな。ある日兄貴は支部の事務所に乗り込んできた連中に頭の左側を金属バットで殴られたんだ。それ以来兄貴は視界の右半分が見えなくなっちまった。いや、医者の話によると見えてはいたらしいんだが、認識ってやつができなかったんだとさ。皿の上に盛られた料理もいつも決まった右側の半分だけ。
Interesting. I feel like I've heard about that before.
絵を描く時も右の半分だけは白紙のままで。
だってモーマに聞いてくれ。ローハンは左利きだったかどうかと。
どうした？
いいから頼む。
おう、確かに左利きだったよ。
やはりな。
Confirmed.
ローハンは右側反則空間無視を
Hemispatial neglect on his right side.
知っての通り、脳は右脳と左
This
脳
is
に分かれて
alright. When they do this, this is like when it feels like the Zero Escape games. Which, like, I like it. I'm like, every time these things happen, I'm like, yes, that's what I'm here for.
このうち言語機能を司っている方を優位半球、空間能力を全ている方を劣位半球という。一般的には左脳の方に優位半球がある場合がほとんどだが、左利きの人間のうち3分の1程度は右脳の方に優位半球が割り振られている。さて、ローハンは左利きだったとモーマンは言った。したがって彼の優位半球は右脳に、劣位半球は左脳にあったとしても不思議ではない。
ローハンは頭の左側を金属バットで殴られた。
Wait.
左脳を損傷。
Oh, okay.
空間的な認知能力を失うことになった。
とにかく兄貴は頭をぶん殴られてから人が変わっ
Oh
た。
yeah, his brain was literally like beaten.
英国つうか、
Oh.
三人つうか。例えば敵対する組織の幹部をとっ捕まえた時、兄貴はそいつのつま先からももの付け根までゴリゴリと大根おろしですりおろしていったんだ。
Grabbed him by the big toe and took a potato peeler to him from the toe to the thigh.
何の表情も浮かべず、まるで鰹節でも削る。
Alright, I didn't need that description.
だが、ここはそういうイカれた連中がのし上がっていく世界だ。兄貴は組織の中でめきめきと頭角を現し、やがて氏崎一家の親分から杯を受けることになった。つまり、兄貴を組長として氏崎一家の二次団体熊倉組を立ち上げたってことだ。今から6年前のことだ。その時兄貴は組の存続に関わる重大な危険因子
6 years ago. Something big. Something to take the Kumakuras down.
詳しいことはこの俺にも教えちゃくれなかった。何か遠い昔にとんでもないヘマをやらかしたとかなんとか。とにかく兄貴はその一件を内々で処理しようと思ったみたいだ。だが兄貴が立てた計画は失敗。追い詰められた兄貴は自らの手でその危険因子を処分することに。一人で相手の家まで乗り込んでいき、チャカでそいつを撃ったんだ。 その後すぐ兄貴はあえなく御用となった。裁判にかけられたが、精神鑑定の結果、兄貴は犯行当時心神喪失状態にあったという診断が下された。20年前のあの日から兄貴の頭はどんどんとぶっ壊れ続けていたんだ。で、兄貴は特殊な病院に。実弟であり舎弟でもあったこの俺が熊倉組の跡目を継ぐことになったってわけだ。
Huh.
なあモーマ、一つ頼みがあるんだが。
Okay, and then yeah, so his brother, yeah, murdered someone, got arrested, put in like a, I don't know, special hospital, and then broke out and jumped off the building.
沖浦の居場所を突き止めてくれないか。
Why would he help us?
目撃情報でも何でもいい。とにかく手がかりが欲しいんだ。
断ったら
Oh yeah, tell him about a set.
その代わり引き受けてくれたら褒美をやろう。
Oh, we'll let him meet her.
A セットに合わせて。昨日沖浦の事務所レムニスケートで会ってな。それで彼女とはちょっとした知り合いに。
本当だな。
ああ、
約束だぞ。
約束だ。
熊倉組は翔子殺害事件とは無関係のようだ。
That's what I said.
めぼしい収穫といえば、モーマがイリスのファンだと分かったことぐらいか。
それが収穫？
いずれ役に立つことがあるかもしれん。さあ、場所を変えるぞ、相棒。もうここに用はない。
Okay, so we gonna go home now? Sweet. Also, I gotta pee, so depending on what happens after this load screen. Wait.
イリスの母親だ。
Look at. Okay, how much is 25 kilograms? Means he's getting swole. 55 pounds. That's okay. Wait, hold on. But look at her go. I mean, it looks like 2 plates, so that's like 220. Look at her go.
ああ、伊達さん、お邪魔しています。
水木、何をしてる？
How's she doing that?
見ればわかるでしょ。
Wait, she's talking.
ベンプレだよ。
お前、喋れるように
Is
なった
this like some kind of dream sequence or something?
失声症、治ったんですよ。
Why is Hitomi in my room? Why is my not daughter lifting huge weights and talking?
ゆうべ水木ちゃんからナイルが届いたんです。先生助けてって。
Oh, her teacher? Oh, right, she's an elementary school teacher.
水木ちゃんが精神的に参っていることはすぐに分かりました。だって水木ちゃんはお母さんの変わり果てた姿を。
Did she kill her mom to protect Mizuki? Excuse me.
担任として
Protect her and then adopt her? I don't know.
担任？
私、水木ちゃんのクラスの担
Dude,
任
she's
な
still
んです。
going.
それで慌てて病院へ。
ママはさっき出かけていきました。誰かからナイルが届いたみたいで。
Oh, okay.
そしたら水木ちゃん、筆談で家に帰りたいって。沖浦くんの自宅ではなく、今住んでいるこの家に。私がここにいるのはだからです。
すみません。勝手にお邪魔してしまって。
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna run an ad. I apologize. I'll be right back. Dude, Mizuki is super strong. How's she still going?
お前、いつまでそれ続けるつもりだ？
筋肉が悲鳴を上げるまで。
そろそろ上げ始める頃じゃないか？
まだだよ。まだ全然。余裕だって笑ってる。
だって水木を怒らせるんじゃないぞ。このままだと頭を軽くこづかれただけで。
Dude, yeah, if she can lift that like that for that long, she can crush my head with it. Okay, I don't. I mean, I do want to ask her all those questions, but not yet. Also, it seems kind of inconsiderate to be like, all right, now that you can talk, answer all these super traumatic and, I don't know, awful questions. Wait a second. Hold on. We just have multiple sets of the same outfits. Rational people.
伊達さんの服と水木ちゃんの服、仲いいんですね。
Oh, what? Does she carry a pipe? Her favorite metal pipe.
水木ちゃんがあのランドセルを背負うのもあと5ヶ月ですね。
ええ、早いものです。
Oh, he sleeps on the couch. I used to sleep on a futon, like couch. Like it would fold up into a couch and then fold down into like a bed. It was so convenient. And then Joe broke it. What was it? Yeah, it was nice. Like it was when I was in Tampa when I had to move off base. Cause I didn't want to. Yeah, I was like, I'm only gonna live off base. Like I'm only here for like another year and change. Like I don't want to like get a bed and furniture and all this stuff and then have to deal with it when I move. So let me just get this small like futon fold up couch thing. And it was pretty comfortable. It was like super soft and like it was like, I mean, it was like a leather kind of thing. So I put it like a sheet over it so that it was like comfortable to sleep on. Like I wouldn't, cause like, I don't know, I sweat a lot. So it would feel like sticky and gross if I didn't cover it up. But what was it? Yeah, it was just like nice. Cause like I had a wireless mouse and keyboard, like a, I don't know, like 40-inch TV or whatever. So it was like the futon, like I would have it like folded up as a couch, use it as a couch, like mouse and keyboard in my lap, like my big old TV right there. And then when I get tired, I literally just like grab the back, pull it forward till it clicks, and then let it fall, and then just like roll over and go to sleep. And then when I wake up, just grab it, roll over and pull it up, sit up straight, sit up, go back to doing what I was doing before. It was very nice. But now that I have like a bed, it's like nicer. Like I like that setup was sweet, but having like a nice bed and a desk and a nice chair and all that stuff is like, it's definitely better. But I do, I guess, kind of miss the convenience of just wake up, pull it back up, and now you're sitting up. And then when you're tired, just flip it back down, or just like go to sleep as it's like in couch mode. Very bachelor, I guess. Bachelor-y.
名前は確か
ウサリンパです。
お前が水木の誕生日に
What did he say? Usa something?
ウサリンパです。
Usa rimpa.
言わなくていい。
Oh, she can't hear. It's got large speakers.
素敵なオーディオセットですね。
あはは、お恥ずかしい。ただの安物ですよ。一式揃えるのにたかだか数百万しかしませんでした。
I only spent a couple million yen.
そっか、聞いて安心したよ。この前コーラの炭酸ぶちまけちゃったから。
なんだと
？Haven't paid it off yet. Okay, so he wasn't making that up. Oh, God.
伊達さん、そのカーペットの下に雑誌を隠してるんですってね。確かタイトルは今夜の
Oh
おかず。
God.
でもな
Cooking magazine,
この
yeah.
クッション不思議な模様をしてますね。
The body pattern.
触らない方がいいよ。
Oh wait, is there a stain?
それだてのよだれだから。
Drool. Dude, I've been drooling. I don't know. I think it's the way I've been sleeping lately, but I keep like drooling on my pillow and stuff like that. And it gets on my mustache and beard, and like it's like really annoying because it's hard to like you, if you drool and you don't have a beard or anything, like you just like wipe your face off, right? You just like it's easy, but if it gets in like your mustache and beard, it's like now it's all like it's wet hair and it's so gross. And like I'll wake up and just be like, oh, like I can feel it and it's like annoying, and I'll roll over and like try to like wipe. Like I literally have like a loose pillowcase that like I use as like a drool rag now, because it's like it's so gross. But it's like, and it's annoying, and like like it's like I have been sleeping, so like I have two pillows that like I kind of stack on each other, but like recently I've been like shifting the top one so that they're kind of like I have the one that's like, I don't know, like horizontal, I guess. I don't know how to describe it because it's like laying on a bed or whatever, but like I don't know, like how you would normally sleep on a pillow, and then the other one used to be like, you know, parallel to that on top, but then recently I've been like shifting it kind of like perpendicular and like pulling it, like having I don't know how to explain it, but like I sleep on it and it's like kind of like tucked into my shoulder, but also like under my chin, like I don't know, but like going up. So like, 'cause I think it's like because of the heat and my hair, so it's like just easier to like, it's like cooler to sleep that way, because now my head's not like the side and like back of my head isn't like laying on pillow, so like it's not as hot or whatever. But anyway, like for some reason that is like opening my mouth slightly enough for like drool to like keep coming out, like no matter which side I sleep on too, because like it happens on both sides. But it doesn't happen all, like I don't drool every single time, so like because like I feel like if it happened all the time I would get like frustrated enough to just like sleep like I used to do, where both pillows are like parallel on top of each other, like stacked. But when it does happen, it is like annoying, and like I've started to like catch myself start to drool and like instantly wake up to be like, all right, before the drool can like get all up in there, just roll over and like close my mouth. But I don't know, it's annoying because it doesn't even like he's staining his couch with drool, but like I don't even like, it doesn't even touch my pillow and stuff. I mean, I guess it does sometimes, but like it just like gets caught in my beard, and like I'll like if I'm waking up for the day and like I'm like done sleeping, I'll like have to like go and like rinse my beard and like wash my face to like get all the like, have to like pay special attention to my mustache and beard to like get the saliva out, and it's annoying because then now my beard will be wet for a little bit.
伊達さんって勉強熱心なんですね。水木ちゃんから聞きましたよ。水木ちゃんがいないとき、よくそのパソコンを使って研修用の動画を見て、女性潜入捜査官が敵の
あれはっていうか水木、
タイトルだけね。
お前人のパソコン勝手に触っちゃう。
Move your head. I'm trying to see the computer. Okay, it's all just one computer. Oops.
伊達さん、さっき冷蔵庫の中見させてもらったんですけど、なんであんなにこんにゃくがいっぱい入ってるんですか？
ああ、
実は今ちょっとダイエットをしてましてね。毎晩こんにゃくをこんにゃく
Recovering vegetarian.
なんつって。
笑ってくれてよかったな。
Why was he like freaking out like that? Why? Beer food and a bunch of meat. I don't understand why he was like embarrassed by that. Was it just like because there's no vegetables, I guess? I feel like, I don't know, like when I was younger, I never cared for vegetables. Like I didn't hate vegetables, but I didn't like them that much either. And like you'd always hear like, I don't know, like stories or like adults say like, oh yeah, when you get older, you'll like, I don't know, you'll like vegetables more and stuff like that. Or if you're a kid and you hate vegetables, you won't hate them as much as you get older and stuff. And I feel like I got to a point as I got older where I was like, you know what, I like vegetables. Like you can, like vegetables have a purpose and a taste and things like that that like, oh wait, okay, that you know, like it's having some vegetables with your meal is good and like adds to the meal. But then like now I'm at a point where I'm just like, dude, vegetables are just, I don't know, I don't even like meat, but I'd rather have like everything else but the vegetables. So I've gone like don't mind vegetables to liking vegetables to like back to kind of, or to like past, like I don't know, I guess I'm like going in a circle where it's like, you know, neutral, like, and now I'm on dislike, and I'll come back around to neutral eventually. But I don't know, it's weird. Also, why is she barefoot in my house?
だって少し気になったことがある。瞳の右肩。とにかく。
どうして？
X-ray her shoulder.
見ればわかる。
Wait, is she Rohan?
右肩の骨にチタン合金製のプレートが埋め込まれている。
Why is that there if it doesn't even help? Or is that what's inhibiting? How'd you get her talking?
さあ、なぜでしょう。理由はわかりません。何か特別なことをしたわけではないんです。ただ、水木ちゃんのそばにいて、ぎゅっと。
ぎゅっと？
ええ。強く抱きしめ続けたんです。一晩中。そしたら水木ちゃん、明け方になって、先生って一言漏らして、それからボロボロと泣き始めて、今はご覧の通り。
She's fine. Dude, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think she is fine.
胸の奥に使えていたものが涙と一緒に流れ落ちたのかもしれません。
Let's see. How's she at school?
水木ちゃん、口数は少ないですけど、そして何より優しい子だと思います。
優しい？
私が重い荷物を運んでる時に何も言わずにそばに来て、私がクラスのことで悩んでた時は花を摘んで届けてくれたこともありました。確かにちょっとした問題もたびたび起こしはしますが、でも
問題というのは
理科の実験で使うためのカエルを全部に
What are all the frogs?
学校のいじめっ子たちを懲らしめようとして、
Oh God.
その子たちの前歯をへし折ったり。
それはちょっとした問題ではないと思いますが。
私は好きですよ。
I can't move my mouse.
ただほんの少し不器用なだけなんです。
It's not clicking either.
沖浦くんと同じで。
Okay, bro. Oh no. Why does it keep doing that? It's like the third time it's done that. She's gone out of control.
私が小学校の
だがまさか水木の
私も水木ちゃんが伊達さんと一緒に沖浦くんの事情で 沖浦君はそれをでも違ったんですね。水木ちゃんからなんとなく経緯は聞きました。
I don't even think I understand the situation. Okay, he takes care of all the official stuff. That's one of the conditions for me taking in Mizuki. But why? So he could have his apartment to himself or his home to himself and, I don't know, what, have ladies over all the time? Parties? I can't read that. Why is that? Oh. Just coincidence. It's not.
確か沖浦とは高校時代からの知り合いでしたね。
ええ、英徳学園で同じクラスでした。
Well, okay. It might be coincidence. I just mean like it. Well, okay. She didn't go become Mizuki's teacher because she wanted to get closer to Mizuki to get access to her mom to kill her. I don't know if she actually killed her, but that's my theory. Or she's like suspect number 1 now. I just noticed like right now, like my skin is smooth on my knuckles. I was like, I don't know when that happened. I just like rubbed my hand and was like expecting to feel like dry skin on my knuckles because like my knuckles have been dry for a while. Maybe it was just the winter months, I guess. Because I thought it was like, well, I knew it was like because of the weather, but also like just washing my hands too much. But like right now, I was like, wait a second, I haven't even been like lotioning my hands and my skin's not dry. Whatever. Anyway, I think it was her. I don't even think it was Renju. I think Renju was like running to like make himself. They're trying to make him look suspicious. I think it's her. I guess we'll find out, but yeah, I don't know. Her like yeah, her being here makes it even more suspicious. Her being the one like to help Mizuki, like what was it? Like cuz yeah, like I think I guess we'll find out. I like whatever, but I think Iris is Renju's kid, but she doesn't know. She knows, but she hasn't told anyone. She hates Mizuki's mom. She hates Shoko, or I don't know. I think she killed Shoko, but like either she was jealous or she was either jealous or trying to protect Mizuki, because she knows how abusive she is or whatever. And then yeah, like I don't think it's a coincidence that she is Mizuki's teacher, but because she is Mizuki's teacher, like the coincidence is Renju is, well, I don't know, I would say is the parent of both of them, of Mizuki and Iris, but we don't know if he actually is yet.
はい、区立の小学校です。
And then like that kind of like that's the coincidence, is that Mizuki ended up going to the school that she teaches at.
偶然ですか？知り合いの子供の担任になったの。
Yeah, see, there you go.
そうですね。クラスの担任になったのは偶然です。でも、うちの小学校に水木ちゃんが入学してきたのは偶然ではありません。
Okay, so
沖浦くん、私がいる小学校に水木ちゃんを通わせたいと思ったみたいで。
Okay, so it was like orchestrated. So it's even, yeah, okay. Even the coincidences aren't coincidences.
それで学区を変えるためにわざわざ引っ越しを。5年前の春のことです。
Why? 5 years ago.
沖浦が翔子と離婚する前のことですね。
ええ。だけど翔子さんも強く反対はしなかったと聞いています。
Oh yeah, let's ask about her arm now. Before we ask about Renji.
気になりますよね。
Does it bother you? Yes, you not moving your arm bothers me. No.
感覚もありません。
事故か何かで？
そうですね。6年前、
6 years. Oh,
銃で撃たれたんです。
okay.
右肩を。
So she did get shot.
それで神経をやられてしまって。ある日突然、
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
見ず知らずの暴漢が私の家に押し入ってきたんです。一丁の拳銃を手
Who
に
is
し
that
て。
guy? He doesn't look familiar. I don't think we've seen him. But yeah, like the blood, like I was saying, when I was like talking about this, I think it was when her arm was hurt, like when we met her the first time or whatever. I was like, there's blood on her right side. So it was like, okay, I don't know, like it must have been from getting shot, but at the same time I was like, oh, maybe it didn't even happen. But like the blood being like on her torso part, like below her, like near her ribs and stuff, it's like I thought she got shot there or something, or like maybe in the shoulder and there or something. But and then she like survived, but I guess she just got shot in the shoulder and like the blood got down there. She looks dead, like her eyes like that. But I guess that's like the point, to kind of like get you to think that.
どうやら男はその時、正常な判断ができない状態にあったらしい。
Sounded insane. What do you say?
薬ですか？
Kind of reminds me of 13 Sentinels.
供述では誰でもよかったと。
Oh, there's been like a lot of VTubers playing 13 Sentinels, Hololive at least, recently. It's been kind of fun to like watch them and watch them like go through that and see, like experience that. Dude, that game's so good.
いわゆる通り魔的な犯
But
行
it
だっ
sucks
たの
because
で
like
す。
you can't, like I was watching Polka play it a few days ago. It was the end, like she was at the end, like the last few missions, and then she went through the ending, but she couldn't show it, which like sucks. Like I mean, it makes sense. She was still streaming it and like, you know, like commenting and reacting to it or whatever. It was just like a generic background screen to not show it. But yeah, it was just like, I don't know, I wanted to like rewatch all that again. I mean, my playthrough is still up and has like the ending, because like afterwards I was like, oh, I wonder if like she's not showing it, there has to be a reason. Like she wouldn't be hiding it just to be like, oh, to not spoil it for you guys, I'm not gonna show it. It must be like a guideline or something, like part of the permissions or whatever to stream it. And then I looked it up, and like it's an Atlas published game, so like once I remember that and like started to look it up, because I was like 13 Sentinels streaming guidelines, it was like Atlas, like whatever, an Atlas website with the guidelines on it, and I was like, oh, I forgot about Atlas does this with like all their games of like, they either don't want you to stream it or they want you to like, I don't know, stop, like cut out parts or just like the whole end of the game. Like with Persona 5, with the base game, they're like, yeah, don't stream like the whole last palace and anything past it. And then with Royal, they're like, don't stream any of the new stuff basically. And then with SMT5, it's like, yeah, don't stream like the whole like last dungeon and anything past it, and don't show any of the like boss information when you like look through your bestiary and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, like, stop. No one cares that much. There's no way it's just a random crime, right? I don't know. But him dreaming about it, what's up with that? Because that means it's real. That means, I don't know, I guess that means like all of the dreams that we have, like our dreams, our somnia, not the sinking somnias, or somnia. Somnia is already plural. We can like kind of like trust that they're visions or like I don't know, not like what was it? There's a specific word they were using, like premonitions or something, but it's like a different word than that. But like seeing the future, I guess. But seeing the past, memories, I guess, like that we have forgotten about. Whatever. Anyway.
いえ、
そうですか。
瞳は沖浦が入院したことを知らないようだな。
今日は日曜日ですから、まだ家にいるんじゃないでしょうか。
So she doesn't know about the 2 a.m. thing?
いえ、わかりません。あの子のスケジュール、正確に把握しているわけではないので。
昨べから連絡は？
取っていません。一晩中水木ちゃんのそばにいて、イリスが、あの子がどうかしたんですか？
Yes. Someone came to visit her.
大したことじゃ。
Oh, he's not gonna tell her that? Alright, Mizuki. Spill your beans.
Mm. おかげさまで治ったよ。
Thanks to me.
っていうか、伊達のおかげでもなんでもないけど、先生が一晩中そばにいてくれたからね。
Oh. Wait, why didn't you tell him about he? What was she supposed to tell him about Hitomi? Hitomi? Let me look at her first. Okay.
言うタイミングなんてなかったじゃん。
Oh yeah, I guess she couldn't.
そもそも私たち日常的にほとんど会話なんて交わしてないし。
お前が話そうとしないからだ。
伊達が何も聞いてこないからだよ。
Alright, let's ask about her. Also, her outfit.
先生は
So like in here, it looks like she has like a backpack on or something, but she's not wearing it here.
パパとは古い付き合いだし、大好きなイリスの母親でもあるし、たまに夕飯とか先生の家で一緒に食べたりも。
本当はいけないんですけどね。一人の生徒をひいきしてしまうのは。
Well, no, because I wonder if she's actually Hitomi's daughter, but she has the same same hair color as Shoko. So.
でも水木ちゃん、放課後に寂しそうにしてることがあって、そんな姿を見ちゃうと。
Nile message.
水木、お前にナイルしてきたのは沖浦だな。
え、なんで？
俺には切れやすいが頭も切れる優秀な相棒がいてな。そいつに調べてもらった。
He said Aibo. Without like actually referring to her, but I think that was like, it's supposed to be a pun like that. I don't know.
前半は余計だ。
送信時刻は2日前、金曜日の午後8時5分。文面はこうだ。水木、パパは大変なことに巻き込まれてしまった。今すぐブルームパークのメリーゴーランドに来てくれ。助けてほしい。お前の力が必要だ。
そうだよ。
Where did we learn
確
that?
かにパパの携帯からナイルが。でも言ったらパパが疑われちゃうんじゃないかと思って。
それで黙ってたのか。
うん。パパが私を頼ってくることなんて今までなかったし。どうしても行かなきゃ。
Okay, now he's like extra
それ
suspicious.
で
太田を誘って現場に。
ブルームパークは立ち入り禁止区域として指定された川崎ホームレスやゴロつきの連中がうろついていて、あの辺り一帯は無法地帯に。さすがの水木でも一人で行くのは心細かったんだろう。
Okay. Oh god. Ask her about the ice pick.
あそこに行った時、
刺さってたんだ。ママの左目に。私気が動転して、とにかく抜かなきゃと思って、それで。
That's what I said.
パニックになって引き抜いた。
うん。
太田が逃げ出した後のことだな。
そう。
その時何か音を聞かなかったか？
音？
スマホの着信音なんだが。
ああ、そういえば聞いたかも。だけど、どこで鳴ってるのかわからなくて。それで私怖くなって柱の中に。柱の扉少し開いてたから。
これで確証が得られたな。2日前の午後9時2分。あのレンタルスマホは間違いなく。
I really don't remember. So like we knew about the text she got. Like I know she got the text. I remember like knowing that the text happened, but I don't remember learning. I guess I can't look at the log. It happened so long ago, or would have been so long ago. I don't remember learning what the text was, and like that it was from her dad. Was her eye on the pic? Oh God.
多分なかったと思う。
左目の穴は空っぽだったんだな。
うん。
ありがとう。悪いな。辛いことを思い出させちまって。
別に。
やはり眼球をくり抜いたのは水木ではなかったようだな。
Mizuki didn't take the eyeball.
水木が現場に着いた時にはすでに抜き取られていた。
眼球は付近からも発見されていないし、おそらく犯人が殺害現場で。
パパがどうかしたの？
お前聞いてないのか？
何を？
この様子だと事故のことは知らないようだな。
さあ、どこだろう。
Why haven't we just checked his house?
何か心当たりは？
ないよ。あるわけないじゃん。パパの行動をいちいち把握してるわけじゃないし。
お前がいた病院には来なかったんだよな。
うん。でもあの人はそういう人だから。いつも忙しいし、私のことなんか。
Dude, help her. Somebody.
イリス？知らないけど。なんでそんなこと聞くの？
いや、ちょっとな。水木は夜中の配信動画を見てないってことか。
ああ、そのようだな。とにかく水木の失声症は治ったんだ。よかったじゃないか。
ああ。
まさか瞳が水木の担任だとは思いもよらなかったが。どうかしたか？
いや、なんでもない。
Okay. Yeah, I guess back to headquarters instead of checking Renju's house. I feel like that's like the first place you would go. Unless they already said they checked his house and couldn't find him there. But I feel like I would still have to go there to like make sure.
Date, この前お前が眠ってる時、こっそりと抜け出してこの中にあるものを入れておいたんだが。
What?
何を入れた？
ビニール袋に入った小麦粉。
Flour in a plastic bag.
誤解されんだろ。なんでそんな嫌がらせすんの？
このシフトレバーなんか汚れてるよな。拭いてやろうか。
お前は拭かなくていいっていうか拭けないだろ。 それが生まれつきす
Swine
ごい
hander?
設計でさ。
電波ね。
Broadsword. What? Oh, my mouse broke again. I don't understand what that joke was, or pun, or whatever. Scream.
うわ、霊的なやつ。
Oh.
さっきからずっといただろ
お前、
う。どうして？
人に見られたら変なやつだって思われる。
Nobody can see her.
大丈夫だ。この姿はお前にしか見えない。お前の左目から直接脳内に映像を送り込んでいるからな。
ああ、そういえばそうだったな。
というか、今の言葉、聞き捨てならんな。なんで変なやつだって思われるんだよ。
当たり前だろう。そんな身なりのやつが隣に乗ってたら変質者と思われるに。
This dude is a pervert.
そんなこと言うなら自爆してやるからな。
Do you really self-destruct?
AI は嘘をつかない。
マジだったのか。ちなみに俺の眼下の中で自爆したらどうなる？
お前の頭蓋骨がスイカみたいに吹っ飛ぶ。
Dude, why does my mouse keep doing this? Oops. Oh. Oh, I was like, it did leave the game at least, but why does it keep like losing? It has to be the game, because it's not like I was able, like the cursor was stuck on the top left, but my mouse cursor was actually over on my secondary monitor. So it's like my cursor isn't actually getting stuck and like going up into the corner like that. Or my mouse, it's the in-game cursor. Whatever.
私の中には最高ランクの国家機密が詰め込まれている。ハード的な意味でもそうだし、ソフト的な意味でもそうだし、私は世界に存在する 99.99% のコンピューターをハックできる。
She can hack 99.99% of computers that currently exist, but she can't get into Nile.
そんなもんが誰かに奪われたらどうなる？警察のというか国家の存亡に関わる重大な危機だ。というわけで、もしもの時のために私には自爆機能が搭載されているのだよ。ま、厳密に言うと自らの意思によって爆発することはできないんだけどな。
どういうことだ？
アシモフ先生がロボット
Oh, the three laws of robotics.
定めた通りだよ。私は自殺ができないようにプログラムされてるんだ。ただし管理者権限を持った者が自爆しろと言ったら自爆できる。要するにお前が命令を下せばってことだ。ちょうどいい。この機会にキーナンバーを決めておこう。起爆装置を作動させるための番号のことだ。コマンド4120。
Oh, that's that 41205. That's the that's his name. Date. D-A-T-E.
お前がこの番号を告げたら私は速やかに自爆する。
いや、それだけではちょっと危険だ。ロックは2段階にしておいた方が安全だろう。さっきの数字は第1段階の解除キー。それを告げてから1分以内に第2のコマンドを発行したら。
その第2のコマンドとは？
俺が何か嘘をついたら。
嘘？
What?
真実とは異なること。本当とは真逆のことを言ったら、そいつを第2のコマンドとみなしてほしい。
わかった。
I wonder if that's gonna matter.
一つ言っておくが、私は自爆しても消滅するわけではないから。私が目にしたもの、聞いたもののすべてはクラウドストレージにアップされている。無線通信によって随時リアルタイムで。したがって私の本体が粉々になっても私のバックアップデータが失われることはない。私の記憶はもちろんのこと、思考中枢を司っているメインプログラムも含めて全部。
それって永遠に死なないってことじゃん。
まあ サーバーが生きてる限りはな。
Oh my god.
ところで、
Like,
さっき言ってた5
it's not even that there's like so much dialogue. It's like having to, like, every time something ends, it's like, okay, let me click on them to like click on her to go to the next thing, but it's like, oh, there's more to that. So instead of just like continuing along that, like having it continue on its own, I have to go back in there and like select it to continue. Like I would rather just have it like be like pick this dialogue option, because it's not like it's changing what my options are. It's just like this bottom option has now updated to be like continue along that like line. I don't know, they should just like put it all like in one and have it keep going.
あれって一体何の数字なんだ？
私が好きな数字だ。特に意味はない。
No particular meaning. Yeah, right. Final. Commiserate.
なあ相棒、俺はもう疲れたよ。
らしくないな。どうしたんだ？
翔子の死亡推定時刻は2日前の午後5時前後。それからもう48時間以上経つ。なのに一向に捜査は進まない。弱音だって吐きたくもなるさ。
確かにお前とはかれこれ5年の付き合いになるが、こんなことは初めてかもしれんな。
Lost my pass. Suspicious. But that actually also like goes with my like fake theory that we, I don't know, are from like a different timeline or something. They were like appeared here and she's like, ah, I know what you are, or I know we've been waiting for you. Excuse me.
こいつの正式名称は AI ボール。
AI ball.
相棒って呼んでやってください。
So like, okay, they're saying eyeball, but in Japanese it would be like eyeball, like boru bolu. So eyebo is a pun there, and so I think, yeah, I guess like that's the localization is they went with Iba because eyeball would be A or B-A, like ball is B-A-L-L, not B-O-O-R-U or whatever. But still, I don't know. AI, like I isn't spelled with an AI, you know? I don't know.
こいつの中にはとてつもなく優秀な人工知能が組み込まれています。現代におけるナノテクノロジーの推移を結集して作られた
Why doesn't everyone have one of these? Like, I feel like if you can make an eyeball, like, AI thing that, like, you can still see out of, and you can see, like, when it's, like, disconnected and all that, like, I think it would be, like, worth, like, removing your own eye, not, like, just, like, ripping your own eyeball out, but getting, like, surgically removed to make room for one of these, which has, like, it's just, like, a cybernetic eye that's, like, a billion times, like, does everything your eyeball does and more. And it's like, I don't know, it'd probably be free with this government, like, I don't know, I would do it too. Yeah, it's like when I like playing through Cyberpunk 2077, there's like all these cybernetic upgrades and stuff that you can get, and it's like, dude, why wouldn't you just like, I know there's people who are like, oh, I want to be all, you know, natural or whatever. I don't want to be, I don't remember what the term is for people who like get cybernetic upgrades, but it's like, why not? If you can afford it, why not? It just makes you better. And it's not like, I don't know, like your limbs are a part of you, but it's not, I don't know, like I feel like as long as your mind is intact, that's like literally where your personality and all that stuff, like losing an arm or a leg or something doesn't like chop off part of your personality, if that makes sense. So like replacing your eyeball with a better eyeball doesn't make you any different. It just makes you better. You're literally just improving. And also you get like a waifu that just like lives in your brain, and like can tell you everything ever. So you have a question like, hey, Aiba, look this thing up, and then you know, you don't even have to say it out loud, you just think it, and like basically you have access to like all information on the internet from your eyeball. And also, yeah, it's an AI that's like super strong and can just like solve everything. And I don't, yeah, but it's weird, like, why am I the only one who has one? Why doesn't like everyone have one? Everyone like who works with me. I mean, maybe both of his eyes are already like replaced with one. I don't know.
さあ、伊達さん、今日からこいつはパートナー。あなたの左のアイボールとなり、素晴らしい相棒にもなるでしょう。
See, he just made the pun.
今回ばかりはどうもな。
Why does my mouse keep doing that? So like, it's literally on my other monitor moving like around freely, but in the game, maybe. Yeah, I have to like, when I click out of the game and click back in. I wonder what it is. Maybe I'm doing something like during some of the scenes that like locks up my mouse like that. I don't know. I haven't noticed anything. Alright, Renju.
それにしても、
ああ、どこに行ってしまったんだろうな。
Oh, that was it. Let me do the iris thing
未
first.
だ音信不通だ。携帯は電源が入っていないか、電波の届かないところにあるらしい。心配なのか？
いや、昨日はどうかしてたんだ。夢の中で見ただけなのにな。水木のソムニウムで凍りついたあいつ。
So this Somnium, so our Somnium, like the dream, the like tutorial Somnium, our dream, that is like a memory. This one, like this doesn't feel, like I mean maybe she will be like, she'll show up stabbed somewhere, but like, this doesn't feel the same as that. Also, I just noticed her eye, her right eye is like bleeding. Right there. Which is it's the opposite of Shoko's, but I can't remember. So like the left eye was the Horus. What was the right one? Was the right one Wadget, or is the left one Wadget and the right one Horus? I don't know. I remember now. Or something else. I don't know. I'm sure it'll get explained when the time comes.
灘見翔子殺害事件。そいつを解決することが俺たちの使命だ。
唯一の手がかりといえば、相
相棒。発信者のスマホはまだ電源が切られたままなのか？
待ってくれ、調べてみる。だって、繋がるみたいだぞ。
マジか。
マジだ。
かけてくれ。
我々の電話は着去されているか？
だったら別の回線を使えばいい。
Why? Yeah. Why would she just use a different line?
だが、どの回線を？
What line should we use? What? Okay, wait. So there, it's the number that called Shoko's phone. Would I? Would it make sense to do it from Shoko's phone? Cause like they would be like, wait, why are they? Well, no, cause they would be like, why would I be receiving a call? Cause I already called from her phone, so they're already suspicious of that, right? Or did we call from my phone? I don't remember now. I'll do the Cabaret Club actually. I don't know. It seems like the least suspicious, like the least related. Okay.
顧客リストでも洗ってみるか。
Wait. Oh, so they recognize the number, I guess. I guess Abyss's line? Maybe they won't recognize this number?
ダメだ。
Alright, well, I guess we just have to try all of them. Shoko's I'm gonna save for last because that was like my first idea. So to see all of them, yeah, I should have just went with that. So literally the most obvious, but I couldn't remember if we called from her phone or from our phone, and then they didn't answer. Oh, yeah, we called from our phone because her phone died. That's what it was. This reminds me of something I watched or read recently where or played where someone calls the phone, or like, yeah, someone calls from the phone of a dead person to, like, I don't know, a family member or something, and the person answers and is like, who is this? How'd you get this, like, how'd you get this person's phone or whatever? And they, like, the person on the phone is just like, I don't know, I can't remember what they said, but whatever, like, the person who answered, like, the family member or whatever is like freaking out, like, why are you calling from her phone? And you're like, do you understand how much, like, how that feels to, like, I don't know, have someone, like, have your dead loved one call you and then it just be some dude who's just, like, screwing around on the phone. I don't remember what it was though. And it didn't go exactly like that, but that should be what this person would feel like. But also, she's gonna mimic Shoko's voice. She did it in the dream.
私も何度か会ったことがあるからな。もちろん、お前の左目にいる状態で。
あいつの声を再現できるか？
音声データはクラウドストレージに保存されている。合成すれば不可能ではない。
じゃあ、頼む。
Dude, what's that? There's like AI, like, text to speech that it's getting, like, super good. Well, like, I know, like, some celebrities or voice actors have done it where they, like, record a bunch of lines so that, like, you can, like, use their voice after they've died, or for, like, stuff that they just don't want to do the work on or whatever. Because, like, Jeff Gerstmann has been, like, he's talked about it quite a bit, and, like, has, like, fed, like, this AI thing, like, a bunch of, like, audio from, like, I don't know, what's the one of the like, wrestling, what do you call it, like, WWE, like, the guys at the table who are, like, commentators. It's one of them. It's I can't remember his name, but he's like the southern kind of sounding guy. Like, sounds like he's from Texas or something. WWE commentators. I can see his face, I can hear his voice, I just can't remember his name. Wait. Oh. Jim Ross. Is it Jim Ross? Hold on. JR? Yeah. Okay. What is going on here? Why is my Google Images looking crazy? What is happening? None of my images are, well, like, very few images are loading on Google Images, and it's, like, looks really weird. Whatever. Anyway, he fed it, like, a bunch of lines from Jim Ross, like, just, like, oops. I don't know, like, recordings and stuff like that, and then was, like, using the text-to-speech to, like, type in text and have it, like, spit out the text, like, in his voice and stuff like that, and it was pretty good. Like, you could still tell it was, like, an AI thing, but then Jeff Gerstmann started, like, using his own voice and doing it with his own voice, and it was like still, like, it was, like, pretty convincing. And he was just, like, I don't know, he's, like, talked about, like, how good it can get, and, like, You just have to keep feeding it more and more like audio, like more of that person's voice, and eventually like it gets to a point where you can't even tell that it's like not the person, and it's kind of scary. But that's what kind of like this is. Like she's like going and like downloading a bunch of analyzing recorded audio, and is just gonna be like, all right, let me text to speech this. Wait, she didn't know.
私が
お前しかできないだろ。
仕方がない。
本当に大丈夫か？
私は AI だぞ。お前のようにうろたえたりはしない。
She was about to have her nervous breakdown.
よし、お手並み拝見。
How?
つながったぞ。
めっちゃテンパってんじゃねえか。とにかく落ち着け。深呼吸だ。
She doesn't breathe.
一つ気づいたことがある。
なんだ。
私は AI だ。深呼吸をしても意味がない。
いいからさっさと始めろ。切られちまうぞ。
ナダミ翔子ですけど。
Hmm.
バカな。
Who is that?
ナダミ翔子は死んだはずでは。
Is that Renji? I don't think we've ever heard his voice.
死にました。2日前に。
あほう。なんで正直に言うんだ。
私は
Shoku.
双子の妹で。
とにかく名前だ。名前を聞き出せ。
どうやって？
Oh God. Accuse him of being an imposter.
あなたは別人ね。
何を言ってる。
とぼけたって無だよ。声が違うもの。あなた勝手にあの人の携帯を。
いや、これは私の携帯だ。
嘘。きっと誰かが。
いい加減にしたまえ。私は国会議員の。
Who is this guy?
間違いなく本人だ。
The congressman.
国会議員の。
瀬島。
I like how he just waves.
ごめんなさい。疑ったりして。
いや、別に構わないが、それより。
あ、すみません。ちょっと休養が。また後でかけ直します。それじゃ。
Hmm.
で瀬島が。
わからない。だが、ひとまず別人ということはないだろう。正門が一致したからな。
2 days he called Shoko. Why?
とにかくお手柄だろ。
ああ、よくやった。
それだけか？
Who is? What?
なんだよ。頭でも撫でてもらいたいのか？
別にそういうわけじゃ。 やめろ、くすぐったい。
ぐーりぐーり。
やめろって、人工神経がちぎれる。だって捜査本部から電話だ。
繋いでくれ。
あ、アビスの伊達さんですか。私は名波翔子殺害事件捜査本部の赤坂と言います。実は伊達さんにちょっと報告しておきたいことが。
なんだ。
昨日の昼過ぎ、こちらの方に妙な
That Sejima guy. He seemed to like, I don't know. He didn't seem to like, I don't know. She was like, her twin died, And he's like, oh, okay. Like, he just... Like, he knows impossible. Shoko is dead. Yes, I died 2 days ago. Oh, wait. I mean, my twin sister, Shoku. Your twin sister? And then literally just, like... He was, like, easily distracted. And then... Why? Like, it makes me think that he's not the one who killed her, at least. But also, like, since he called, yeah, like, that was, like, I guess one of the things that they're like, whoever called probably didn't kill her, because why would the killer call her phone right after killing her, knowing that she can't answer? But it could just be like, you know, you could call to, like, I don't know, be kind of an alibi, be like, I don't know, I didn't know she was dead. Like, why would I call it? Like, literally their reasoning to be like, you know, a way to get out of it. But yeah, but because, like, she was able to just be like, no, I didn't die. That was my twin sister. And him just being like, huh, okay, whatever. Makes me think, like, because, like, if you murdered someone and then they called you and were like, oh, no, you actually murdered my twin, you'd be like, you had a twin? Like, you'd be like, you wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, you know. you would still want the specific person dead, so it would be like, the conversation would go differently. But I don't know. We did accuse him of being an imposter, like, immediately, so he got, like, distracted by that, and then we hung up. So I don't know.
やり取りは音声データとして保存してあります。とりあえず聞いていただけますか。それであなたは89号だ。ここではそう呼ばれている。一体どんなご用件で？俺は灘見翔子を殺した犯人を知っている。俺をここから出してくれたらそいつを教えてやろう。司法取引ってやつだよ。
How does this guy know?
やつは必ずまた誰かを殺す。生きながらにして目をくり抜いて。おそらく何人もの犠牲者が出るだろう。もしやつの犯行を止めたかったら素直にさっきの条件を飲むことだ。じゃあな。
こんなもんいたずらに決まってるだろうが。
もちろん私もそう思いましたよ。ですが一応報告だけはしておこうかと。
そっか。ご苦労だったな。
では失礼します。
I don't know if I'd call it a prank, but
本当にいたずらだと思うか。
maybe like a scam, like the dude's lying to try and get out. I don't
念
know.
のため89号について調べておいてくれ。
わかった。
だが今はそんなことよりも
瀬島だな。
Hmm. Okay, now we got a new guy to worry about. Oh, we're going to his place. Okay.
おいおい、勝手に入ってくるんじゃない。警察を呼ぶぞ。
I'll call the police. I am the police.
どうした？先生。警察の者が。お前。何
The
しに来た？
music.
ちょっと聞きたいことがあってな。
忙しいんだ。明日にしてくれ。
灘見翔子の件だ。知らないとは言わせないぜ。
ああ、知ってるとも。ニュースで見たよ。殺されたそうだね。
2日前の午後9時2分、あんたは翔子のスマホに電話をかけた。
電話？何のことかわからんだ。
Bro, we literally just talked to you.
とぼけんなよ。
Oops. What's a Cabo suit? What? Oh, it's a fruit, citrus fruit that looks like that.
中目黒のキャバクラ、ティーフ・ブラウンのレイカちゃんが迎えに来たぞ。
ただの灯籠だろ。レイカちゃんあんなごつくねえよ。おい相棒、見ろ、カッパがいるぞ。
瀬島は裕福な国会議員だ。カッパぐらい飼っていても不思議じゃないだろ。
Owns a pet kappa.
そうか、そうか。
This guy doesn't have much to look at. Got a girlfriend?
なあ、彼女とかいんの？いないか。いなさそうだもんな。
最大者だ。
くす、リア充め。
処刑だ。銃殺しろ。
お前の血液型は？当ててやろうか。B だろ。絶対 B だ。
失礼の。
お前今全国の B 型を敵に回したぞ。お前名前は？
Let's call him A. Oh.
夜なのにサングラスって見づらくないか？お前のボスって嘘つきだな。
政治家とはそういうものだ。
こいつは正直者だな。
ところでぶっちゃけどれぐらいもらってるんだ？
何の話だ？
これだよ、これ。
おそらくあんたの倍ぐらいは。
相棒、大至急転職サイトを検索。
了解だ。
Okay. Thermo.
だって見るまでもないかもしれないが。
ああ、あれか。
うわ、突然瀬島の体が血まみれに。
サーモグラフだ。
We've already used this.
予想通りの結果だな。問題はどうやって吐かせるかだが。
Peel off his nails. Oh god. Call him. Threaten him with your gun, Jesus. With 2 bodyguards like that?
証拠の回線を使って。
わかった。
出ないのか？灘見翔子からの電話だろ？俺がかけさせたんだ。
なんだと？
その着信は間もなく終わる。3、2、1。ほらな。
I let it keep going. So he was wrong.
ああ、確かに私は電話をかけた。
I also wanted to see if it would stop on its own after he said 1.
2日前の午後9時過ぎ、灘見翔子に。
おっと、開き直ったか。
開き直るも何も。
Yeah, I was gonna say confessing to what? All he did is
何もない。
admit that he called her.
だったらどうして嘘をついた？
巻き込まれるのが面倒だったからだよ。まさかとは思うが、私を犯人だと疑っているわけではないだろうね。私が電話をかけたのは翔子が亡くなった後だ。もしも私が犯人ならそんなことをするはずがない。
まあ確かにな。
To get out of it.
だからこれはただの事情聴取だ。
令状はあるのかね。だろうな。とにかく私は失礼するよ。では。
Hmm.
さあ、とっとと帰ってくれ。つまみ出されたくなかったらな。
Look at UFO.
あ、UFO だ。
Because they can't see with the sunglasses. The Mothman.
あ、モスマンだ。
A grandma.
あ、おばあちゃんだ。
Oh God.
あ、エロ本が落ちてる。
どこだ。
I knew it. Stupid. I like this guy. Stupid. Anything suspicious?
いや、特にないな。政治家ってのはおかしな人種だから、いつも変わっているとも言え
And these
る。
guys are not loyal.
知ってるが、会ったことはない。ニュースで見ただけだ。さあな、我々は何も知らん。仮に知っていたとしても、プライベートなことを話すわけにはいかないんだよ。
His
2日
alibi.
前、金曜日の午後5時頃、政治
ここだ。このお屋敷。
他に証明できる人間は？
家政婦が見てるんじゃないか。
だってちょっといいか。
どうした？
瀬島が移動を始めた。おそらく車だ。
なんでわかる？
GPS だよ。瀬島のスマホをハックしたんだ。レンタルの方ではなく、本人名義で登録されている方。
どこに向かってる？
さすがに目的地まではわからない。だが、とにかく東の方だ。
追跡しよう。
了解。
I didn't get to read the last one. I always like every time I see this and he's driving on the left side. Oh, what the heck? I'm like, it's like weird. Cause I mean they do drive on the left side, but I don't know. It's just weird to see it. But it reminds me of when I like first drove in the States after living in Okinawa for a couple years or whatever. I literally, like, what was it? We were like leaving a neighborhood. I was driving. It was me, Honda, and Joe, and I think maybe Akira. Oh, what's he doing? Where'd he come from? Why still dressed like that? I don't know. Hmm.
政治家のやつ、ここで何よ。
But yeah, I don't know. Like, I was driving, I think we were just like gonna go to McDonald's or something. But like, we were pulling out of the neighborhood and turning onto like a main street or something. And like we were turning right, but I turned right and like just went all the way across to like the left side, like driving the wrong way. And they were like, "What are you doing?" And like, I was like, "What?" And then I was like, "Oh," and like I got into the right lane and like, cause I'd driven there for a few seconds and they were like, it was like late at night, so there were no other cars or anything, but they were like kind of like freaking out, and I was like, "Oh, whoops!" And then I got back in the right lane, and I was like, "Dude, I don't know. I've just been so used to like left side. I haven't driven ever in the States since." And they were like, "Oh, we thought we were screwing around." And I was like, "Dude, no, I actually just like completely forgot." Oh, she's about to die.
バッテリー切れだ。
マジか。
Why didn't he charge her on the way? Or she charged herself on the way? My vision halved. Oh, God. There's just gonna be a collection of eyeballs. Oh, God. This feels very 999. Feels more Virtue's Last Reward, actually, but... Oh. What the heck? Okay. What? Well, at least Aiba was working long enough to record
充電状況は
Sejima
電話はできる
leaving that warehouse.
電源に接続されているため可能だ。それより痛い。
話は後だ。ボスに繋いでくれ。
あ、伊達君、どうしたの？
死体を発見した。間違いなく他殺だ。背中に複数の総称痕、しかも片目がなかった。
そんな。
場所は江東区有明4丁目沖浦水産冷凍倉庫。
Okiura Fishery.
会社はサガンイリスだ。
それって
詳しいことは後で話す。とにかく大至急現場に捜査班を。あ、それからもう一つ、国会議員の瀬島壮、奴をアビスに連行してくれ。
ちょっと待ってよ。どうして？
責任は全て俺が持つ。だから
分かったわ。
She actually dead? I feel so.
だって私近いうちに死んじゃうから。
I wonder if she knew, because she says that. She says like, oh, you know, like a premonition or whatever, haha JK, but it's like, maybe she knew, and that's why when he showed up, she's like, oh, I guess it's time to go die. Get stabbed a million times and then frozen. I gotta pee. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run ads. I apologize. I'll be right back. This game is like extremely engaging. Cause like I'm hungry and I've been like looking for a good spot to stop, either to get food and then come back, or just like get food and like be done for the night. But every time like something like ends, there's like more that I'm just like, all right, wait, now I gotta see what happens next, and I don't want to stop. Just like that Zero Escape games. Like literally, like if this guy didn't show up, I would have been like, all right, I'm gonna take a break here to eat something real quick, or like just would have ended for the night. But then he just like, if it would have been literally anyone else, I would have been like, all right, let me call it here. But because it's just like some random dude like out of nowhere, just like, cause like I was expecting it to be like Renju or someone to answer the phone and be like, I don't know, where are you? We're coming to get you. And then just be like, all right, I'll end it here. But because it's like someone brand new, and like I guess Renji's also kind of like, we haven't talked to him yet, but still it's just like, who is this guy? And also like now Iris is actually dead. What's going on?
ただじゃ済まないのはお前の方だ。
まあまあ、伊達くん、落ち着いて。
サガン・イリスを知ってるな。
いや、知らんな。聞いたこともない名前だ。
Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, look and then show. I see. What does clicking this one do? Oh, nothing. Okay. Oh, maybe I can drag it. Oh no. This feels like Danganronpa or like Ace Attorney or whatever.
右目からは眼球が抜き取られており、背中には複数の刺し傷が。他に目立った外傷はなかったことから、この刺し傷が傷口の形状および大きさから、死体発見時の凍結状況から考えて、イリスの体が冷却され始めてから18時間。
18 hours to freeze. Okay. How do you know that?
俺が冷凍倉庫に入ったのは午後9時頃だったから。
So 3 a.m. Oh, well, yeah. So she got picked up at like 2 a.m. So it was like right after that stream.
最後にイリスの生存が確認されたのは午前2時。それまでイリスはネット動画の生配信を行っていた。したがって、イリスは午前2時から3。
Okay.
イリスの死体は江東区有明4丁目。
沖浦水産。
ああ、確かに気にはなるが、その件については後回し。殺害現場は不明。倉庫内に血痕らしきものは見当たらなかったため、別の場所で殺害された可能性が高い。
My pants were like wrapped around my heel, but like because like I had my left leg up and underneath my right leg, I couldn't like pull it, so I had to like, I don't know, unwrap it with my other hand. Anyway, so this is Okiura Fishery, so it belongs to Renju, probably. But yeah, dude, we need to talk to Renju.
イリスは今日の午前そこに何者かが以来イリスとは音信不通となり行方がわからなくなった。このことから深夜2時の来訪。
これは私のデータベースに保存されていた画像を。
瀬島は死体発見現場である冷凍倉庫からその時の様子を。
ギリギリ。
Okay, sweet. So it would have to be this one, right? Either this one or where she was found. That information isn't relevant. What? Wait. Okay, even though he doesn't know who she is. What? Why is that the one? Even though you don't know who she is, who is this? I'm like, what?
彼女に会ったことは
ないな。
Okay, that's literally what he's doing is you say you don't know who she is, then who is this?
じゃあ死体を見たことは
死体？
お前はイリスの死体を見たはずだ。
何を根拠にそんなことを。
Two of them, okay. Don't tell me it's not this. Okay.
イリスの死体は沖浦水産冷凍倉庫で発見された。
で、
My mouse.
だからなんだと言うんだ。
I wonder if my controller is like interfering.
「こいつが根拠だ。アイゴ、再生を頼む。
了解。
Oh, I wonder.
なるほど。取られていたのでは
Did we
仕方
send
がない
someone? Did we send someone to like recover the body or anything? Because if I don't know if they hide it, then I don't know. Like, cause Iba, her battery died before we went in, and I don't think we took any pictures.
死体を見たんだな。
いや、確かに私はあの倉庫に行った。だが、死体など見てはおらんよ。
I mean, it was covered, so maybe he didn't see it.
嘘をつくな。
本当だと思う。
だったらどうしてあんなところに。
黙秘する。
Hmm.
黙秘すると言ったんだ。日本国憲法第38条で保障された正当な権利だよ。一応こう見えても国会議員なのでね、憲法の条文ぐらいは知っている。
What? Him saying he's a politician as if it implies he knows the law. That's not how that works. Not today.
伊達くん、ちょっといい？
なんだ？
死体を見たかどうかなんてこの際どうでもいいでしょ。
Oh.
先生はお忙しい方なんだからあまりお引き止めしても。
要するに遠回しな質問はやめろと。
私もそう思う。伊達は瀬島がやったんじゃないかと思ってるんだろう。少なく
I don't know if I believe.
何らかの形で
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if I believe he killed her, but he definitely knows something.
だったらまずはアリバイでも聞いたらどうだ。
Noah's alibi. I can wonder like what he was doing at 2 a.m. I guess. Okay, close
イリ
enough.
スが殺害された時刻は本日未明、午前2時から3時の間と考えられる。お前はその頃どこで何をしてた？
昨べは徹夜で麻雀。
Mahjong.
場所は新宿3丁目のドラドラという雀荘だ。
国会議員が雀荘に？
雀荘といっても一般庶民が入れるようなところではない。
麻雀なら卓を囲んでいた相手が3人はいるはずだが。
Or 2.
そこはフリ
At
ーの
least
雀荘なんだよ。3人とも見ず知らずの他人だった。
だって調べてみた。その店は個室形式の小さな雀荘だ。
Their names are probably on some
店
list or
主が一
something.
人で切り盛りしている。
個室形式ということは他の客からの目撃情報は得られない。店主が一人なら口裏を合わせることになる。おまけに撃っていた3人からも裏が取れないとすると、
アリバイはなきに等しい。
やっぱりお前が。
よしてくれ、バカバカしい。君は灘見翔子の件でも私を疑っていたね。私は誰も殺して
I mean, that makes it extra suspicious that we suspected him with Shoko, and then as soon as we bring it up, he goes to another body.
翔子もそのイリスとかいう女の子もそもそも私が彼女を刺したとするなら。
今なんて。
Wait, what did he say? If I stabbed a woman, but did we tell him? Or maybe we didn't tell him. Yeah, we didn't tell him she was stabbed, just that she was dead. Cause yeah, have you seen her corpse? I know you've seen her body. Okay. Autopsy.
俺はイリスの死因について一言も言っていない。なのになぜ知ってる？
それはその
瀬島。
バカなことを言うな。
だったらどうして知ってたんだ？言い逃れはやめろ。ボス、シンクの許可を。
ほほ。
こいつの頭を覗いてはっきりさせてやる。
わかったわ。伊達君、シンクして。
How? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, how are we gonna?
いつも使ってるやつですから、シンクに影響はありません。
伊達君、始めるわよ。
ああ。
6分間の制限時間のこと忘れないでくださいね。
しつこいんだよ、お前は。
では開始します。
Peter, he like tells us about the time limit every time, and Date says you say it every time. It makes me think like he's not gonna say it one time, and for some reason we're gonna forget about it or something. But I was gonna say, like, how are we supposed to sync with him? Because we couldn't sync with. We had a calm. Oh god. Oh god. Why would she do that?
見たか、私のドライビングテクニック。
When Mizuki, we were gonna sync with Mizuki, we had to calm her down. So I was like, how are we gonna sync with this guy who's like belligerent and I don't know, probably freaking out because he's, I don't know, being accused of a murder, 2 murders maybe.
ああ、思いっきり事故ってたが。
違う、私はただブレーキとアクセルを踏み間違えただけだ。
そういうのを事故ったって言うんだよ。
これは
そらしたな。
いいから周りを見てみろ。
Huh.
一言で言
Yo,
う
Toda.
と異様だな。
Is that Iris?
瀬島のひん曲がった根性を反映してるんじゃないか。
ここまで一貫性があると逆に好感が、いや、持てないな。
ああ、気分の悪い夢だ。早く手がかりを見つけて、ここから。
It is.
イリスだ。ここで一体何を？
What the heck? Oh. Oh god. Jeez.
イリス、中に入れないのか？
ああ。
さっきの人影は。
ここは瀬島のソムニウム。シンク中。我々は三人称的な視点、つまり。
瀬島ってことか。
わからないが、
おそらく。
Is it just gonna replay it? Oh god.
どういうことだ。
この歪んだ空間の中だけ時間がループしているらしい。
時間が。おい、なんとかならないのか。
なんとかって言われても、
こんな光景を何度も何度も見続けろっていうのか。
もちろん私だって見たくはない。
じゃあ
助けてみるか。そうすれば瀬島が知っているイリスの像から、
よくわからない。
ああ、どうにかして
わかった。
Okay.
だ
Weird.
がそのためにはまずあのバカでかい木箱が邪魔だな。
ソムニウムスキャン開始。
That noise. It's a zero escape noise. Oh god. Okay. Oh god. Let me see. Can I save in the middle of this? Because I want to call it here. I want to start with this tomorrow. Actually, no, you know what? I should do this now. Because if I start with this tomorrow, I won't be as fresh. Even though I'm not very fresh right now. Let me look at the map. How do I? Oh. Alright, there's a million things to look at. My eyelashes. Whatever. I guess I'll start. I'll just start here and move towards the left. This is where the murder is, I guess. Whatever. Oh, I have to switch my controls. It's been so long since I've been in a Somnium that I haven't had to like mess with the controller in forever. Let's knock.
誰かいるか？無反応だな。
誰かいても反応するわけがないか。
Well then.
扉だ。誰かの笑い声のようなものが聞こえる。しかし遠くにいるようで声の主まではわからないな。
Nothing.
フォークリフトだ。
What is that? Let's do that drive again. What is that? Skull thing. Unleash the Drift King. Oh God. I liked her little smug face. Oh. Oh, this might. Time me that has a negative effect. Multiply time or force you to use them. Oh God. Well then, what does that one do? Can I see? How do I? So I'll find out when it comes up. Oh, it doubles. Okay, it doubles time. Well then let's throw Pebble, so it's like not much time. Oh.
あそことつながっているようだ。
小石とは思えない鈍い音がして。
Well then.
謎の空間。
Put your hand in. Pick up the box or whatever.
そうだ。
仕方がない。
お、なんかこんな感じのボスキャラ見たことあるぞ。
She fine now? Oh, now she has more room to run before she gets caught and stabbed. Yep.
あの木箱の山も邪魔。
一つずつどかしている暇はないぞ。
あのクレーンが使えればいいんだが。
Why didn't she jump into it? Try to land on the other side of the boxes. Okay. Now. What do we have now? What is this? I guess I'll check this warehouse since we're right next to it.
倉庫への扉。誰かいるか？
誰かいてる。
倉庫への扉だ。液体の滴る音が聞こえる。
液体って。
さあ。
Okay, so the first one was laughter. This one is a dripping sound.
残り5分よ。
倉庫への扉。
Oh, I should have used one of my timings.
無反応。
誰かいてる。
倉庫への扉だ。鈍い衝撃音が一定の間隔で聞こえる。
Oh God. Oh, this one's open.
倉庫への扉だ。
Go in. I like how it rounds down. Because it was quarter, but it was 10 seconds, so it would have been 2.5. But round down to 2. Are we on the other side?
倉庫の中に入ったはずだが。
Okay. Can we get? No, I think we're on in here, so we have to get over here. Hmm.
倉庫への。
Oh, I guess I didn't have to use a timing there.
誰かいるか？
This one doesn't have a lock on
誰
it.
かいても
倉庫への扉だ。何かの金属音が聞こえる。
物騒だな。
Warehouse stores are kind of useless. Well, the closed ones at least.
これは
Input fighting game combo. Oh God. That's what. I mean, this is 12 seconds. This turns it into 10 seconds though. 120 seconds.
ああ GH の
GH Raging Combo.
任せろ。そして黙れ。いや待て。この形状のレバーでそのコマンド入力は
やってみたら意外とできてしまうかもしれないぞ。
とりあえずやってみるか。
Oh.
Oh, 動いた。
場外。
すがすがしい KO だ。
Ah. No.
あの隙間さえ通れれ。
That noise. Okay, so now we gotta get back. Can we go back through that? Or I guess we have to go back through that warehouse we were in.
倉庫へのドア。三河屋で。
Mhm. Okay. Now what? She's here. We have to. I'm gonna look at these warehouse doors. If none of them are open, I'm not gonna bother with them. I'll check out the crane and the box first. That one's closed. This one's cracked open.
倉庫への。
Oh.
何か出てきたぞ。
このような工程で作られる糊は平安時代貴族の間で貴重品として扱われ。
余計なナレーションをつけるな。
Oh. That's how she's. Oh, she shrank. Is a stabber gonna shrink too? Oh.
何かなかったか。
Wait.
とりあえず戻って持ち上げてみるか。
Something under the box. Wait. Look at the box first. Oh, I was like, I can't?
クレーンに吊り下げられていた木箱だ。
Oh god. Triple. I guess I'll just take the 20 seconds. There is something under it though. Like, you can see the little white stubbles. Let me not mess with that right now. Let's see what the crane does. Otherwise, I go try to burn this on like one of those doors or something. What can I do with this actually?
金払う前のペイチャンネルみたいだ。真横からはあまり見たくない。
Okay. I feel like that was like the best I could have hoped for on a way to like burn the skull. I don't want to pick up that skull. Throw something. And it gives us a 1/8. Oh, did this one have the skull before? A triple. Alright, we'll ride it this time. Oh, it just doesn't even. Oh, what a waste. Now we have to double. And then a triple after. So we have to do the box. Or something else. I'm about to run out of time. A whole 60 seconds. Push it. Okay. We might lose. Cause it's not the crane, it's not the box, it's not the portal. I guess I never looked at warehouse C. Wait, what was concrete fragments? I don't think I ever looked at that either, but and we're doubling. Oh, I forgot about the retries. Oh, I see. Well, since we already know what to do, right? Oh, but that uses all 3 of my checkpoints. We only need to go back 1. I guess I should have like gone a little bit more to figure out how to like burn all my time. Okay. What about this guy? Everything is so punishing. Oh, this gives me a triple. What? I have to run all the way over here. Kick.
大丈夫か？もうちょっと頑張ろう。な、無理しなくていいから。
Kick it again.
優しくされると泣きたくなる。
All right.
コンクリートのか。
Investigate.
この港の地面の材質と同じものだ。先ほどあの空間から落ちたものだと考えるのが妥当だが。
あの空間を通ったものは巨大化するのかもしれないな。
We already knew that. So that was a waste of time. Are any of these doors? What about this? Nothing. Oh wait, maybe going. Oh wait, was there? I don't think I ever checked out. No, I did check out that door. Maybe. I don't remember. Is this something to do with that portal? I don't. But maybe I have to go back over here. Or mess with one of these warehouse has already messed with. What if we peek?
さてはお前
関係ねえ。
当たって
当たっていいからの。
まあこれ
どうした？
黙れへん。
We did everything with the crane, everything with the box. Everything with the portal, I guess. Like, we had her peek through it. Yeah, let's go. Let's go through this again. I don't remember what warehouse A did or was. Okay. Never mind. Okay. I was hoping she would say it again. I have to be missing something. Like, I either have to go back and do all these warehouses that I went through the first time and, like, knock again or something. Hope for something different. Let me check out the portal again. From the other side? No.
真横。
謎のく。クレーンに釣り。
None of these worked. What is this?
なんだ。
Okay.
あと1分よ。急いで。
クレーンだ。
Oh man, and we tried all these. Also, they're not like skulled this time. Is that like random, I guess? Do we have to check? Why does this one have like stuff coming out of it? Oh wait, it's all grayed out. I shouldn't have done that. I wasted that. I guess I just have to like go check the warehouses, see if there's anything new on any of them. Or I guess I never did this one. This is... Wait. Is this the one that takes me? Let me see. Yeah. Did I actually never touch this one? Or they just reset? I don't... Oh, maybe I haven't... No, wait. I should have. Alright. Yeah. Already like looked at all of these. And a concrete fragment. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I have to like interact with a couple things. Like interact with one, like the fragments or something. I don't know. I feel like it has to be the crane or something though. The crane or the box. Okay, why are these all like awful now? They were all like super good last time. Whatever. Maybe it's like awful and then it changes to good. I don't know. Yeah, we punched and pushed. And we checked out the fragments. I have no idea. Because I've hit literally everything unless something changes after you fail a couple things. But that would, I don't know, that would be frustrating. No, I hit escape, dude. Come on. Because I highlighted the right answer and clicked before it could register that I was highlighting escape. It gave me that. Annoying. The only thing I can think of is like, because I did this and she failed. And then he was like, try again or whatever. I feel like it wouldn't. It would be like white again. Yeah, the only thing I can think is like I have to knock on every door again until someone opens or something. But I did knock on all of them except for like this one on the way back. I don't know. What was this other warehouse store? Because the F1 takes me... Alright, let me go through. So if this one takes me to that leftmost area... Oh. Okay. I just assumed because they're like the same color. Oh god. Let me retry, now that we know that. I didn't realize there was two open warehouse doors like that. Or I just assumed that they both went the same place. Wait, is that the one we peeked into before? Wait, what? Okay, wait, is it D then? The one that I was just standing next to that I need to go through? Or do I need to peek in and then I can walk through? Or did something change and I didn't realize it? No, it was this one. It started me right next to the one that I needed. And then, oh, I gotta pick this thing up again. How annoying. They don't even look different. And it like starts me right next to this, which makes me think I came out of this one. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Probably have it now. Oh, let's do the fighting combo again. What? Oh, she did put it in. I was like, she didn't do it. Lower the lever? Okay, then we have to raise it. And I don't know. I'm running out of time. But I think that should be it, right? Fourth lock? Dang, almost lost. Kill him. Oh. Oh god, do I have to chase her down? I don't have enough time.
なんとかイリスを助けられたようだが。
あの影はやはり。
Okay. Nice. That's close. Q-side. Relief, aid, rescue, salvation, help. Okay.
さっきのソムニウム、イリスがいた。
ええ。モニタリングしてたから知ってるわ。
Okay.
正体不明の人影が
I'll let him
イリス
finish.
を刺し殺そうとした。それを伊達さんと相棒が。
あの人影は
瀬島自身である可能性が高いわね。
彼が客観的に認識している自身の像。それを伊達さんの自我アルゴリズムが処理した結果、あの姿として現れたものと考えられます。
何をごちゃごちゃと話してる。用が済んだならさっさと解放してくれ。
Alright. Oh, now I gotta swap my controls. Alright. Calling it here for tonight. It's pretty wild. Like so much more stuff coming in. That is like, I don't know, like we had all this information. It's like, alright, you know, these people know each other. This might be happening. Iris might be Renju's kid. That means she's Mizuki's half sister, like blah blah blah. And then it's like Renju's missing. He might have done it, but I don't really think so because Hitomi seems kind of suspicious. But I don't know. Now we have to like figure out who. We gotta find Renju. We gotta do all this, and then all of a sudden we got Sejima So just like randomly out of nowhere being extra suspicious and like around all the evidence and like related to all the, well, maybe not. He knew Shoko and he went into the warehouse where Iris's dead body was, so, and he might have picked her up on the night she went missing, like at 2 a.m. or whatever. And then he had this dream of her being stabbed, so it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like that seems, it also feels like too obvious that it would be this guy. Like, oh, here's like this unknown, like, what do you call it? Like this, like, yeah, unknown. This unknown that is now known that is extremely suspicious and linked to all this stuff. But there's no like solid evidence yet. So it's like, I don't know. I guess we'll see. But whatever. That's it for tonight. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. I'll be back. Goodbye.